Chapter 1222. 1222. The newborn king spirit's face changed. With two purple swords he repeatedly tried to slash Han San. Dong! The swords repeatedly collided with force of such magnitude that they produced shockwaves strong enough to blow away the approaching super creatures. The roof of the tower was blown off like a lid as well. The newborn king spirit was fierce, and he kept on swinging his swords without relenting for a moment. As he did so, he'd repeatedly called out and shouted. Han Sen's eyes were on fire. There was a stark contrast between his white light and the purple of the spirit. Die! Han Sen blasted. The purple sword was cut in half by the angel's sword. And as the spirit momentarily froze in shock, its guard dropped just enough for the angel's sword to swing back and plunge itself deep inside the spirit's chest. As victorious and relief-bringing as this should have been, Han Sen did not feel a triumph had been achieved just yet. Something felt oddly wrong. The king spirit's body did not feel solid when the sword cleaved through the flesh. The angel's sword was able to pierce through without any resistance. It didn't sink through the flesh as it should have. The king spirit laughed, and then he tried to strike Han Sen. Han Sen moved forward. In that one step he managed to get behind the king spirit. Traveling with a manipulation of space was not considered actual teleportation, but the effects were similar enough to be almost indistinguishable. The purple sword hit nothing. Han Sen then swung his angel's sword with a blistering speed that made the weapon look as if it had disappeared. But it reappeared as it struck the king spirit. Han Sen swung again and again as the smoke of the spirit's figure began to tear. Even so, it all looked pointless. After the king spirit was sliced in two, it recovered with ease. The king spirit was further angered by Han Sen's actions though. The purple smoke became a bunch of swords that again took on a will of their own and tried to kill Han Sen. However, it wasn't enough to throw off Han Sen's roll. With another slight move, Han Sen was behind the king spirit once more. Han Sen did not hesitate to strike the king spirit with the angel's sword again. "You can't hurt me. Give it up," the king spirit mockingly called out. Han Sen sliced the king spirit in two again, and after that, he dashed ahead. But the king spirit instantly recovered again, telling Han Sen, "You can attempt this many times, but..." Before he finished, his face had changed. Han Sen was in front of the spirit statue, with his hands touching the spirit stone. "How dare you!" The king spirit raced forward to Han Sen and tried to cut him down. But without even paying him heed, Han Sen took the spirit stone in his hands. Boom! The purple blade that was about to strike Han Sen broke. The newborn king spirit froze as his eyes fell on the sight of Han Sen, whose hands were now holding the stone. "Do you want to live? Or do you want to die?" Han Sen turned to the spirit and gave him the ultimatum. As his fingers quivered as he thought about what he should do, he was tempted to break it then and there. The newborn king spirit continued to stare at the spirit stone that was in Han Sen's hands. After a while of silence had elapsed, he lowered his wings and knelt. He said, "I, Purple Emperor, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity." Han Sen was delighted to hear he was submitting, so he jovially placed the spirit stone inside the emperor's forehead. Han Sen felt very nervous. He had been afraid the king spirit was going to self-destruct. After all, his super king spirit mode was not very intimidating, and it had obviously not been of sufficient strength to engage the spirit one-on-one. The moment Han Sen put the stone on the spirit's forehead, a purple light bathed the entire tower in a dazzling haze. Then the spirit entered Han Sen's sea of soul. Han Sen was exuberantly happy, but unfortunately, he did not have the time to examine the spirit any further. So Han Sen disconnected from Little Angel, an act that left them both feeling very weak. Then Han Sen used his blood demon dragon wings to remain safely airborne. He then asked Disloyal Knight to help Thorn Queen. The moment Han Sen took the stone, the creatures all disbanded and fled in a hurry. Thorn Queen had used her vines to trap one super creature and prevent it from escaping though. The vines were like a cruel cage, pinning the creature in place. The thorns had punctured deep into its flesh, like nails that had been hammered into it. The creature spat and frothed out ice from its mouth in a futile bid to escape. But like hungry needles, the thorns sucked its blood and made it weak. Han Sen looked at the super creature and noted how it was a white wolf with icy powers. It was rather strong, and it surprised him to see that it was so well restrained. He wondered if that was Thorn Queen's natural strength now, or if it was only possible through the power of the equinox flower she had just received. Disloyal Knight jumped down to help her finish the beast off, but Thorn Queen had already sucked it dry and killed it herself. Super creature Ice Wolf God killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Will you accept the beast soul? Han Sen wanted it, but a form of ice was already coming out of Thorn Queen. It was then placed in Han Sen's Sea of Soul, presenting him with an ice wolf. Han Sen exited the tower but did not see any more creatures. There were some weak stragglers, but they weren't worth the effort. Uninterested with anything more, Han Sen returned to the tower to examine his spoils. Chapter 1223 Ice Wolf God's flesh and life geno essence were great rewards, but Han Sen was happiest about gaining ownership of the Purple Emperor and the Beast Soul. Han Sen looked at the Beast Soul with much joy. Super Beast Soul Ice Wolf God. Armor type. Han Sen hadn't found another Super Armor Beast Soul since his last one got destroyed, so this was a supremely beneficial gain. Han Sen summoned the Ice Wolf God armor to try it on. When it appeared, he was clad in ice-white armor that was skirted with fur. It was both stoic and beautiful. Unfortunately for him, it was a light armor. Its defense was not as sturdy as the last armor he had obtained, but with that being said, it had immense ice and frost defense. The armor glistened softly as the images of snowflakes were generated around him, giving the illusion that snow was perpetually falling in his proximity. It was gorgeous. Han Sen could use it to block AoE attacks, and what's more, it was also great against fire. He would have liked something a little more useful, but Han Sen wasn't willing to complain too much. This was already a brilliant find, and it sure had the looks. After a while of self-admiration in the armor, he put it away and decided to get a good look at Purple Emperor. Just the mere thought of doing that made him giddy, as he never expected himself to be able to obtain an emperor so soon. Han Sen did not bother reading his stats and just summoned him right away. When Purple Emperor appeared in front of him, Han Sen told him, "Tell me what powers you possess." Purple Emperor told Han Sen about himself without delay. Han Sen was disappointed ultimately. He had indeed opened 10 gene locks, but his growth really had been stunted by nutrient deprivation. This made him weaker than the average emperor. Opening 10 gene locks is harder than replenishing the nutrition he might not have received. Thinking it over, Han Sen's disappointment was alleviated somewhat. Some king spirits actually managed to reach emperor status without opening 10 gene locks. Purple Emperor was more than fine, and he had already proved his abilities in the fight earlier. Purple Emperor was strong and intelligent, and the only thing it truly lacked was experience. That was most likely because it had only just been born. So, aside from what resided in his instincts, he knew nothing. He was like a big baby in some ways. It was fortunate of me to claim him now. With him being doe-eyed, it made my claiming much easier. If it was an emperor with much experience, I'd wager he'd rather self-destruct than submit. Han Sen was certainly warming up to him. There were quite a few super creatures in the vicinity, so Han Sen planned to stay at the shelter and see if he could kill a few of them and perhaps max out his super geno point tally. So Han Sen had Purple Emperor, Thorn Queen, and Disloyal Knight remain at tower shelter while he returned to the Alliance. Han Sen and Little Angel were still weak, so he thought it would be best if they took a small break to recover. Furthermore, upon returning to the Alliance, Han Sen's attention was brought to a number of messages he had received while away. They had all been left by Lin Weiwei, and with the number of them there, the subject must have been an urgent one. Han Sen opened the message to be greeted by an image of Lin Weiwei. She said, "Are you there? Holy Sword Shelter is under attack." The rest of the messages all dealt with the same matter, and almost immediately, Han Sen was greatly worried. With Xie Qing King there, whatever was attacking the shelter and causing such panic and distress had to be an obscenely powerful force. Han Sen contacted Lin Weiwei, and when she picked up, she was surprised and said, "Finally, you're back." "Yes. What's the issue?" Han Sen said. "Some spirit brought a bunch of creatures to attempt to conquer us." Xie King killed them all, and so we believed the issue to be over. But a little while later, another host of forces came. This time the outfit contained a number of super creatures. Xie King told us to teleport back to the Alliance, and if we couldn't get a hold of you, stay there. Lin Weiwei paused for a moment in obvious worry. After taking a breath, she continued by saying, "Will Xie King die by remaining there all alone? I don't think that guy will go down without a fight. He won't go down easy. I'll go and check it out, you stay here safely." On the inside, Han Sen knew this had to be bad. Xie King was not afraid of anything, but if he told the other humans not to come back, it showed he lacked confidence. That was what was most disturbing about this affair. After that, Han Sen returned to the sanctuary. He knew he had to hurry back to Holy Sword Shelter. It had been 4 days since the humans took refuge back in the Alliance, and so Han Sen feared it might be too late for him to save Xie King if things had turned ill in his absence. Han Sen rode Golden Growler back, bringing all his spoils with him. When he arrived at Holy Sword Shelter, all was quiet. The place was in ruin, but the fighting was over, that much was clear. Buildings had been toppled and walls had collapsed, so the place was in a right state. When Han Sen entered, he was immediately brought great relief. There, he saw Xie King sunbathing as if nothing had changed. On his chest rested a comic. "You're fine. That is a relief." Han Sen smiled. Xie King sat up, and when the comic fell, Han Sen was given a fright. There was a big wound in his chest, one that had exposed his heart. You could clearly see the organ pump. What happened? Han Sen knew that whatever damage he had incurred, Xie King should have healed by now. The wound has been marked with a strange power. Won't heal. But that's fine, don't worry. Xie King composed himself and went on to say, "But they'll be back. And I'm sorry to say this, but when they do, I won't be able to stop them. Bring Lin Weiwei back and take them someplace else. Take them someplace they can be safe, yo." "Who did this to you?" Han Sen frowned with much concern. "Thunder Hell Emperor's cronies. He won't show himself, but whoever he sends is sure to be strong. And next time they'll be even stronger. I can't fight them alone." Xie King frowned and began to bleed again. "You're not alone." Han Sen approached Xie King and used silver lightning on his chest. Chapter 12:24 Han Sen used his lightning-derived healing ability, the ability he had received from Silver Fox, to start healing Xie King's wounds. It exhausted Han Sen, and if Xie King was to fully recover, it'd take a few days. Inside the shelter's palace, Han Sen brought out the cruel bottle and released Qing Jun. As soon as she was released, the sprouts and vines resumed their growth. She did not know why Han Sen had summoned her, and she started to panic. "Zero," Han Sen called, wanting to see if the Azura Sutra could deal with the affliction. There was going to be a battle, and if Han Sen could fix his bottled collection of spirits and creatures, they'd be of immeasurable help. Zero approached Qing Jun in a feisty rush, flailing her arms as if to attack her. As this occurred, Han Sen slipped behind Qing Jun and held her by the arms, restricting her movement. Zero slashed her body, killing the invasive vine sprouts and eliminating their roots. Dragon King was correct. The Azura Sutra was indeed able to destroy the vines. Qing Jun and Dry Bone King had attempted to get rid of them over the course of their incarceration in the bottle. None of their attempts had yielded any positive results thus far. She was surprised a little human had again provided them a definitive answer to another one of their problems. "Qing Jun, are you free from those sky vines?" Han Sen asked. Qing Jun, released from his clutches, patted herself down to examine her body. Then she said, "Yes, actually. I don't think I feel them." "Good. But you're out of the frying bottle and into the fire, I'm afraid. We're going to come under the assault of a terrible enemy. I need your help. Tell the others I will remove their vines, but only if they truthfully remain here to help in the defense of this shelter." Han Sen paused and then went on to say, "And don't forget to mention the king spirits will have to provide me their spirit stones, and super creatures will have to sign a contract. That's by the by, but just make sure to mention it so they understand the terms that will allow them to be free of the bottle and free of the vines." "I'm not entirely sure they'll agree to that," Qing Jun said. "Ask and see what they say first," Han Sen told her. Qing-jun returned to the cruel bottle. She started by telling the inhabitants of the bottle they could be cured, and Han Sen was willing to release them. This made them all very excited. Their attitudes quickly soured when they heard they'd have to come into service beneath Han Sen. Why would we have to obey him? He is a weakling. Pa! Who does he think he is? An emperor? No way. Shay. Do you guys want to stay in this bottle forever? Or do you want to get out? Qing-jun said sternly, looking into the eyes of each. A mortal emperor will try to reach the fourth god's sanctuary, and when he does we will be free anyway, Ghost Eye said. Qing-jun responded by saying, do you not realize the terms of your entrapment inside the bottle? You can't escape it by your own volition. The super creatures were all shocked when they understood what that meant. Ghost Eye spoke again, asking, is Han Sen keeping us in here on purpose? Has he gotten us bottled up in here for this very reason? Yes and no. But try to leave by yourself. Go on. Try it. Qing-jun was making a good case. The cruel bottle might have been their sanctuary, but it was a glass prison at the same time. If Han Sen didn't let them out, they'd be stuck in there. And they were only now becoming aware of that fact. Water Fairy suddenly said, Qing-jun, tell Han Sen I am willing to sign a contract. Are you mad? Ghost Eye shouted. There is no harm going under his employ. Besides, anything is better than being stuck inside here, suffering the scent of your sweaty reeking. Water Fairy rebutted. But he's so weak. Can you all not see that? Ghost Eye said. Qing-jun said, you're a broken record. Don't keep me going in circles on this. Again, can you remove the vines by yourself? Can you leave the bottle by yourself? I wouldn't be here if I could, Ghost Eye admitted. A little girl accompanies Han Sen, and she can remove them, Qing-jun said. All the super creatures hearing this were shocked. I will sign a contract with Han Sen. Me first. Tell him. Water Fairy pleaded. Okay. Qing-jun nodded. Han Sen was watching the bottle the entire time. Dry Bone King, Water Fairy, and Ghost Eye were willing to join up with Han Sen. Only Rock Giant refused. Dry Bone King provided Han Sen with his spirit stone, while Water Fairy and Ghost Eye signed the blood contract. King Spirits, Moment Queen, Thorn Queen, Dry Bone King, Qing-jun King, Purple Emperor, Super Creatures, Blue Dinosaur, Metal Eater, Water Fairy, Ghost Eye Snowball. Han Sen had more power in his back pocket than the average King Spirit Shelter, not to mention his other companions. He still had Xie King, Bower Zero, Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and even Ghost Baby and Golden Growler if push came to shove. Han Sen wished he had more knowledge of his opponent, and he wished he could view the troops they'd be sending though. If it was a King Spirit coming for them, with a few super creatures in tow, Han Sen would laugh in the face of that adversity. He wouldn't be afraid. But if Thunderhell Emperor himself was going to show, he would rather lose the shelter and not risk the battle. Han Sen suddenly felt something move inside his sea of soul. The sound of a raven cawing was heard. The Gold Raven had finished evolving. Gold Raven. Berserk Super Beast Soul Shapeshifting type. Han Sen was delighted. He hadn't expected it to finish evolving in time for the fight, and having this meant he didn't have to risk using Super King Spirit mode. I will come with you, Xie King said, as Han Sen was about to leave. I'm only performing some light reconnaissance to get a sneak peek at the guest list, Han Sen said. Why don't we move to meet with them, dude? Why not battle them out on the plains instead of risking the ruin of the shelter? This crib has already suffered enough, Xie King suggested. That's good thinking, actually. You may be right, Han Sen agreed. And so he led his host of minions to where Thunderhell Emperor's forces were said to be. Chapter 1225 Old Huang. Why is the Emperor bringing so many king spirits and super creatures with him? In a forest, two humans spoke with each other in a hushed volume. The Emperor's son, Thunder Devil King, was bullied. The Emperor sought retribution, so he sent a small host of king spirits and super creatures to where the enemy was said to reside. They were all killed, the elderly man said. Who is strong enough to defeat, let alone bully, his son? The young man said. I think it must be another king spirit, Old Huang said. It is a shame humans don't have someone that strong, the young man said dismally. As they walked below the boughs, Old Huang said, why is there a clearing here? This was not here before. The young man responded by saying, yeah, and look at this swollen tree. Should we check it out? We're out here to work. We shouldn't be so nosy, old Huang said. Then the two walked away. But as they walked away, they suddenly screamed in fear. They saw a young man standing ahead of them. What's wrong with you? Scaring us like that. Wait a minute, I haven't seen you before. When did you come here and where did you come from? Old Huang asked. The young man screamed again, but this time it was a scream born of glee. He shouted, Han Sun. It's Han Sun. Little Zhao, do you know this person? Old Huang asked. Are you telling me you don't know who President Ji's son-in-law is? Little Zhao replied. I have been stuck in here for decades. Last I recall, the president was called Wang. I don't care who this young man is, not after that scare, Old Huang said. Little Zhao approached Han Sen and asked, why are you here? I didn't know you became a part of Thunder Hell Shelter. Han Sen smiled and said, oh, don't mind me. I'm just checking the real estate value of this place. But tell me, how large is the attacking host? Old Huang said, I'm not sure. There's at least 6. Do you know where the king spirits and super creatures are? Han Sen asked. They are currently in the Thunder Garden. We can't go there though, Old Huang said. Thanks, I appreciate it. In the meantime, I suggest you two steer clear of the shelter. Han Sen knew the place they were talking about, so he left the two be. Old Huang wished to say something more, but Han Sen was already gone. Stay away from the shelter? What did he mean by that? Old Huang did not understand. Little Zhao was excited, as he knew more about Han San and his unbelievable feats. He said, something big is going to happen, old man. Just you watch. You mean he's going to start something in the shelter? Pa, have you gotten a fever, boy? Old Huang touched his forehead and went on to say, even people who have lived here for a century would not dare to rebel against a spirit. If you're suggesting this Han Sen would actually try to attack the shelter, you're being ridiculous. No, I'm not. This Han Sen, he's different. Little Zhao's excitement was difficult to contain. Han Sen traveled past the forest and equipped a black cloak. He was sneaking into Thunder Hell Shelter. The night cloak truly was a treasure belonging to Night Empress. With it, Han Sen was able to sneak in without being noticed. Han Sen went towards the Thunder Garden he had been told about, completely invisible under the eye of the moon. That place was where the king spirits and super creatures lived. There was an abundance of healthy vegetation there. Before he entered, Han Sen saw a giant beast atop the gate. It was fast asleep. Han Sen could immediately tell it was a super creature. Han Sen snuck inside without trouble, due to it not being able to notice him. After entering the garden, he saw another 2 super creatures. Again, without hassle, he was able to avoid them noticing his presence. The night cloak was amazing, and Han Sen was able to avoid the detection of at least 10 king spirits and 10 super creatures. He really is an emperor. There are so many super creatures and king-class spirits here. If the emperor himself is going, there is no way I can repel the force he'll bring with him, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen suddenly heard 2 king spirits engage in conversation. Is Mr. Thunderhell going? A king spirit asked. Yes. Mr. Thunderhell said that the king spirit there used to be incredibly powerful, and he wishes to claim him, the other king spirit answered. Han Sen was very happy to hear this. If Thunderhell was confirmed to be going, an opportunity might arise. Han Sen could use the night cloak to sneak into the spirit hall. While the emperor was gone, he could nab the spirit stone and ruin everything the emperor sought to accomplish. Han Sen stayed there for a while longer, but he didn't hear anything else useful. It was going to be dawn soon, so he decided to leave before he risked being spotted. The night cloak was supremely effective at night, but it was useless during the daytime. Han Sen returned to the underground shelter, and combined a sacred blood thorn scorpion beast soul with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Han Sen was going to use everything he could to bring down Thunder Hell Emperor, and he was going to do all he could to grab his spirit stone. He had no time to find another scorpion beast soul for the gem, so that would have to do. Although Thunder Hell Emperor was leaving his shelter, he was sure to leave some guards behind to protect the spirit hall. And with the spirit halls always being bright, Han Sen knew he'd have to fight his way in once he reached it. Chapter 1226. Han Sen used the night cloak every night to sneak into Thunder Hell's shelter. On the 6th night of doing this, he found a reduced number of super creatures and king spirits in the Thunder Garden. Understanding this, he knew the time to strike was now. He swiftly returned to the underground shelter, and with everyone gathered around, he formulated a plan that would enable him to retrieve the Spirit Stone. Han Sen had been watching the proceedings of the garden for 2 nights. He wanted to ensure Thunder Hell Emperor had indeed gone and taken a hearty-sized posse of his best with him. If the spirit was gone, Han Sen would wait until the Emperor had crossed a great distance and a quick return would be impossible. After Han Sen was able to confirm he was gone, things were looking up. Still, he couldn't yet determine what would await him in the Spirit Hall. If he went inside, the night cloak wouldn't work. It was a one-way ticket. On the night of the 3rd day, Han Sen hid everyone in his Sea of Soul, and if they couldn't go in there, they were instead placed inside the cruel bottle. With the night cloak on, he snuck back inside. The Spirit Hall was situated behind the garden. The super creatures and king spirits were again unaware of Han Sen's infiltration. If they noticed, by the time they did so, Han Sen would be crossing the Spirit Hall. Han Sen worried how many super creatures were acting as sentinels inside the hall, but there was no way of telling without exposing himself after stepping in. Whatever the case would be, he had to grab the stone and grab it fast. Han Sen could not return to Holy Sword Shelter now. It was too late, and even if he beat the hostile forces there, taking on an emperor and his army would be incredibly difficult. Purple Emperor was not a complete emperor, so there was no chance of him being able to match Thunder Hell Emperor in combat. The only way Han Sen could beat him, he figured, was by taking his Spirit Stone. Thus far, Han Sen's infiltration of the garden had been easy. He observed the genoplants all around and thought to himself, when I've got the Spirit Stone, I need to get sucking. Han Sen looked over at the hall, which was not too far from him now, and inched his way over to it. He noted how it had the soft, mystic grandeur of some ancient temple. Getting into position a small ways from the entrance, Han Sen summoned Little Angel, Disloyal Knight, and the rest of his compatriots. Everyone readied themselves for a battle and started running towards the gate. The run-up to the Spirit Hall had environmental traps that frequently blasted black lightning all about. It tried to fry unauthorized intruders who sought to reach the hall. The black lightning flickered out like craggy rocks, and sometimes like webs of electrocution. Fortunately, none came to harm, as all of Han Sen's forces were able to avoid the lightning. With a hefty strike, they all reached the gate and pummeled it down. Boom! The entire structure vibrated as the gate collapsed under the obliterating force. The noise was loud though, and it might as well have been the sounding of an alarm. Old Huang and Little Zhao were talking to each other over the warming glow of a campfire as this transpired. Old Huang said, "Do you honestly believe that Han Sen can achieve something? I'm telling you he cannot. Kids and their role models these days." Before he could finish berating his camp partner, the ground vibrated all of a sudden. It shocked him dearly. "What happened?" Old Huang exclaimed and stood up. Little Zhao looked over to the garden and said, "Look, something is happening over in the garden. Han Sen is striking." "How?" Old Huang saw lightning and vines erupt over the garden walls he could only peer at. "Quick! Tell everyone to leave. We can't risk killing each other," Little Zhao said as he took off running to warn the others. That could not have been him. "You must be joking, surely." Old Huang was quite the doubter. Inside the Spirit Hall, 4 super creatures and 4 king spirits stood as guards. The ones in the garden were quick to react too, chasing the intruding crowd like wolves trailing blood. Han Sen told Thorn Queen to do her best to prohibit their passage and block them with her command of thorns and vines. Then he, Xiaqing King, Purple Emperor, and Little Angel raced into the hall to engage the enemies before them. Super creatures and king spirits ahead of them were snared into battle with Han Sen's fighters, while he transformed into a gold raven and swiftly flew over to the statue's forehead. Han Sen wanted to grab the Spirit Stone as fast as he could and not suffer any delays. The creatures and king spirits were enraged as he soared above them all. They sought to react, but Little Angel and Xiaqing King were able to re-engage the attention of those that sought to break away and chase after Han Sen. Han Sen's talons almost came into contact with the Spirit Stone, but just before he could touch it, A monster leaped out of the spirit stone. It was Thunder Hell Emperor himself. He was furious. He had been in the third god's sanctuary for the longest time, and this was the first time he had ever committed suicide to respawn back at his spirit hall. Seeing the raven trying to snatch the stone, he threw a slap in its direction. His palm quivered with the shimmering creation of a black hole. It was a terrifying move that warped the dimensions it traveled along. It looked like a black, hungry maw that wished to chew up and consume all in its path. Han Sen immediately felt the power head his way, so he reacted by throwing Snowball towards it. Snowball turned into a white ball and fell inside the black hole. Lightning exploded inside that black hole, striking the white orb with frightening ferocity. The white sphere was getting pulled and twisted like dough, but it remained strong and didn't break. Han Sen did not expect Thunder Hell Emperor to return so quickly, but he was past the point of no return. He had to take the stone now. It was now or never. Like a glorious phoenix that could transcend space, Han Sen soared with a blazing trail of fire in his wake and tried to grab the stone. The super creatures that had followed Thunder Hell Emperor out were on their way back. But all the king spirits that had left had also committed suicide to return too. The entire shelter brimmed with a hostile aura of terrible power. Chapter 1227 Boom. Thunder Hell Emperor's lightning lashed towards Han Sen, who was in the shape of a raven. He wanted to incinerate Han Sen with his electricity and burn him to ash. Han Sen knew there was no going back after coming so far. He ignored the bloodthirsty Thunder Hell Emperor and focused on grabbing his spirit stone. The capabilities of his Phoenix techniques were being pushed to the max as Han Sen fired on all cylinders. He sped up time and teleported, wanting to close the gap and obtain the stone. The fires of the raven's wake and the lightning that webbed and weaved a trail behind Han Sen illuminated the sky in a dazzling display. The lightning was gaining on him, despite the blistering speed he traveled at, and it was about to come into contact with him. They both reached the speed of light, and not even a machine could tell which of the two were faster. Thunder Hell Emperor's face changed though. The consequence of his decision to commit suicide had now become clear to him, as he noticed he was still in recovery. He needed to be strong, but he couldn't summon the full extent of his power, and it made him falter. Pang! The black lightning hit Han Sen's back, incinerating the wings that carried him and searing the skin of his back. But at the same time, his talons pierced through the spirit stone that was lodged inside the forehead of the statue. If he slowed down the slightest amount, the lightning that was about to devour him would ravage his entire body and turn him into charcoal. When the talons struck the spirit stone, it shattered. And as this occurred, Thunder Hell Emperor and the lightning vanished. Pang! Han Sen fell down to the ground like a fallen bird, hitting the tiles of the hall as a human with a smoldering, smoky back. The king spirits and super creatures looked at him, frozen in shock. Then they all abandoned their combat and scrambled, running away in fear. Don't let them escape. Han Sen commanded his companions to chase after them and capture or kill them. Han Sen did not expect the emperor to commit suicide and return so quickly, but with the situation being thrown on its head like that, he had no choice but to gun it and destroy the stone as soon as he could. And as for the super creatures that had been in the emperor's employ, he wasn't going to let them escape. Purple Emperor managed to kill an airborne super creature with a clean swipe that beheaded it. Little Angel soared over and killed another. Thorn Queen was able to ensnare 2 more airborne super creatures. Snowball, who now rode upon the blue dinosaur, hunted down a king spirit. Old Huang, Little Zhao, and the other humans meanwhile had left the shelter. They did not know what to expect, but all of a sudden, they felt their contracts break. Old Huang was shocked after this happened and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? The contract is gone." "Mine as well." They all noticed the same thing, and everyone began to shout and chant in glee. Han Sen attacked the shelter and slew Thunder Hell Emperor. Little Zhao called out, "But it was an emperor. That is impossible." Old Huang still could not believe it to be true. Little Zhao found his disbelief annoying at this point, so he pointed at the shelter and said, "Look, the creatures and spirits are escaping. Who else but Han Sen could have done it?" Everyone looked at the shelter in shock. Those that fled were racing out as fast as they could, each one clearly in a panic. They most likely wished they had more legs. The higher-tier creatures only cared for themselves, and they simply stepped on the lower-tier beings if they happened to be in their way. They looked so powerful, and yet there they were running for their lives. A dragon soared through the skies above them, but a purple light chased after it, severing the head from its scaled neck. The body fell atop a building, which buckled and collapsed under the sudden weight. The vines had taken hold of two flying birds, and try as they might, they could not escape the snare. An angel flew towards them swiftly after, beheading the two creatures and causing blood to flow and rain over the area below. That's right, peel their lids. Before me and this posse, you ain't nothin'. Go to hell, you snakes. A man wearing sunglasses and shorts chased after a bunch of spirits with fists that gleamed like silver suns. He grabbed a hold of one king spirit and punched it to death with surprising brutality. The humans who watched this were shocked. The creatures and spirits that had made them miserable and bullied them for years were now being pummeled to death, slaughtered as if they were little more than livestock. I don't think they are human, Old Huang said. Little Zhao was shocked too. The gang that had seemingly attacked the shelter really didn't look human at all. The entire shelter had been emptied of hostile creatures and spirits. The shelter had been rendered a city of the dead. They saw a skeleton monster approach them, and fear took hold of them. They had previously seen it approach a group of creatures, and it had knocked a bone heart and watched them all writhe on the ground and submit to the cold grasp of death. The skeleton looked as if it was going to strike the bone again, but before it could, another voice sounded. A person spoke, and the voice carried with a calm and clear tone. Dry bone, they are with us. Old Huang heard these words, and then watched as the skeleton immediately turned back and followed the command. A gold beast rode out of the shelter and approached the group of humans, and atop it stood Han San. The forces they had watched conquer the shelter now rallied around Han San, falling behind him as if they were royal soldiers. The people were all in shock and disbelief, almost unable to believe what they were seeing. They thought it had to be a dream. Chapter 1228. After learning Han San had recovered, people knew it was only a matter of time before he got to doing something big. This was beyond their wildest dreams though, and no expected Han San to be capable of achieving such a feat. He had brought down an emperor-class shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Even in the Super Gene era, no one had believed it to be a remotely possible endeavor. It was an emperor's shelter, and each and every person knew how difficult conquering one could be. News spread fast, and even those who were previously unlearned about the third god's sanctuary were informed of how powerful they were. Many people thought the tales were preposterous at first, but Thunderhell Emperor was infamous and widely renowned, so the news of his vanquishing was not something that could have been faked. There were 30 people who had been rescued by Han Sen's heroic deed. The oldest of them was a fellow who was 200 years old. The youngest had only been at the shelter for a year. They were each able to prove that Han Sen had done what was being told, and they each spoke in great admiration as they retold what they had witnessed. Han Sen had indeed taken down Thunder Hell Shelter, and he had killed all the super creatures and king spirits that previously existed there with his posse. Huang Tianzi used to hold a title, and he was oft referred to as the father of Warframes. He had been missing for 60 years. Han Sen had rescued him. The alliance went crazy as the stories of Han Sen's effortless victory over an emperor shelter began to circulate. The alliance usually forbade the spreading of news regarding the third god's sanctuary due to how horrible the place was. Most humans had to endure great suffering when they entered the third god's sanctuary, and if this became widely known, many humans would be afraid of going. No progress would ever be made. If that happened, humanity's hopes and dreams of eventually conquering the third god's sanctuary would be lost. It might have been cruel to mislead people about the dire situation in the third god's sanctuary, but it was a necessary evil. If humanity wanted to become greater, they had no choice but to go and brave the howling dark, even if that meant they would not return. If humanity became too afraid of the cost of becoming greater, it would only be a matter of time before they were beaten and one day eliminated. When the news was heard, the alliance was taken by a Han Sen fever. Propaganda spreading word of Han Sen's deeds was everywhere. An emperor shelter? How did he do such a thing? Old Qin was shocked, hearing the news for the first time. Zhao 7 was sad on the other hand. They had Angel Jean, but they had yet to take even a single king-class shelter. I'd like to be an adventuring partner of Han San, that is for sure. Son of God Lu Meng heard the news and wanted nothing more than to group up with him, but thinking of his old man he knew he couldn't. Tang Junliu said, "It has been quiet for so many years, hasn't it? And now the mad lad has gone and conquered an emperor shelter." "I am going to the third god's sanctuary," Yi Dongmu said, hearing the news. Then he left. Lin Feng, reading the news, immediately went back to practicing. The whole alliance was in fervent discussion about Han San and what he had accomplished for humankind, and news about the third god's sanctuary was released to the masses. Han San had become a hero, but he didn't revel in the fanfare he was receiving. Currently, he was holding something far dearer to him, and his mouth drooled all the while. "They are all mine." Han San was holding a number of life Geno essences in his hand. Bauer looked at him in disdain and she ran out, looking for Zero. Han San was holding them all, kissing each of them in rapid succession. Han San had killed 6 super creatures, yielding 6 life Geno essences. 2 of them had left flesh behind, and another had provided him a super beast soul. Still, none of the king spirits were willing to obey a new master. 3 had been killed. He was more than satisfied with what he had obtained from that daring conquest, though, and he was particularly happy with the beast soul he had managed to get. It was a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul called Ancient Devil Soldier. It had armor and demon wings, which increased his power and speed. He could even fly with it. Furthermore, because it was humanoid, Han Sen was able to use the skills and hyper-Geno arts he had learned. Han Sen did not absorb the life Geno essences yet, and he shared the merry time with Ji Yanran. When Han Sen first went to the sanctuary, he wanted his family to improve and live a better life. Now, his goal was to simply become stronger. To learn the truths he also sought, Han Sen knew there were many areas he had to become even stronger in. Ji Yanran told him, "Now I really want to go to the sanctuaries. I want to be there with you. It's too dangerous. And what's more, I have no idea where you'd spawn. But don't you worry, I will take down the whole of the third god's sanctuary for you. Mom and little Yen will also be able to go there without fear of unfair death and danger," Han Sen said. Han Sen knew full well how dangerous the sanctuary was. Merely going to the third god's sanctuary was a risk, as spawning in the wrong shelter could leave you at the mercy of a spirit that didn't even want you. "Can you really take down the whole sanctuary?" Ji Yanran asked. Han Sen placed her on his lap and slapped her bum. "Why are you hitting me?" Ji Yanran blushed. "You doubted my words, didn't you?" Han Sen said, spanking her once more. Suddenly, the slaps became soft. Han Sen's hands turned to a gentle caress, like velvet. Then they rode the heat of passion like a comet burning bright. "I'll take the third god's sanctuary as a gift for you," Han Sen said at last. Han Sen was resting at home after that. When Ji Yanran came back, she dropped many cards in front of him. "What are these?" Han Sen asked. "Receipts. Many people from different planets came to our shop to buy aircraft. All because they desire your signature," Ji Yanran said. "That many? How many aircraft did you sell?" Han Sen was flabbergasted. "Let's just say we can live the rest of our lives merrily, all with the money I made today." Ji Yanran paused to give a warm smile, then she said, "My dad did tell you to prepare though. The Alliance has created a new title called Super Aristocrat. You will be the first to receive it. And what's more, my father will present you with medals in Levo Plaza." Chapter 1229. Dear friends, I am Feng Mingquan. I am standing here at the heart of Levo Planet, in the renowned Levo Plaza. Less than 500 meters away from me sits the sacred Holy War platform. As is the custom, all of humanity's great heroes, like the Alliance General Peng Hongming, receive their awards there. But today we have someone else of similar prestige being honored. In honor and gratitude of his deeds, he will be bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. In the council's voting chamber, most were in agreement that Han Sen should be the first to be given this title. Feng Mingquan looked at the clock and then went on to say, "In 15 minutes and 30 seconds, President Ji Ruozhen will issue and bestow the aforementioned title and a medal in honor of it. It must be a proud day for the president, given that he will be bestowing these gifts upon his son-in-law. Countless people were watching the stream live, fascinated by the ceremony of someone being bestowed the new title Super Aristocrat. The glory of conquering an emperor shelter in the third god's sanctuary had not been seen before. It was something new for humanity, and it painted Han Sen as a hero to the masses. This was a feat that went above and beyond what they thought he could achieve. It had a great influence on the drive of humankind in the alliance. It meant people could become better than a sacred blood aristocrat. The greatness a person could achieve did not stop there, and everyone was capable of more. In the resting room, Han Sen was kitted out in his neatly prepared uniform. He was still in the special squad, so he still counted as a soldier. Han Sen was going to represent the army that day. "Do I look okay?" Han Sen smiled at Ji Yanran. Ji Yanran patted him down and said, "Today, you are the most handsome man in the universe. Every other man will look upon you and feel nothing but jealousy." "Only for today though, huh?" Han Sen said, feigning disappointment in jest. "Well, we can't have you in the public eye all the time. It's not fair on the others, you know?" Ji Yanran laughed. Han Sen still wished to say something, but another soldier appeared, indicating it was time for him to go. On the Holy War platform, Ji Ruozhen was beginning his speech. The people who were there were fine, but those who watched it live on a stream were impatient. They wanted to get straight to the heart of the event. The president always had speeches prepared, and more often than not, they ended up long-winded. People were bored in the opening minutes, desperate to see Han Sen. "A lot of people know I have a daughter. Like any father of a daughter would know, she is your princess. Her importance is equal to that of her mother, who you take to be your queen." When Ji Ruozhen said that, everyone looked at him with shock. He sounded different on this day. Ji Ruozhen smiled and said, "When she was small, I thought no one would ever be good enough for her. The man who took her hand in marriage would have to be the best of the best, but rarely can fathers be 100% happy in the person their daughter loves. Their betrothed is always assumed to be a thief, who steals their most precious diamond." Everyone smiled hearing these words. Honestly, when my daughter first told me she wanted to marry Han Sen, I shuddered at the mere thought. He was just a young lad from an ordinary family. He wasn't high class, he didn't have money, he didn't have much of an education. I didn't think he was good enough for my daughter, and again I believed him to be a thief. He stole my daughter's heart, and my diamond in the process. But today I realize I could not have been more wrong. I looked for value in all the wrong places. He is a soldier that represents the best in humanity. Not once has he disappointed me, and most importantly, not once has he disappointed my daughter. In the 200 years of our era, in which we have dealt with the sanctuaries, a huge price has been paid to get to where we are. And each and every day transactions in lives are made. Without the sacrifices of those who go before us, our survival in the third god's sanctuary would not be possible. Those who go there are trailblazers, building the foundation of a road we can all travel and build upon, in asserting our progression and ascension as a species. Today, I will be bestowing the title of Super Aristocrat to an important person who has gone above and beyond for us all. He is an individual who currently roams the third god's sanctuary in defiance of what we thought to be impossible. He is a person we can all look upon in pride because again, he represents the best of what we humans are capable of. Today the Alliance will enter the super era. The importance of each individual will be measured and valued by their deeds in the third god's sanctuary. The young people who bravely go are pious and fearless, unafraid of death when they march into the dark valleys of that sanctuary. Lives can be lost, yes, but each and every one is held dear, and no one is ever forgotten. Every contribution made, no matter the size, is valued. Please, to the people that dare the third god's sanctuary, continue as you have done. It is my hope that one day, you will all reach the heights of Han Sen. You will each become a super aristocrat. Today he brought down an emperor shelter. Perhaps in the near future, we will see every shelter of that sanctuary hold proud the Levo flag. Han Sen approached the stage and accepted the medal and title of super aristocrat. Then he and Ji Ruozhen hugged. Every media publication wrote an article about the events of that day, and many young people became inspired. The desire to join Han Sen as a super aristocrat was a compelling one. And indeed Han San became an idol to all. Despite being the first super aristocrat of the alliance, though, Han San did not spend much time reveling in the celebrations. He was eager to return to the sanctuary, and so he did. There in silence he absorbed his cherished life Geno essences. Han Sen appreciated the glory he was given, but he knew that he himself was not powerful enough to go against an emperor in proper combat. Taking down Thunder Hell Shelter was a group effort, and it was luck and sneakiness that made it possible. Holding it now and in the future was another question entirely. Chapter 1230. 1230. After Han Sen absorbed the 6th life Geno essence, he was left standing at a super Geno point total of 69. There was still the Ice Wolf King's body and 2 others to eat, so Han Sen provided the super flesh to Golden Growler, Snowball and Metal Eater. The king spirits were similar to humans in that they did not eat super flesh. Han Sen went to the Geno garden at the shelter, as he greatly desired the Geno plants that resided there. He had been busy for quite some time, so his pining for them had only gotten worse. Now he had the opportunity. The plants that occupied an emperor's garden would surely be nothing but the best, and just a few emperor-class plants would be enough to satiate Han Sen's desire. But when Han Sen finally walked into the garden, ready to drain it, he was dealt quite the disheartening surprise. The garden was dead. Moment Queen was standing conspicuously at its center, with a life force beaming with energy. It was much stronger than it used to be. Moment, what have you done? Han Sen was ready to kill her, once and for all, if she didn't provide him an explanation for what she had done. I just want to live, was Moment Queen's answer. You have 1 minute to explain. Otherwise, your want is not going to happen, Han Sen said. Moment Queen looked surprised, and she stammered, You think you'll be safe, now that you've taken over Thunder Hell Shelter? You have 45 seconds, Han Sen said. Moment Queen said. Thunder Hell Emperor was a good friend of Saint Fan Emperor. Saint Fan Emperor won't look kindly upon the one who killed his friend and took all his things. I absorbed the plant so I can help you in the future. I have only opened 5 gene locks, so I cannot help you very much under my current circumstances. Han Sen frowned, thinking he might have heard about Saint Fan Emperor before. In the second god's sanctuary, it was Saint Fan who branded a mark on his forehead when he came to take the Holy Rhino. And later, when Han Sen encountered the Lotus Empress, she name-dropped Saint Fan when she noticed Han Sen and the mark. Now that I have opened 9 gene locks, I can help you out a lot, Moment Queen said. Han Sen brought out the cruel bottle and sucked her in. Moment Queen was shocked, wishing to plead more in her defense. But before she could, the bottle was corked. Existing inside the cruel bottle was different to existing in the Sea of Soul. You could evolve in the Sea of Soul and slumber, but the cruel bottle was more like a prison. If she had just asked, Han Sen would have been willing to part with some of the plants. But for her to take them all without permission was the sort of behavior he was not willing to tolerate. I can help you against Saint Fan Emperor. You cannot do it without me. Moment Queen screamed, hoping Han Sen would hear her. She did not want to be trapped inside those glass walls forever. Even if I was to lose Thunder Hell Shelter, and you were my last hope of survival, I wouldn't let you out. Han Sen put away the bottle and didn't say another word to her. Han Sen asked his other companions if they knew who Saint Fan was. Qing Jun and Thorn had only heard his name, but didn't know much else. Xie Qing King and Baby Ghost had never even heard the name. Dry Bone King was the only one who was able to provide information. Dry Bone King said, I thought about that asshole, as he's not too far from this shelter. And last I heard, he and Thunderfart were friends. He might attack us, you know. How much do you know about him, exactly? Han Sen asked. Dry Bone King looked excited to provide information, and he said, well, back then my father, Skeleton King, had his spirit stone destroyed by Saint Fan Emperor. Xie Qing King was shocked when he overheard this, and he exclaimed, hold the phone. Are you the son of Skeleton King? Was he famous? Han Sen asked. Xie Qing King had been trapped for 100,000 years. If even Xie Qing King had heard about him, Skeleton King had to be some sort of legend. Xie Qing King explained, oh boy. I sure did. Back then he was the bee's knees. He could have been an emperor, you know. I didn't expect him to have been killed by Saint Fan Emperor though. That sucks to hear. Dry Bone King looked angry, and he said, Saint Fan's power exploited a weakness of my father. He took over Skeleton Shelter, and that is how he became an emperor so quickly. What power did he have? Han Sen asked. People always assumed it was light, but that would be incorrect. His power can heal everything and anything. It has long been a dream of mine to slay him, even if revenge is a luxury I cannot afford. But I fear that even with all our might combined, there is nothing we can do to defeat him, Dry Bone King said. Heal everything? Did you say that right? To heal is not to attack. If he can't attack, what is there to be afraid of? Ghost Eye chimed in. Dry Bone King looked over to Ghost Eye and said, The powers of healing are strong, and that is especially true of Saint Fan. Could you elaborate? Han Sen did not know how or why the powers of healing would inflict damage. Dry Bone King's voice sank to a strange tone, and he said, His powers are so strong. He can seal all of your orifices. He can warp the shape of your body and turn you into little more than a meatball. Dry Bone King looked at both Ghost Eye and Xiaqing King, and said, He could even combine the both of you. He could merge you together by your flesh. Xiaqing King and Ghost Eye looked at each other, having both been given goosebumps. The bottom line is, Saint Fan's powers cannot be any less than Thunder Hell's. And that aside, he has an abundance of super creatures and king spirits in his employ. If Thunder Hell was the mini-boss, Saint Fan is the big cheese of this region, Dry Bone King said. Chapter 1231. 1231. Everyone was talking about the subject, but no real results were coming of the discussions. Assaulting Saint Fan Shelter preemptively would have to be done differently than their attack on Thunder Hell Shelter. Saint Fan Shelter was a mysterious construct, and it was encircled by a moat. The night cloak could not be used to breach the place without being seen. No one knew where the spirit hall was either, so it'd probably be quite difficult to locate in the midst of an attack. After fighting Thunder Hell Emperor, Han Sen had learned a thing or two about proper emperor behavior though. For one, he now knew they were willing to kill themselves quickly, and they'd respawn at an alarmingly fast rate. Whatever Han Sen and his companions chose to do, trying to conquer a shelter such as that was going to prove tough. But the talks were interrupted by the sudden sound of an explosion that rattled the entire shelter, causing the ground to cough up plumes of dust. Han Sen's face changed immediately, and so he ran to the source of the sound with the others in tow. Han Sen came before a well in the garden, which was cascading water. It had flooded the ground of the garden, and it was 1 foot deep already. Bauer was near the well, with Snowball quivering behind her. Are you okay? Han Sen asked the baby, but she seemed to be totally fine. I'm good, Bauer said. What happened here? Han Sen asked, indicating to the water that was flooding the place. Bauer pointed at Snowball and said, I threw him in the well. Big boom. He flies out. Is that true? Han Sen asked Snowball. Snowball nodded gently. Han Sen tried peering into the well, but he could see nothing in its depths. All that seemed to be there was water. Han Sen picked up Snowball and dropped him in the well again. Snowball summoned the white ball to protect himself and fell inside. Pang! While Snowball was sinking down into the dark depths of the well, there was another sudden explosion. In response, Snowball was fired back out of the well like a cannonball. The garden was flooded even more. Following this, Snowball quickly ran back over to Bauer and hid behind her. It looked to be absolutely terrified. Well, this sure is one peculiar well. Han Sen tried looking down into the well again, and he did not see any clues that might explain what had occurred. The well had seemingly spat out Snowball by its own volition. Let me take a look, Water Fairy said as she hovered near the well. Okay, but be careful. Han Sen nodded. She was a water super creature, so if anything else was going to plunge into the aquatic mystery, there was none more suited to do so than her. Oh, you care for my well-being? Thank you. Water Fairy smiled at Han Sen and then dove into the well. The Water Fairy did not create another explosion, and she was able to blend in with the rest of the water that filled the well. Han Sen watched her go, relieved that what happened to Snowball did not happen to her. Han Sen stood on the well looking down, but eventually, he lost sight of her and could not see what was going on at the bottom. All of a sudden, the sound of thunder boomed. Han Sen quickly fell back, but he was surprised to see nothing actually happen this time. Han Sen inched his way back to the well and saw the water begin to bubble, as if it were coming to a boil. Where did that thunder noise come from? Ghost Eye asked as he too approached the well. The thunder sounded again, but this time continuously and slowly. The volume grew and grew. Inside the well there was no lightning or anything. The water was only moving a little, so where it might have come from was difficult to discern. Is there a place below the well, perhaps? Han Sen frowned as he mulled the curiosity. Xie King now came near in his flip-flops. He prepared to dive in after Water Fairy, saying, "Let this seaworthy hombre take a look." "No, you don't have to. Let's wait and see if Water Fairy returns." Han Sen wasn't sure what was down there, and if there was a trap, it'd be silly to send his troops in one after one. Nothing in the third god's sanctuary can stop a dude like me. Come on, son. You know I'm unstoppable. You're saying a well can get the better of me? Xie King scoffed at the desire for safety, and he looked ready to jump in. Splash! The sudden sound shocked them all, and it was Water Fairy who had come back out. "Are you okay?" Han Sen swiftly asked her. Water Fairy, after regaining her balance, said, "I'm fine, but I did stumble across something interesting down there." "Well, you had my curiosity. Now you have my attention," Xie King said. As if speaking to the actual stone of the well, Water Fairy directed her gaze to Han Sen, saying, "It would be better if you followed me." "'Kay then. Let's go take a look," Han Sen said, leaning over the side of the well. Before going in, Water Fairy said, "This water is sky-pure water. If anything dirty or pure goes inside, it'll be rejected like filth. Like that mangy mutt you've adopted. But for yourself, don't worry. I can protect you and let you in." Water Fairy then turned her attention to the rest of the crowd and said, "Don't come in after us, okay? If you do, you will hurt Master and I." After that, Water Fairy became a floating spring of water. It circled around Han Sen and grabbed him tight. Then it picked him up and brought him into the well. Han Sen began to descend through the water of the well, and the further he went down, the wider the structure of the well became. Before long, Han Sen noticed he was at a depth of 1,000 meters. And then suddenly Han Sen saw something bright in front of him. Chapter 1232. 1232. In the well, there was a flickering bolt of lightning. It was different from normal lightning, and the end of the bolt seemed to be stemming from something solid. It was a blue stone. The blue stone was like crystal, and he could see lightning inside and out of it. The lightning was strange, though. Each flash only illuminated a small portion of the area around the stone. Outside of its immediate proximity was darkness and nothing more. If Han Sen had not been led as close as he was now, he wouldn't have been able to make it out in that stifling darkness. Water Fairy had generated a bubble for Han Sen to sit within, so he could breathe and talk underwater. "What is this thing?" Han Sen asked as he pointed towards the lightning stone. The lightning stone was very large, around the size of a house. Curiously, there were many holes in its exterior that could provide Han Sen access. Water Fairy entered the bubble and took Han Sen's arm, saying, "I'm not sure what it is, but it sure seems to be brimming with power, don't you think? Be careful going close, though, as the holes occasionally beam with the lightning. It won't leave the confines of the crystal as long as it's undisturbed. Thankfully. You most probably heard the sound of thunder outside, did you not? It was that. Like an explosive exhaust of lightning and thunder." "Show me how to trigger the light show," Han Sen said. Water Fairy nodded and waved her hand. Then a wave of water went towards the stone. When her water touched the stone, blue lightning spat out from its holes. The lightning lashed out like hungry vines, which then wrapped around the exterior of the stone and produced a thunderous roar. When the water came into contact with the lightning, the wave was broken. When the water was gone, the lightning began to calm and go back to its simmering status as if nothing had transpired. Han Sen looked at the stone with a hearty mixture of surprise and fervent inquisitiveness. It was strong, but it did not show signs of possessing a life force. The lightning seemed to be genuine. If it was just lightning, though, why would it have the awareness to prevent something from approaching? "You said the water wouldn't allow the presence of dirt, So how is this stone here in the water? Han Sen asked. Water Fairy frowned and said, normally, sky pure water cannot contain dirt. And if an item that is unclean is present, the sky pure water displaces both the unclean item and the water surrounding the item. It really is strange, even to me, that this lightning stone is here in the midst of the water. Han Sen observed the stone a bit more and then told her, take me closer. Water Fairy responded to this with shock, and she quickly exclaimed, but that lightning is so strong, I don't think we can withstand it. I only want to get a closer peek, that's it. Take me there, and if I can't withstand it, then you can pull me back. Han Sen smiled. I won't disappoint you, Water Fairy said with renewed confidence. She looked happy, and then she took the bubble closer to the danger zone. Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to simulate Thunder Hell Emperor's black lightning, wanting to see if he could get right into the stone. There could be a treasure inside, one that belonged to Thunder Hell. If that was the case, Han Sen thought the lightning would only acknowledge the presence of the now-deceased spirit, and a simulation of his power would be the next best thing. When the bubble got closer though, the stone began to spew blue lightning to seal off each point of entry possible. The bubble connected with one whip of lightning and immediately broke. In response, Han Sen turned and struck the blue lightning with the black lightning he now commanded. Pang! The reaction was not what Han Sen expected, and he was literally shocked. The electricity that coursed through him was excruciatingly painful, and it sent him flying backward. Fortunately, Water Fairy managed to catch him with another bubble. If she hadn't, he'd have been blasted back out of the well. Han Sen looked at his hand, noticing the presence of blue lightning flickering across it. The black lightning was no match, it seemed. Strange. There doesn't seem to be any association between the blue and black lightning. Was it just my simulation that failed? Did the stone fail to recognize me as Thunder Hell? Han Sen thought to himself. His hand still jolted with the presence of lightning that was still there, and every time it sparked, a new mark was left. It started to make Han Sen feel numb. Opting to try something else, Han Sen decided to simulate the silver fox's lightning. He was intrigued by the stone, and he really wanted to get rid of the blue lightning that was inhibiting his examinations and possible treasure collection. And with the silver lightning, the breakthrough he was looking for was achieved. The blue lightning moved away from Han Sen. It seemed as if the cords of blue were afraid of the silver lightning that Han Sen had created. Master, the blue lightning is retreating. It is returning back to the stone, as if it is afraid of something, Water Fairy said. Take me back to the hole again. Han Sen hadn't expected the silver fox's abilities to have such far-reaching positive effects. Han Sen did notice that Thunder Hell's lightning was different than the silver fox's. Thunder Hell's lightning was all about pure destruction and the taking of lives. The silver fox was about saving lives instead. It could be used to heal others after all. The blue lightning was afraid of little silver's lightning, or at least that was what Han Sen guessed. Water Fairy delivered him to the stone as he had requested, and when Han Sen reached it, the hole had already begun building up a discharge to lash and keep him away. In response, Han Sen summoned his silver lightning again, which made the blue lightning retreat. Han Sen was delighted, and this really was the result he was looking for. He told Water Fairy to wait where she was, while he jumped into the hole that the silver lightning had opened. Chapter 1233. The entry point was not submerged in sky-pure water, but was dry as land instead. Veiling himself in a cloak of silver lightning, Han Sen proceeded forward as the blue lightning cowered away from him. The hole was the perfect size for one person to go through. As he felt his way through, it was practically a tunnel, complete with its own twists and turns. After traversing as far as he could, he eventually reached the bottom. There was nothing particularly special about the way he had gone, and it was just as he had seen it from the outside. Inside the stone was a semicircular space, and each hole had an exit point that led into that place. Han Sen saw a small tree inside, growing in a pot. The tree was 30 centimeters tall, and it looked like a small coconut tree. The strangest thing about it was that the tree seemed to have been forged from actual electricity or lightning. Its appearance was not too dissimilar to that of a plasma ball. There were 3 blue fruits growing on the electric branches of the tree, but weirdly, each fruit had something within it. The 3 lightning fruit each held something different. The highest of the trio had a knight in armor sitting inside as blue lightning flickered around him. The knight was wearing armor and a helmet though, so Han's son could not see its face. He could not even see its eyes. The left fruit had a hammer inside it. Its shape was fairly unremarkable, and it looked like an average blacksmith's hammer, aside from the blue lightning that crackled around the head. It also had the symbol of lightning forged on it. The right fruit had a hand. It was white and pristine with beautiful untarnished nails. In the palm of the hand was another lightning symbol. Han's son felt strange as he looked upon them. The plant was growing 3 wholly different items. The fruits were not yet mature, but the life forces of the tree and its fruit were frighteningly powerful. There was no doubt in Han's son's mind that he had stumbled across treasure belonging to an emperor spirit. But if they were Geno weapons, why would a knight and a hand be growing inside the fruits? They could have been creatures, but the idea of a creature that had the form of a hammer was bewildering. Han's son might not have been able to tell what they were right now, but whatever would come from them had to be good. There was a reason why Thunderhell Emperor had gone to such great lengths to hide the tree beneath a well submerged in sky-pure water. Whatever these are, they'll be awesome when they're mature. I should help boost its growth. You can't find an emperor plant every day after all. Han's son summoned his black crystal and bestowed a number of drops upon the tree. He examined the fruit one last time, and he got giddy as he wondered how good the items would be. If they're beast souls, that'd be terrific. Imagine if they were berserk super class. Han's son thought to himself. Han's son decided to summon Dragon King. He was a knowledgeable fellow on a great number of subjects, so there was a chance he could shed some more light on what was growing on the tree. Do you know what this is? Han's son said. Dragon King, seeing the mini tree, looked shocked. He went around it to observe it carefully, saying, "How very peculiar. This should be a lightning emperor Geno plant, correct? It is strange how the things inside don't look very electric." Excuse me? The stuff inside isn't lightning? Han's son frowned in a pause before continuing on to say, "You must be mistaken. You are, aren't you? The items inside even have the symbol of lightning emblazoned across them." Dragon King explained, "I have hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Trust me, I am not mistaken when I tell you that whatever is inside that tree is not lightning." "Then can you explain?" Han's son asked, frowning. Dragon King looked at the fruit and said, "I can't be sure about the hand and the hammer, but I know for sure everything you'd need to know about the knight." "Okay, go on, I'm listening." Han's son gestured for him to proceed. Dragon King laughed and said, "I used to grow those. It's a super beast soul, and it goes by the name Twin Knight." Twin Knight? But there is only one of them. Han's son found it hard to believe they were twins. Before you spirits sign a contract with humans, you can't use beast souls. Isn't that right? Han's son said. Dragon King balked and said, "No, it wasn't for me. It was for my man Dragon Knight." "Dragon Knight? You had someone to ride you?" Han's son looked at Dragon King with shock. Dragon King's face turned green, and he explained, "No, it's not like that. Dragon Knights are knights with dragon blood. They are powerful super creatures, actually. Not too far off your disloyal knight. I had a whole battalion of them at one point." "You had a whole battalion to ride you? You are good." Han's son laughed and went on to say, "Anyway, keep going. What is the Twin Knight?" "The Twin Knight beast soul should grow on the twin tree. I had them, and I was going to use a Twin Knight to combine with my favorite Dragon Knight so he could act as a leader. But something went wrong with the tree and it died, you know how it goes. But I am telling you, this is identical to my Twin Knight. And believe me, I am as perplexed as you about why it is growing on a lightning tree." Dragon King looked genuinely confused. "You still haven't told me what it does," Han's son said, looking directly at him. Dragon King laughed and said, "Oh, that is simple. It can possess other knights and have powers opposite to what it currently has." "Does that mean if a knight has a fire element, and it is possessed, it will instead use an ice element?" Han's son asked. "No. It is extra. As in you can use ice and fire together," Dragon King explained. Han's son was delighted with the treasure he had stumbled across. He thought that item would be a terrific gain for him. If Disloyal Knight used it, he wondered what would his powers become. Chapter 1234. 1234 Dragon King thought the Geno plant would still take another 40 years to mature, so that meant 40 days for Han-san and his water drops. In 40 days he could obtain the items it was going to yield. He still wasn't sure what the hand or the hammer items were, but Dragon King seemed certain that the knight was a twin knight, despite the peculiarity of it being born on this tree. Han-san didn't want to leave empty-handed though. He wanted to wait there until the fruit could mature. Han-san moved the underground shelter to a well-hidden place not too far from Thunder Hell Shelter. If they were unable to defend Thunder Hell Shelter, when the not-so-far-away hostiles came to attack, they could retreat to the underground shelter and make a daring escape. Han-san left the well and told Water Fairy to keep an eye on it, and make sure no one intruded. He then went to one of the palaces in the shelter to do some reading. Han-san wanted to figure out what manner of information the Xianmen fellow had given him. He had already had it translated into the modern language, so now he could read it all with simplicity. There was info regarding the Xiantian technique, on which the Dongxian Sutra had been based. The Xiantian technique was good, but it was quite different than the finalized Dongxian Sutra. The Xiantian technique was the original skill, but the Dongxian Sutra had been created by Dongxian Zi after he broke through the vacuum. Han-sen decided to learn the Xiantian technique. While applying what he had learned through his time with the Dongxian Sutra, there was a lot Han-sen would be able to learn from it, despite it not being in its entirely original format. The Xiantian technique was ancient, and over the ages parts of it had been modified. Han-sen learned a lot from it, and he noticed that many hyper-Geno arts could be easily blended with it. Han-sen selected one to practice with and used the Dongxian Sutra as a base. He was still able to use a hyper-Geno art that had been combined with the Xiantian technique. He didn't have much time though, so Han-sen only picked one, thinking he could use it against Saint Fan if he ever had to fight him. Han-sen decided to practice a skill called Xuanmi movement, which had its origins based on Xiantian movement. Dongxian movement was based on Xiantian movement as well, but Dongxian movement had been modified a lot for the Dongxian Sutra, making it a much greater fit. Xuanmi movement was terrific and it was very adaptable in how it could combine with modern skills. Han-sen used Xuanmi movement with Dongxian movement to try it out, and he found it to be rather easy. In less than 2 days, he had already become proficient with it. After a while, Han-sen also finished going through the information provided to him by Professor Long. After reclining back to think through what he had read, Han-sen finally thought he had figured out a way in which he could combine speeding up time and teleportation. But for this, he would have to start creating a brand new hyper-Geno art. Speeding up time and teleportation? This could actually work, Han-sen said to himself. Han-sen continued his research for the next few days, and he stayed away from the Alliance in case Saint Fan showed up. Half a month passed with no sign of an enemy force. The Emperor tree in the well had not yet matured either. Ghost Eye, however, came running back to the shelter in a strange panic. Saint Fan is here. Drybone translated what Ghost Eye had to say, amidst his panting. When Han-sen heard, he raced out of his room to prepare. Everyone else abandoned what they were doing and went to join him. Queen and Zero were the only humans there, as the rest were in the underground shelter. For a fight like this, most humans would be little more than cannon fodder. What do we face? Baby Ghost asked. He had managed to open 3 gene locks after starting from scratch, but he was still in no condition to fight what now faced them. Ghost Eye was making a noise, pointing at something in the distance. He had very good eyesight, which was why Han-sen selected him as a scout. Drybone King translated what he had to say again. Saint Fan, with his army in tow, is 500 miles away. He has seen 5 super creatures and 3 king spirits accompanying him. But to pad out the forces, swathes of smaller creatures have come too. With the Emperor himself showing his face, do you think we should fall back? Drybone King added the last sentence himself, as he doubted their strength in repelling such a foe. If his father had failed to defeat Saint Fan Emperor, there was no chance he could. What you afraid of, son? We haven't got nothing to fear. We've got the greater hand here, Xie King said, as he puffed on a cigar. He is an emperor. Realistically, now would be the time for us to go. We can always come back. Living to fight another day sounds worthwhile to me, Baby Ghost said. Water Fairy chimed in to say, You should stop arguing and just do whatever our master tells us. Everyone turned to look at Han-san. These colors don't run. I'm fighting no matter what. But that doesn't mean I'm without an escape plan, if things truly turn awry. If their forces are overwhelming, we can return to the underground shelter, Han-san said. Han-san did not want to lose the emperor tree just yet, and the last thing he wanted was for an emperor to easily claim the goodies he himself had fought to obtain. Han-san could deal with the king spirits and super creatures without much issue. It was the emperor himself that presented the problem. He wasn't sure how he'd muster what it would take to bring the emperor down. Ordinary king spirits could not fight him, and Purple Emperor wasn't a true emperor yet, either. Purple Emperor can fight with my berserk gold raven beast soul. And I myself have super king spirit mode and little angel. All hope is not lost, and at the very least, fleeing will remain a viable option. I can escape whenever I wish, Han-sen mulled to himself. Chapter 1235. Han-sen had decided to stay and fight. He brought all his spirits and super creatures outside of the shelter to battle upon the fields. He didn't want to risk the construct of Thunder Hell shelter getting destroyed. After walking a few dozen miles, he and his companions caught sight of the enemy spirits and creatures approaching. The spirit that led the host was clad in black armor that masked his face. A subtle dark glow shimmered around the being. He looked like an ancient deity, but Han-sen knew exactly who he was. That was Saint Fan, whom he had seen in the second god's sanctuary. The spirit hadn't changed much. Saint Fan Emperor was sitting upon the holy rhino, which looked as strong as ever. It glowed with a holy light, acting as a beacon for the army to follow. What Han-san had seen when the holy rhino ascended to the third god's sanctuary was still one of the most incredible sights he had ever witnessed. It was something Han-san thought was insane. And now, over the time of its existence in the third god's sanctuary, it had been looked after well by Saint Fan Emperor, as it had opened 9 gene locks already. Besides Saint Fan Emperor, there were 3 king spirits and a few super creatures. Behind the leading line was an army of spirits and creatures, all of varying types, sizes, and shapes. A few of the creatures looked familiar, as they were the spirits and creatures that had escaped from Thunder Hell shelter. Han-sen frowned noticing this. If Saint Fan had the creatures from Thunder Hell shelter, he would know everything about the place. He was coming fully prepared, and there were very few trump cards Han-sen had left to play. When Saint Fan recognized Han-sen, a visible look of shock fell across his face. He said, "Human, it was you who killed Thunder Hell Emperor and claimed his shelter?" "Yes," Han-sen answered as he sat upon Golden Growler, eschewing all possible feelings of apprehension. Saint Fan smiled and said, "I left a mark on you, did I not? I had hoped to have you come to my shelter, but that mare replaced it. Lotus claimed you, did she not? Not that it matters because you will be mine once more." Saint Fan made it sound like he'd soon expect a grovel-like bow by Han-sen, and he'd have no trouble getting a submission from him. Han-sen was aware of how he was making it sound, so Han-sen said, "I'm not so sure about that. In fact, it might be the opposite. Perhaps later, it will be you who belongs to me." Seeing Saint Fan there, though, made his mind drift to wonder what power the spirits possessed that allowed them to return to a previous shelter and escort creatures through. If Han-sen could do this, he thought he'd be able to bring his mother to the third god's sanctuary. Saint Fan Emperor looked miffed, and he responded to Han-sen by saying, "You might be able to steal Thunder Hell's spirit stone, but the talent that enabled that is useless against a being as magnificent as I. Get on your knees and you can return to the shelter with your comrades. All deals will be off the table once swords ring, knuckles fly and bones break. Talking with this fool is pointless, yo. Let's kill him." Xiaqing King did not wait, and with a gleam of silver light, he took off running towards the enemy. Xiaqing King's power was similar to that of Han-sen's Super King Spirit mode. That being said, it wasn't as effective. Seeing Xiaqing King come, Saint Fan did not seem to care. It was a king spirit that had come running out to fight, after all. Xiaqing King ran before a king spirit of the enemy, and unleashed a barrage of punches. The enemy's fists were very quick, and they were able to repel every single hit. The enemy's fists were like shields. Pang! Xiaqing King punched a little harder and broke the fist shield. Then, another salvo of punches was unleashed. The king spirit didn't seem to care much about the punches it was being delivered, though, and it sought to launch a punch of its own at Xie King's head. Fortunately, his power did not match Xie King's power. With a boost, Xie King's fist was driven into the enemy spirit's chest, while the enemy spirit's punch was thrown into Xie King's head. A hole was smashed into the king spirit's body as Xie King's fist ripped clean through. And when the king spirit's own fist came into contact with Xie King, it did nothing. The power seemed to have been nullified when it came into contact with the silver light that veiled Xie King. Get back to me once you've practiced the art of punching walls for 100,000 years in a dreadfully boring incarceration, Matey Xie King said. Everyone witnessing Xie King's coolness and ferociousness in taking the fight to the enemy were given the hope they needed, but had struggled to find before now. Saint Fan didn't care much for his subordinate's death, though as the holy rhino's horn began to shine. Immediately, the spirit Xie King had thought to have killed stood up and healed back to full health. Our fight is not over, the king spirit cackled. Xie King frowned, and he looked to be filled with a murderous rage. He approached the king spirit again. To this, Saint Fan waved his hand, a command to the rest of his companions to begin fighting. Seeing Saint Fan not want to fight himself, Han Sen responded by commanding Purple Emperor and the rest to deal with the army. The opponent only had 7 king-class elites with him, while Saint Fan and the Rhino stayed out of the fighting. Purple Emperor, Xie King, and Little Angel were very strong, and they were swiftly able to take control of the battleground. But Han Sen soon found out that this was pointless. The Holy Rhino was able to heal all the forces that were beaten down, making it impossible to keep the dead, dead. It is no wonder they are not afraid to die. Injuries don't stick, Han Sen told himself while frowning. Alululu. Xie King's fists were like a couple of silver suns now, as they pummeled the daylight out of the spirit in front of him again. He had torn through every shield and beaten the spirit into a wretched, mangled mess on the floor, ready to be smashed. Chapter 1236. 1236. The rhino's horn was shining brightly, and that same light was now caressing the crumpled king spirit. Xie King did not relent in his pummeling of the spirit, but no matter what he did, it just wouldn't give up the ghost. Pang! This time when the spirit was able to get up, it punched Xie King in the face, making his nose bleed. And it wasn't only Xie King having to deal with such a predicament. Ghost Eye, Blue Dinosaur, and Dry Bone were also at this same disadvantage. Disloyal Knight's halo had the ability to weaken others, but Saint Fan's army was practically invincible. They did not fear death either, so a reduction in damage output or a reduction of defense durability on their part meant nothing. That being said, the wounds would stay on the broken enemies, which meant their effectiveness in battle gradually reduced the more they were beaten. Holy Rhino is good. It is no wonder Saint Fan values it so highly and has allowed it to level up so high, Han Sen thought, as he readied himself to attack the Rhino and Saint Fan Emperor. Han Sen needed to get rid of the duo, as victory did not seem a likely outcome if they were still in play. But before Han Sen struck, Xie King barked something across the battlefield. The scary silver light that had enveloped him made him look like a terrifying foe. Han Sen was a great distance away from him at this point, but he could feel the immense power Xie King was about to deploy. It made the hair on the back of his neck stand on end. Seeing the king spirit rise again, Xie King had definitely had enough. He screamed, "Die!" The fists came thick and fast, one wallop after another, wrecking the body of the king spirit. The heat of the silver fists then melted its body into thick, bubbling tar as it was beaten back into a rocky cliffside. Like a mechanical drill, Xie King pummeled him through the rock, as if he was merrily digging a tunnel. After the silver light dimmed, the body of the king spirit was shown to have disappeared. It had been vaporized. Even after respawning another 10,000 times, you'll never have what it takes to beat me, Xie King hollered, as he drew a pair of sunshades and slid them into his face. As cool as he tried to play it, though, Han Sen knew Xie King was sweating. That attack had cost Xie King a lot of energy. Still, the fact that he had destroyed a king spirit into actual nothingness was scary. Han Sen said to him, "Brother Xia, you rock." If the body was gone, the rhino couldn't heal it. But Saint Fan Emperor waved his hand, and then a weird light appeared. This light was sent towards Xie Qing King. Boom! The light broke and diminished, returning the king's spirit in front of Xie Qing King unharmed and free from wounds. Seeing this, Xie Qing King's face changed. Han Sen now knew why his opponents really weren't afraid of death. Even if they couldn't be healed, resurrection was only a hand flick away. Han Sen summoned Purple Emperor, and then became a berserk gold raven. Together, the duo went to battle Saint Fan. Han Sen used the gold raven because he could not yet use ancient devil soldier. The raven had berserk powers too, so it was bound to be effective against the emperor. Seeing Han Sen and Purple Emperor approach, Saint Fan didn't move much. He just remained where was, comfy upon the rhino. He didn't seem to be afraid of anything. When they approached, Saint Fan lifted his hands and managed to grab them both with ease. The talons of the raven and the purple sword were grabbed by Saint Fan with no trouble. Han Sen and Purple Emperor could not escape the wretched grip he had on him. Saint Fan was a twisted devil, and he started to smack the two puppets in his hands together, getting them to hit each other repeatedly. Dry Bone King said Saint Fan could make the flesh of two creatures merge together. And these words stuck with Han Sen all too well. The last thing he was going to do was allow that. Han Sen flapped his wings and managed to writhe out of the emperor's grip, leaving a few scratch marks on his hands as he slipped free. Purple Emperor, seeing an opportunity now arise, let the sword go, jumped on Saint Fan's head, and used another beam blade to strike him. Dong! 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 The purple beam struck against the armor a few times, but it was futile. Only the exposed skin was susceptible to damage. But as soon as wounds appeared on Saint Fan's skin, they were immediately healed. You'd miss it if you blinked. Are emperors always this strong? Han Sen used his phoenix techniques to repeatedly hit Saint Fan while trying to avoid getting grabbed again. Purple Emperor continued using his blades of light to strike their ultimate foe. But Saint Fan didn't even seem concerned. He sat upon the rhino unmoved. It was almost as if he didn't want to stop the two from hitting him. There might only be one gene lock gap, but it's a nearly unbridgeable chasm. 9 gene locks is so weak in comparison. Han Sen thought the extra 10th gene lock made all the difference in the world. Purple Emperor had 10 gene locks open, but due to the lack of sufficient nutrition during its birth, its power was not all that different from Han Sen's. But they were also individual, and Han Sen could not combine with Purple Emperor as he could with Little Angel. They still managed to hold Saint Fan back, but it didn't make much of a difference for those down on the battlefield. Slowly but surely, the tides were turning, and they were not doing well. Even Xie Qing King had been injured quite a bit by this point. Chapter 1237 Dry Bone King looked dismayed, but it was no surprise. He was talented with the heart bone, and he could break the hearts of his enemies in their chests, but it wouldn't be long before they were back on their feet. The dismay came as no surprise, for they were all fighting unbeatable foes. Xie Qing King's heart had sunk even lower though. He could kill any king spirit there he desired, but they'd each be resurrected in no time. Little Angel's greatsword continued to hack down the super creatures she went up against. But whenever she beheaded an opponent, the head would soon roll up and get stitched back on. No matter how powerful they were, fighting was a useless uphill struggle against enemies that couldn't be destroyed. The only ones making genuine progress on the battlefield were Thorn Queen and Water Fairy. Thorn Queen was able to use vines to trap and subdue creatures. Even if they could be healed, beneath the nasty entrapment of thorny ropes, they were out of the game. Water Fairy had a similar move, but she used water bubbles to encase and suffocate enemies. Xie Qing King broke another foe's head, but lo and behold, it respawned the next second. He turned around, picked up Snowball, who was idly spectating by the side, and threw it towards the arisen king spirit. The king spirit used his shield to block, but it was quickly broken by Xie Qing King, allowing Snowball to get in close. Snowball squealed and flashed with a white light, which momentarily blinded the king's spirit. The spirit felt as if it had been a victim of 100 flashbang grenades, and it felt as if his world was spinning amidst the blinding light. Haha! Brains before brawn, you numpty. Xie King called to the ball. Snowball had trapped the king spirit within, and then kicked it away like a corner kick. The ball hit a nearby wall with terrible force, and it bounced all the way back to Xie King. With a smile, he was happy to comply and kick it back once more. Xie King looked as if he was actually having fun, playing soccer by himself. Brother Xie, help! Dry Bone King suddenly called from across the field. His bone heart was useless, and close-quarter combat was where Dry Bone King was least proficient. Even Baby Ghost could not do aught for him. Pang! The white ball was kicked away by Xie King, one last time with frightening power. It drilled through a cliffside and became lodged deep inside. Coming! Xie King grabbed Snowball and ran over to the monster that was harassing Dry Bone King. To make use of Snowball, he had to get in close. But that could be difficult if the opponent knew what to expect. So Xie King just charged towards it and punched the foe to knock it off balance. The silver light broke the molten lava casing that protected the monster, and then Xie King shoved Snowball onto the fiery beast. Snowball flashed white again, trapping the monster inside another white ball. Xie King immediately kicked the white ball away, as if to score a penalty kick. Saint Fan had become aware of what Xie King was doing now, and when he saw him run towards another creature he frowned. They had found a way to get around his healing and resurrection expertise. Seeing Xie King continue going about this, Saint Fan disengaged Han San and went towards the tricksy and ill-dressed spirit. Swiftly he managed to snatch Snowball away from Xie King. Saint Fan Emperor knew the fluffy little creature could end up tipping the scales of the battle. Good timing! Xie King flashed with a silver light, then took the opportunity to punch Saint Fan. Pang! Xie King put all his strength into that punch, and he managed to rocket his fist through Saint Fan's armor and body. Han San was delighted to see this, so he and Purple Emperor leaped onto the dazed Emperor to deal more damage and kill him before he could recover. Han Sen's talons shredded Saint Fan's wounds into gnarly bits as Purple Emperor slashed the wound from another side. He looked as if he was going to be ripped apart, but Saint Fan smiled as if he couldn't care less. All three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. Xie King's arm, Han Sen's talons, and Purple Emperor's sword suddenly became a part of Saint Fan's renewed flesh. He had healed, with the three of them connected to him. Oh no! Han Sen wished to pull his talons away, but he felt great pain in doing so, as if he was trying to tear his own arm off. Xie King was the same too. But fortunately, Purple Emperor was able to let go of his sword and fall back for a moment. What is this sick shit? Xie King looked incredibly angry, and he repeatedly pummeled Saint Fan's head. Saint Fan didn't attempt to dodge though, and he just let this occur. It was strange because eventually, Xie King's fist penetrated his skull and battered Saint Fan's brain. But the next second it made sense and it made Xie King look even worse. The head of Saint Fan healed, trapping Xie King's hand inside his brain. Xie King wished to pull his hand away, but he felt a headache come on. It prompted him to start sweating profusely. Chapter 1238. 1238. Han Sen's face was not looking good. If you touched Saint Fan Emperor's body, your limbs could sink and become one with him, and any subsequent hits meant bringing damage to yourself. This was what had occurred to them. Saint Fan Emperor did not feel any pain, and amidst all this, he smiled and said, Xie King, that is a name not unfamiliar to me. I heard of the power you wielded back when I was first born. I must say, the claims of your talents are overrated. Saint Fan threw a fist to punch Xie King's belly. Xie King had one of his hands in Saint Fan's chest, and his other was lodged inside his opponent's head. There was nothing he could do to dodge. Saint Fan Emperor's fist began to boil with an eerie silver light, as if he was absorbing Xie King's power. Pang! Pang! Saint Fan's fists, imbued with silver light, began to pummel Xie King repeatedly, until his chest caved in. Han Sen was shocked, thinking they really had become a part of Saint Fan, and now Saint Fan could make use of their powers. Watching Saint Fan punch Xie King, Han Sen tried to throw fire at the wretched spirit to end the madness. But Saint Fan knocked away the approaching fire, and he did not allow his fist to stop there. The fist went onwards to punch Han San in the head, making him suffer a great deal of pain. Damn it! Han San wanted to activate his Super King Spirit mode. But just as he resolved to, he heard a barking sound. Snowball had snuck behind Saint Fan, and with his ability to trap beings inside white spheres, it tried to do the same to the spirit. It worked, but Han San and Xiaqing King were trapped inside too. Good job, Snowball. Han San thought trapping the spirit would be the best course of action first and foremost. Woof! Snowball barked. But their new glimmer of hope was brief, and their faces soon became grim once more. Saint Fan was able to throw his fist through the previously thought to be indestructible skin of the white sphere. A ball that could withstand the number 16 of saving money had been broken in a single punch by Saint Fan. Saint Fan's body exited the ball, with it attached to his back. Everything and everyone can become a part of me, and all control can be submitted to me, Saint Fan proclaimed. Snowball barked and ran off, jumping into a sphere of his own in the process. What a wimp! Xiaqing King said. Han Sen found it funny that Xiaqing King had initially believed Snowball had saved their lives. Saint Fan then threw a punch towards Han San, with another fist that had been imbued with the silver light. Han Sen knew how strong Xiaqing King was, and he knew full well if Saint Fan was going to place all his strength in that punch, he'd be dead in the next couple of seconds. But he was stuck and unable to go anywhere. He had no choice but to brace for impact and accept the incoming hit. Pang! Han San grabbed his other talon and slashed Saint Fan Emperor's waist, but it was only one last, futile attempt of trying to get away. It really was impossible to get free. But then the Purple Emperor appeared. He hadn't wished to attack because he didn't want to deal damage to Han San as he attacked Saint Fan. Saint Fan's punch met with Han San and it hurt. He then punched Xiaqing King. And repeatedly, Saint Fan continued to beat them both black, blue and bloody. Han San knew he had to think of something, and that this couldn't be allowed to go on much longer. Now he had no choice but to use Super King Spirit mode. Han San returned from his Triple Talon Gold Raven status, but he noticed his arms were still attached to Saint Fan. Han San did not know if Super King Spirit mode would allow him an escape, but he did know he had to try. If the likelihood of death seemed strong, he might as well do all he could after all. And currently, Dry Bone King was not faring too well in battle. Snowball had managed to imprison 2 of the creatures that had attacked him, but there were still 5 more to go. With the tide not changing, things had to drastically improve for everyone, if they were going to achieve victory. Thorn Queen was still capable of trapping enemies, but the vines wouldn't hold them forever, and it was only a matter of time before they could indeed escape. Snowball ran over to Bower and cowered behind her back, not wanting to move. It was not like anyone could break his sphere and force him out either. Qing Jun tried to grab hold of Snowball and go around the field with him, as he was an invaluable asset in trapping the super creatures and king spirits that dominated the field of battle. Its nerves had been rattled so much, though, that did not seem likely to happen. Bower held her gourd and looked at the chaos afore her, and particularly at Han San and Saint Fan. She wished to make use of the item, but she was afraid of bringing harm to Han San. She was also unsure whether or not she could truly suck Saint Fan into the gourd. Regardless of what was going on, Han San was now determined to do things his way. He was going to activate Super King Spirit mode and combine with Little Angel. Han San only needed to get his hands free so he could escape. But before he could become a Super King Spirit, a long howling sound came from a nearby forest. Something scary was quickly headed their way. Han San was shocked, thinking they were reinforcements belonging to Saint Fan. After all, Han San had brought everyone, and there was no one else who could come to his aid. But even Saint Fan Emperor looked disturbed upon hearing that howl. Chapter 1239. The howling sounded from afar, but its carrier was quickly closing the distance. When the howling came to an abrupt end, a creature emerged from the brush of the nearby forest. Little Silver. Han San was delighted to see his past companion leap into the fray. Its elegant fur was just like Han San remembered, and it brought him immense joy just to see the scruffy animal come with lightning flickering across its body. Truth be told, though, the title Little Silver was no longer suitable. In his time away from Han San, the silver fox had grown to become a giant, almost wolf-like fox. It had 10 electrified foxtails that crackled and sparked with an intensity that looked as if it could tear the dimension apart. Saint Fan was visibly disturbed when he saw it. But Han Sen was exuberantly happy, and rightly so. His companion hadn't just returned, he had come back with a grand amount of power. The significance of its tails told them it had either opened 9 gene locks, or quite possibly 10. The silver fox swung its tail after appearing, as a bolt of lightning was fired towards Saint Fan. Saint Fan did not want the lightning to touch him, so he swung Han San and Xie King together as a meat shield. Boom! The silver lightning hit Han San and Xie King, and the looks on their faces were the distorted and wild expectation of a sudden death that was about to strike them. They were unable to avoid the lightning, but when they got hit, they noticed it wasn't a bolt meant to harm them. It healed them. Their relief was immense, and the healing power they received equaled the power of the Holy Rhino at the very least. When the lightning came into contact with Saint Fan's body, though the Emperor let out a shrill shriek of pure agony, the lightning seared the skin off his entire body and made him smoke. At that precise moment, Han San and Xie King noticed they had been separated from Saint Fan. The lightning attack had left Saint Fan's body charred and burned, and the wounds looked irreparable. He tried to heal himself, but try as he might, he was unable to. Little Silver wasn't letting up on his master's aggressor, though. He pumped up the charge and continued frying Saint Fan. In response, the Scorched Spirit tried to use a white light in defense. The powers of the two looked to be equal, and it wasn't immediately clear who would win. The silver fox did not stop casting, and the holy light of Saint Fan's shield had grown in volume and intensity to equal a small silver sun. There was no explosion, but the existence of the greenery around them flickered violently, as if there was a switch that operated time periods. One moment, the greenery would be in full verdant bloom. The next, a scorched, charred hellscape. It switched between the two rapidly and made for an awe-inducing sight. Han Sen's energy felt disturbed as he witnessed this. He wanted nothing more than to leave, feeling dwarfed by the gargantuan forces that battled before him. Everyone, focus on felling the remaining spirits and super creatures. Han Sen called, running into battle against Saint Fan's army. Now Saint Fan had been left to deal with a being that was his equal. He was left to fight with the silver fox, and he couldn't be distracted. Under the pressure put on him by the electric fox, he wouldn't have the time to resurrect anything that died. Han San and Xie King laid waste to the remaining forces with ease, all except for the Holy Rhino. But Han Sen thought it odd. Despite what he killed, Han San did not receive a single announcement. This made him frown. Even if the foes he had routed could be resurrected, death, no matter how temporary, should yield him an announcement of some kind. This must have meant Saint Fan did not resurrect them on the field of battle, and that he must have done something before he came to fight. Well, that's a new trick. I wonder what he did exactly. Han Sen weighed the mystery in his mind, but Han Sen also felt a streak of relief. If Saint Fan truly had the power of resurrecting spirits and creatures, it was almost too frightening a thing to comprehend. Saint Fan was not invincible in the third god's sanctuary, despite his immense amount of power. Even he had a limit. Then Han Sen suddenly heard the boisterous spirit scream aloud once more. It looked like he had failed to withstand the power of Little Silver's lightning. What did Little Silver do to become so strong? He must have eaten more than the nine-tailed fox's genoessence I let him have. He must have unearthed some fairly nifty treasure, Han Sen thought. But the silver fox and all the super creatures on Ghost Mountain had all disappeared without a trace, so he thought something fairly more substantial had taken place as well. Saint Fan shouted, and turning to look, Han Sen saw a lot of strange light beam right into him. From out of Saint Fan, a snake head, lion body, and spider claws were all beginning to grow. Han Sen said, all these creatures were a part of him already? They didn't resurrect, they were just birthed by him. Now all the super creatures and king spirits of the field became one with Saint Fan. His body became stronger, and it made Little Silver's glow look fainter. The silver fox looked like he was having a hard time keeping up the constant discharge of electricity. Saint Fan was becoming more powerful than they thought could be possible, as he grew to encompass a mishmash of all those different creatures. The silver lightning was no longer enough to keep him at bay. Water can extinguish fire, but if the fire is too strong, not even water can help. Chapter 1240. 1240. Saint Fan's holy light continued to expand, and the light that had previously suppressed him was dwarfed and had to pull away. Thunder of life. Very good. If you become a part of me, I will obtain your powers too. Saint Fan was talking like a madman. Saint Fan was able to heal himself but not anyone else. That was why he valued the rhino so much. They were both of a holy element, but if Saint Fan combined with the rhino, he could not use it to heal others. The silver fox's ability of healing was of a different element, and if Saint Fan consumed little silver, he could overcome this hurdle. Saint Fan had a wide array of wretched powers bubbling within him, and he used it all to fight back the silver lightning. But with his strength starting to prove itself supreme, little silver began to struggle, and Saint Fan was inching closer and closer to the furry fighter. The silver fox did all he could to strengthen his thunder, but nothing he did could prohibit the lurching approach of Saint Fan. We have to do something. We can't just let him bully that fox. Xiaqing King exclaimed. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could realistically do. Nothing they could do worked on Saint Fan, and the last thing they wanted was to become glued to him. Han San saw something weird about Saint Fan, but he wasn't sure what it was. Seeing Saint Fan get closer to the silver fox, though, Han San still did not activate his Super King Spirit mode to help. Boom! Boom! Saint Fan's hideous body, if it could even be called that, was sickening to see. It resembled little more than a hulking biomass, whose footsteps rocked the earth with each step. Half an hour later, Saint Fan had managed to come directly before the silver fox. With one of the snakes that protruded from his body, he tried to snatch the silver fox. Little Silver, come back! Hansen shouted. The silver fox heard Hansen's command, and then suddenly its size shrank. It leaped onto Hansen's shoulder, taking back its rightful spot where his master had severely missed him. Saint Fan turned around to look at Hansen and his companions. Many of the mouths across his body opened to say, "Good. You've all lined up to offer yourselves up for my consumption. You must earnestly wish me to become a demigod. But be good and queue up single file, would you?" After that, Saint Fan began his approach towards them all. It was a terrifying thing to behold. Snowball turned into a ball and ran off, but he wasn't the only one. They all fell back together, acknowledging their foe was now far too strong. Saint Fan Emperor, before you try and consume us all, can I ask you 2 questions? Han San did not wait for a response, and he immediately asked, how did you return to the second god's sanctuary for the rhino? All the mouths on Saint Fan opened to answer. That is the ability of an emperor shelter. They all have different abilities and mine provided this one. When triggered, you can open a gate that leads you to the second god's sanctuary. I did not break through space and it was the rhino who opened the gate. That gate led to an emperor shelter, which just so happened to be mine. Han Sen was disappointed with this answer. He thought he could move his mother and Yen ran to the third god's sanctuary with safety. Second question. Why do you attack us? I fail to believe all this is purely in the desire for revenge, Han San said. I do not need to explain anything to you, Saint Fan said, preparing to absorb him. It is because of that tree, isn't it? Hansen said. Saint Fan asked, you saw it? Yes, I did. I saw 3 fruits upon its branches. One of the fruits contained a twin knight, Han Sen explained. Saint Fan looked surprised and he asked, has it matured yet? Now Han Sen understood Saint Fan's rush to do battle was not for revenge, but for the tree that resided in Thunder Hell Shelter. Han Sen also knew now that it was a 3-life tree. He did not know what the other fruits were though. Do you know what the other 2 fruits are that grow on the 3-life tree? Hansen asked, but he was ignored. Saint Fan simply moved forward and tried to attack. The silver fox used lightning to break the power it had expelled towards Han San. But Saint Fan had grown incredibly strong, and although the attack had been stayed, the malformed spirit himself could not be stopped. His approach continued. For some reason his powers felt unlimited, but also weaker. Han Sen flapped his wings and dodged another attack. He stood in front of the hideous body and said, "Look at yourself before trying to kill us." "Ugh, what game are you trying to play now?" Saint Fan said. He knew the extent of his powers and knew how wretched he actually appeared, but he just continued trying to attack. "Look at yourself. Look at your body. Are you afraid I will assault you?" Han Sen asked, evading the strike. Saint Fan was not afraid of any possible assault Han Sen could muster, and he had more than one pair of eyes now. He took control of the snake and let it out to get a better view of himself, but what he saw shocked him. He said, "Impossible." Chapter 1241. Han Sen didn't lie to Saint Fan, as his body truly had developed a problem. The ugly biomass had developed a number of unhealthy blisters. They were empty, but they produced deep craters across his body when popped. These blisters began to appear more and more, honeycombing the mutated being like some beehive. The gross sight of Saint Fan was only becoming more garish and twisted. "Impossible. My body is fine. I can heal." Saint Fan was speaking from many of the mouths that composed his body. He had no idea when this had begun, and the wounds that were webbing their way across him had sprung up on him with surprising speed. It didn't seem as if he would have noticed, had Han Sen not pointed the issue out to him. More and more blisters grew, transforming the biomass into a pod mess, not too unlike a thick bunch of grapes. The blisters, when they bloated and became too big, popped to reveal craters in the flesh. Nothing came out of them, but it was clearly a problem. Saint Fan's body was full of these holes, and it was like he was fizzing away. "How is this happening? Heal me, Rhino," Saint Fan commanded. Holy Rhino cast its holy light on Saint Fan, but something seemed to separate the light from the wounds. Saint Fan was frightened by what was going on, so he tossed away all the now grotesque carcasses of spirits and creatures that had previously resided within him. When he had been reduced to his true self, even his proper body was becoming holy. Things looked dire for him. "What did you do?" Saint Fan demanded. "Nothing. Aside from killing you," Han Sen said, with giddy excitement bubbling beneath his straight-faced words. At the beginning, when Han Sen's talons scraped against Saint Fan, the spirit healed immediately after. The toxins Han Sen had deployed within that scratch, however, could not be healed. Han Sen was not carrying poison around with him. He had actually put a glyph to use. It gleamed across his back now, and it was the glyph that came from the thorn scorpion. It had been combined with the invisible king scorpion gem beast soul. Invisible toxic king scorpion beast soul. Glyph type. Han Sen hadn't had a chance to try it out yet, and all he had known about it was that it carried and deployed toxic poisons. The toxic substance was a silent killer, one without smell and taste. It could go totally unnoticed until the effects took action. After Han Sen attacked Saint Fan, Han Sen initially believed it did nothing. There was no immediate reaction, and with Saint Fan being so strong anyway, it wasn't entirely unlikely that he could withstand the poison. If it was effective, Saint Fan would have most likely brought attention to it as well. Han Sen only noticed the poison was working when he saw the blisters begin to develop, swell, and pop like a corrosive acid. Han Sen was happy that the poison had taken effect, but he was more than surprised to learn Saint Fan hadn't even noticed what was happening to him until Han Sen had pointed it out. The toxic substance might not have been the strongest in existence, but it was most certainly the most unsettling. It really was quite mind-blowing to learn Saint Fan was completely oblivious to the poison he had been struck with. Han Sen did not know if he himself could withstand such a toxin either. Han Sen really wanted to practice Jadeskin after seeing this, as it increased one's poison and toxin resistances. It was far better at developing such defenses than the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra was great for building a powerfully balanced body, but it wasn't the greatest out there. If it truly was the be-all and end-all, Dongxian Z would not have died. "I definitely need to practice Jadeskin," Han Sen decided. Saint Fan's body was peppered with holes, but he still could not feel anything. He only noticed what was going on due to what his eyes were relaying to him. What's more, Saint Fan life force was gradually beginning to fade. He became weaker and weaker, despite his insistence on clinging to the belief that he had not been poisoned, and that this was the work of some other phantom menace. Saint Fan looked at Han Sen with utter contempt, and suddenly he jumped into the skies, wishing to fly away and abandon the field of battle. Han Sen patted little Silver on the head. Then the furry fiend leaped into the air, split its 10 tails, and fired a barrage of electric bullets to fry the airborne Saint Fan. Saint Fan was incredibly weak by this point, so he was disintegrated into nothing more than dust. Aside from the rhino, everything that was a part of him disappeared. Everyone else who was present had just taken a seat to watch the spectacle. They were in awe at what had transpired, but they were also extremely confused. They didn't have a clue about what had just happened. Drybone King wanted to kill the rhino. It might not have been an active participant in the fight, but it had supported Saint Fan and healed the troops constantly. Stop. Han Sen had a history with the rhino. He had even obtained its tear as well. Furthermore, the rhino was most likely under contract with the spirit, and was only doing as it was commanded. Han Sen didn't want the rhino to die or be killed so simply. But Han Sen wasn't willing to let the rhino go back to help Saint Fan rebuild, either. Rhino, I know you have been contracted to help Saint Fan. And I know you were only doing as you were bid to. Han Sen said this while bringing out his cruel bottle. He went on to say, this bottle is its own little dimension. It can disconnect you from the obligations you are sworn to here, in this world. The contract Saint Fan has with you has no meaning or hold on you inside this bottle. If you wish to switch masters, I will accept you. And if you join me, you can reside inside this bottle until I have finished with Saint Fan once and for all. Only I will have the power to release you once you enter. But you have my word that I won't hold you for any longer than is necessary. Chapter 1242. 1242 Holy Rhino seemed to agree to Han Sen's offer. It roared and then entered the cruel bottle. Han Sen was delighted about this, so he put a lid on it. For the rhino, this was similar to humans taking refuge in the Alliance, away from the sanctuaries where the motions and terms of a contract were always in play. For the duration it was in the bottle, the rhino was safe. Saint Fan now couldn't kill the rhino for switching its allegiance. But if Han Sen wanted to enlist Holy Rhino as an ally in the future, he knew he'd have to take down Saint Fan once and for all. Unfortunately for Han Sen, he could not yet kill Saint Fan. If anything, that frightening spirit was more powerful than ever. It was highly likely the rest of the super creatures inhabiting Saint Fan's shelter would be absorbed to become a part of him. Saint Fan must have known he had been poisoned, too. Han Sen couldn't waltz in and expect to play the same trick on him, as Saint Fan would have most likely deployed a precaution to avoid it happening again. The invisible toxic king scorpion glyph was a powerful item he had developed, but Han Sen still had to get in close and deal proper damage to the spirit to put the poisons to work. If Saint Fan had combined with a host of additional king spirits and super creatures, getting up close and personal would be harder than ever. Still, Han Sen could take solace in the fact that he and his people had each emerged from the battle as they had entered. Although his companions were weary, Han Sen had not lost a single one. Furthermore, the silver fox had come back to him. Of course, Han Sen acknowledged how terrifyingly close the situation had been to disaster before the furry thing had leaped in to save the day. If it hadn't come back at that precise moment, Saint Fan would have killed them all before the toxins took effect. As evidenced by the delay that day, the toxins really did take a good amount of time to work on powerful foes. But with the battle over, everyone returned to the shelter. Queen went straight back to practicing, as she had been unable to help at all in the fight. There was a stark line between having a death wish and being willing to die in aid and service of others, in the face of extreme adversity. Death was around the next corner if she wished it to be, but a true cause to bring about death was a rarity. After this, though, she was given a renewed perspective. She could see the contrast between her and Han Sen's strength, and she had a better grasp on how much weaker she was and how much further she had to go if she wished to compete and be of help like the rest of his companions. Humans had only occupied the sanctuaries for 200 years, while spirits and creatures had been there far longer. It was natural for humans to be weaker to begin with, and it was always difficult to find footing in each greater sanctuary. Han Sen was delighted to have the silver fox return, But the others weren't. The silver fox had used its lightning to heal the wounds of Han Sen's, which had them all writhing on the ground in agony. They half believed Han Sen had turned on them. After the healing, Han Sen went to take a look at the three-life tree alongside the silver fox. The silver fox showed interest in the hand, but nothing else. Unfortunately, the silver fox could not speak. As a result, Han Sen was still clueless about the treasure the tree was giving birth to. If Saint Fan wants it, it must be good. Can it hurry up and grow a little faster? Han Sen gave the tree another water drop while pondering the circumstances. Saint Fan had been delivered a serious blow, so it wasn't likely he'd show his face anytime soon. Thinking this, Han Sen decided to return to the Alliance for a time. Han Sen read a bunch of books and went to the virtual community to practice with others. "Coach, you fancy a fight?" Immediately after Han Sen entered MS. Perfume sent him a message. Complying, Han Sen sent her an invite. She was, after all, Qin Xian behind the online handle. She frequently matched with him, and despite losing every single time, she was always improving. Qin Xian was still practicing empirical sword, and it was a one-of-kind technique. Its focus went beyond merely dishing out power. There had been a beauty in its crafting, and its existence was like poetry. Han Sen could simulate the energy flow, but if he did not have the heart for it, he couldn't perform it. Qin Taixian had not told her it was actually Han Sen behind the online username, a soldier on the warship, and so Qin Xian was still happy to just call him coach. In a classic arena, Qin Xian kept slashing towards Han Sen at full steam without reprieve. Han Sen did not evade her attacks, and instead, he just used his sword to block. Qin Xian's great-grandfather's username was, a king with 72 wives. If Qin Xian could not complete the practice required of empirical sword and beat Han Sen, then Qin Xian would not be able to control the skill. So Han Sen did not hold back. As a result, Qin Xian lost every single time. But Han Sen was as surprised as he ever was with her determination. Failure never stopped Qin Xian, and she would always bounce back with vigor and spunk. Perhaps it was because of empirical sword, because the skill required a strong heart and firm courage to master. Her great-grandfather told Han Sen that empirical sword was something to display one's power and might, but without a strong heart, the sword could break. You had to strike and forego any element of defense. Han Sen was supposed to be her whetstone, for her to use and be kept sharp with. The strength of the heart was reflected upon the sword. "Coach, are you a demigod?" Qin Xian asked. "No, I'm only a surpasser," Han Sen answered. Qin Xian was surprised to learn this, provided it was the truth. She said, "People as talented as you are surpassers? How difficult must it be to become a demigod?" "Perfection is not always required," Han Sen said. She was even more surprised now, and she said, "Are you going to max out your super geno points before ascending?" Han Sen nodded. Qin Xian was extra excited to hear this, and she giddily said, "Which shelter are you at?" "I have almost maxed out my super geno points, so perhaps we will be able to meet up when I get to the Third God's Sanctuary." The Third God's Sanctuary is a big place. When you get there, focus on what it will take for you to survive. Don't concern yourself with me or anyone else. Who knows, though? I might actually end up with you. I'm quite a fortunate person. Qin Xian laughed. Han Sen shook his head and did not respond. He knew Qin Xian was actually more mature than him, so he wasn't too worried about how well she'd fare when she made the jump. But Han Sen did not think Qin Xian would be lucky enough to spawn on his shelter, as the chances of that were far too low for consideration. Chapter 1243 Han Sen exited the virtual community and saw Bauer sitting in front of him. Immediately, she leaped into Han Sen's chest, loudly proclaiming, "I'm thirsty." "I'll go and get you some water," Han Sen said, heading for the water dispenser. Bauer then stroked Han Sen's head fondly, whispering to him, "I want ice cream too." "Of course you do." Han Sen knew what she wanted before she even said it. There was no way Bauer would hang around waiting for him if she only wanted water. Han Sen went to the Sapphire ice cream store. She wouldn't eat ordinary ice cream, only the expensive homemade ones produced there. Fortunately, Han Sen had a lot of money, so it wasn't a strain for him to purchase her ice cream every now and again. Han Sen saw Han Yen on the street on the way there, as she had recently enlisted at the Black Hawk Military Academy. Although she'd been invited to join many other, better academies, she had rejected them all. Han Yen had her mother's appearance, but because she had been practicing the falsified Sky Sutra, she carried herself with a unique aura. Others would believe she looked incredibly holy, but to Han Sen that was nothing new and he was used to it. There was a distance between them, and Han Sen couldn't get to her quickly. When he eventually got close enough to bark a greeting, he saw a lot of young people around her playing instruments. There was a handsome guy playing a guitar at the center serenading. He was singing about her, and the music was obviously being played for her as well. Han Yen was walking as this occurred, and it was almost as if the others were chasing her with the music. When the song was over, the boy put his guitar away and raced ahead to kneel in front of her. Then, he presented her a bouquet of roses. Han Yen, I am very fond of you. Would you please be my girlfriend? The other guys were chattering amongst themselves, in hushed chants that whispered, say yes. Say yes. Han Sen felt very angry watching this. Now he could understand what Ji Ruozhen had spoken about in his speech. That cheap asshole. Using cheap flowers to try to seduce my sister. I'm going to beat him up. Han Sen was still a distance away, so he wished to fly over. Not being able to right now though, he opted for the next best thing. He started to cross the railing to get there sooner. He knew it was illegal to do that, and he'd be forced to study the traffic laws for 10 days if caught, but that was the least of his concerns for now. When just one of the legs crossed the railing, Han Yen took the flowers in her hands. The anger that had been simmering inside Han Sen began to boil and swell, and he said to himself, I treat you like a princess. I take you everywhere you want and give you whatever you want. How can you be tricked with just a few measly flowers? Everyone around was clapping, and then the boy moved in for a hug. You dare? You dare. Han Sen was fuming with rage by this point. But Han Yen then extended her arms forward, with the bouquet of flowers resting across the palms of her hands. Han Yen smiled and said, the flowers are beautiful, but I want a boyfriend who is a good man. I want a man who can display his love and affection without the need for something material to represent it. My parents are noble, and I am going to max out my Geno points. I will become a demigod one day. The boy hastily replied. Han Yen said, rich or poor, strong or feeble, that does not matter to me. Only if you are a good man will I love you. Then tell me what makes a good man? The guy asked. Han Yen answered, it is simple, and all the requirements and standards I seek reside in the one person I myself admire the most. Okay, and who is that? The boy asked. All the boys listened in, as they all secretly wished to make her theirs too. Hearing Han Yen say she did not want money confused them. So they each paid extra attention to learn what it would take to make them suitable suitors. Han Yen smiled and said, it is my brother. If anyone can beat my brother as a person, then they are a good man. And such good men are men I would have no qualms dating. They all knew who her big brother was. He was the fearless conqueror of an emperor-class shelter in the third god's sanctuary. Acknowledging such crazy requirements, they all felt hopeless. Do you mind if I keep the flowers? Han Yen asked. The boy, startled from out of his daze, swiftly raised his sunken head and said, of course they are for you. Thank you. Han Yen took the flowers and then left. Han Sen brought his leg back after witnessing all this, and he did so with great joy. Alliance traffic law violation detected. You are in breach of law 6385, in an attempt of crossing the rail. Punishment requires a supervised study of the traffic laws for the duration of 24 hours. Follow the navigation beacons that will lead you to the traffic department. The computer near the railing notified Han Sen. Fortunately, Han Sen did not cross the rail completely. If he had, he'd be locked up in study for 10 days. Not even the president could get out of a jam like that. He had to start his study in 3 days, so he decided to carry on with his current objective, and that was to take Bauer to the ice cream store. When Han Sen crossed the bridge, he saw someone approach. Seeing this person, he was flabbergasted. Chapter 1244. 1244 Blind Man was one of the few strangers Han Sen cared about. When they first met, Blind Man gave Han Sen a book that was similar to Primal Innocence. A long time later, he had randomly delivered to Han Sen a cauldron with the 9-life cat symbol on it. Even if Blind Man was from Blood Legion, it was still strange of him to give such a thing to Han Sen of all people. According to the Xianmen's successor, Blood Legion was the only other faction with true power. As such, Han Sen knew to exercise great caution when dealing with people who were associated with the organization. "Come with me," Blind Man said with a lowered voice. Han Sen followed after Blind Man, thinking there could be no risk of danger there in the alliance. Fortunately, Blind Man did not lead Han Sen someplace too private. Han Sen was taken to an AI-operated restaurant. They scanned their cards and then sat down. "Why in the sanctuaries did you send me that cauldron?" Han Sen finally had the chance to ask. Blind Man laughed and said, "I was saving you." Han Sen frowned and responded, "Don't talk such crap. Tell me the truth." Blind Man smiled and said, I'm being serious when I tell you it can save your life. Before you become a demigod, eat what's inside." "Why would I want to eat it?" Han Sen thought Blind Man had gone mad. After all, why would Han Sen consume something that belonged to Blood Legion? "You'll eat it, that much is certain," Blind Man said. Han Sen laughed and balked. "Well, let me tell you how wrong you are." After this brief exchange, Han Sen readied himself to leave. He wanted to know more about Blood Legion, but Blind Man didn't seem like the sort who wanted to have a proper sit-down and chat. "Stay. There is something you should look at first," Blind Man said, knowing this would invoke Han Sen's curiosity and prevent him from leaving. Han Sen looked back and froze when seeing what Blind Man was now holding. Blind Man's hands were very coarse and leathery, but the thick fingers held a ring. It was fairly ordinary, in that it had been forged with silver and been stoned with diamond. Even in the alliance, that was just a common ring. But it stood out to Han Sen all too well because his mother had a ring that was identical. It was her wedding ring. When Blind Man witnessed Han Sen's petrified reaction, he placed the ring down on his table. Han Sen picked it up and read the inside. "Red Lovelon." Han Sen was taken aback. He remembered this. When Han Sen was young, he was given this ring by his father to hold, and he had read the inscription inside. His father was digging a pool at the time, and he wanted Han Sen to hold on to it in case it fell off and got lost. Han Sen only knew the word love, but did not understand the word lawn. He remembered asking his father about that as well. Han Sen's father told him that the lawn referred to his mother. This perplexed him at the time, because his mother's name was Luo Sulan. The lawn of her name meant orchid, but the lawn on the ring had been inscribed with a different character. They were homonyms, but they had been spelled differently. It was only a few years ago that Han Sen had come to learn his mother's true name was Luo Lan, and it was that lawn that was on the ring. It had been too many years since Han Sen had seen the ring though. He couldn't be certain he was remembering things correctly or that Blind Man was actually showing him the original. "What is this?" Han Sen asked. Blind Man laughed. His voice cracked roughly, as if he had spent a few too many years drinking and smoking. "If you don't know what this is, give it to Luo Lan. She will know." Han Sen stared at Blind Man for a while after that. When the time to break the silence came, Han Sen lifted his head and said, "Is this what you wanted to show me then? The owner of the ring wants you to know you need to eat what is inside that cauldron before you become a demigod," Blind Man said. "You think a ring and a subtle implication is going to convince me?" Han Sen said. Even if his father was standing right in front of him, he'd have to pull at his cheeks and give him a thorough examination to believe he was the real deal. Blind Man said, "Do you know the color of the cat?" Han Sen was not sure what he meant by this, as cats could come in a variety of colors. "This isn't some secret handshake or code, is it? I mean, I wouldn't know." "I'm not a member of your organization," Han Sen said. Blind Man shook his head and said, "It is blue." "Why?" "Because someone painted it blue." Han Sen felt as if he had been stabbed with a knife, and the object of this pain had been twisted around. His mind was blown. Han Sen recalled there was an old white cat living in his house when he was just a child. It was always sunbathing in the yard. Once Han Sen used paint to color it blue. His father was mad about this, and he told Han's son never to touch the cat again, as it once belonged to his great-grandfather. That was the first time Han's son had seen his father get properly angry, so it was something he was not likely to forget. Han's son and his father cleaned the cat, but it died just a few days later. Han's son was sad for a long time following this, believing it was his own actions that had led to the death of the cat. Chapter 1245. Because only Han's son and his father had been home at the time of that incident, knowing the cat had been painted should have been information exclusive to the two of them. Is he still alive? Han's son asked. Han's son was filled to the brim with a mixture of varying emotions following this most recent encounter with Blind Man. If his father hadn't died, then he wondered why his father never came back to visit them. If this was revealed to be true, anger would be the prevailing emotion. But Han's son knew nothing was ever straightforward, and it wasn't likely for his father to be some deadbeat dad. If he was alive, perhaps there was a reason he could not see his family anymore. Han's son only wanted to learn where he was and put all the nagging questions to bed with answers. The constant lingering questions never ceased to tug at the fringes of his mind. He is alive, Blind Man answered resolutely. Where is he? I want to see him, Han's son said. Now is not the time, Blind Man said. Why? Han's son asked. Blind Man said. He is doing something very dangerous, but if you become a demigod, there is a chance you two can meet again. He has been in the sanctuaries all this time? Han's son asked with a leaping heart. Blind Man did not answer this immediately. He simply knocked the table in idle silence for a while. When he spoke next, he said, the pill that resides inside that cauldron is something most valuable. His procurement of it came at a great risk to his life, but he got it for you nonetheless. But that is not the only thing he wants to give you, as there is advice also. He wants you to refrain from getting involved with Blood Legion affairs and the circumstances regarding Han Jinji. Just take care of your mother and your sister. Tell me what he is doing, Han's son demanded with a cold stare. That is not for me to say. I cannot. But when you are capable and the time is right, provided he is still alive, the time for another encounter will come, Blind Man said, standing up to leave. Han's son was angry now, as he couldn't stand such tantalizing teases. He hated being left to hang, only receiving half the answers. Cliffhangers were the bane of his existence, and it was frustrating how prevalent they were. Han's son was going to grab Blind Man, but he had already gone. This was the alliance though, so it would be unwise for him to fight there. And when Han's son left his seat to catch up with him, he couldn't find Blind Man anywhere. He seemed to be long gone. Han's son used his Dongxian aura to trace where he might have gone, but that was useless as well. Han's son was no longer in the mood to take Bauer to eat ice cream, so he went straight over to his mother's house. There he showed her the ring. When his mother saw it, her eyes suddenly turned red. Is that your father's ring? She asked, prompting Han's son to relate to her the tale of what had occurred, and who he had met while on his lengthy quest for ice cream. So that's the long and short of it? The asshole is alive and he's not dead. If I see him again, I swear I'll kill him myself, Luolan said. Luolan sounded incredibly angry, but Han's son could recognize the soft undercurrent of a secret happiness in the way she spoke. Of course, Han's son couldn't be certain whether or not Blind Man was telling him the truth. But with all this on his mind, Han's son decided to return to the sanctuary and take a look at the cauldron once more. He couldn't tell what the little jewel-like orb was, and since Blind Man wasn't the most trusting fellow, he couldn't be sure whether or not it would be beneficial as he said it would be. So again Han's son shelved the cauldron. At long last, Han's son took Bauer out to get the ice cream she so ardently desired. He also got her additional snacks. He was willing to spend a bit on food in the alliance too, as there was never anything decent to eat in the sanctuaries. After half a month more had passed, Saint Fan had yet to show his face again. And now the 3-life tree had finally matured. The 3 fruits dropped to the ground like sparkling shooting stars. The 3-life tree withered and died after the fruit departed its electrical branches. Han's son wouldn't dare open the treasure himself, as he never had luck doing such things. So, after he brought the fruit out of the well with him, he asked for Zero, Bauer and Little Silver to come join him. Who would like to open this? Han's son pointed at the fruit which contained the twin knight. Me. Bauer immediately raised her hand. Okay, but you have to give it back when you've opened it. Do that, and I'll reward you with ice cream. Hansen nodded approvingly. Bauer took the fruit and bashed it against the floor. The shell broke. The knight beamed into Bauer's head. So, care to tell me what it is? Hansen asked. Dragon King told Han's son it was a twin knight beast soul, but noted how remarkably strange it was for it to be growing on something that wasn't a twin knight tree. Therefore, what was inside could not be guaranteed. All he knew for sure was that it was a beast soul of some kind. Bauer sent Han's son the night beast soul and made sure to comment, "Just don't forget my ice cream." Superclass Twin Thunder Knight. Possession type beast soul obtained. It was indeed a twin knight, but one associated with thunder. If it could only adhere to the one thunder element, then that was disappointing. I won't forget. After Hansen told Bauer this, he turned to look at the silver fox. Little Silver seemed to have a bit more control over itself now, but he still looked incredibly anxious to open the fruit that was before him. This is for you, Little Silver. The silver fox was the strongest there amongst them, as it had 10 whole gene locks open. It was only fair that Hansen provided it goodies. Little Silver reached out its paws and crushed the fruit. Then the hand inside emerged and began to fly around. Observing the hand after it emerged from the fruit, Hansen noticed that it wasn't actually made of flesh. What Hansen had presumed to be veins were actually streaks of lightning. The silver fox then gobbled up the entire hand, and his body started to shake and vibrate. After that, the furry thing burped out a plume of blue lightning. Chapter 1246. 1246. After the silver fox gobbled up and swallowed the hand, nothing much happened. Little Silver shook for a minute, then simply walked over to Hansen's sleeping quarters and took a nap. Hansen used his Dongxian aura to examine the silver fox's life force after a brief worry that something might have been wrong, but from what he could tell, all was fine. Zero, you open the final fruit. Hansen then pushed the fruit that contained the hammer over to Zero. Zero accepted it and crushed it, prompting a light to shoot into her head. It must have been a beast soul, if it could go straight into the Sea of Soul. Hansen had originally thought the hammer might have been some sort of Geno treasure, so this came as a bit of a surprise to him. Zero then passed the hammer beast soul back to Hansen. Superclass Thunder Hammer. Battle Gene Type Beast Soul obtained. Hansen had no clue what that was. He had researched many different types of beast souls in the past, but never before had he come across something like this. Hansen gave the hammer a better look up close. It was a fairly plain blue hammer that had a symbol of lightning inscribed upon it. The head was a simple square block. Hansen sought to summon it, but before he could, another announcement sounded. Would you like to absorb the Battle Gene Thunder Hammer? This was the first time Hansen had experienced something like this, so it was quite startling. It made his jaw drop. He didn't think any harm could come from accepting, so he chose to absorb it. Then the thunder hammer that resided in his Sea of Soul turned into a lightning bolt. It shot into his body, giving Hansen an intense electrocution. The electrical current exhausted quickly, though. It went away as swiftly as it came, but strangely, the hammer was now absent. Hansen checked out his body, but nothing appeared to have changed. What's more, he hadn't received the thunder-derived superpowers he expected to have been bestowed upon him. How dreadfully dull. What was that thing supposed to do exactly? Hansen mulled to himself with simmering frustration. So he tried throwing a punch. While doing so, Hansen simulated the silver fox's lightning power. Fortunately, this brought him the answers he sought, for when the whips of lightning manifested, they became a mighty hammer crudely built from thunder. It struck a nearby pillar. Pang! The thunder hammer left a giant crater in the sturdy stone, which flickered with a residual pool of electricity. Hansen was gobsmacked, witnessing the power of that thump he had delivered unto the pillar. The pillars of an emperor shelter were incredibly strong, and they could resist most mighty blows. And yet, with a small flick of his wrist, Hansen had delivered it such extreme damage. It was nearly frightening to comprehend what he could do with some real effort. For a small punch like the one he had just performed on the pillar, it really put into perspective the power of the beast's soul. And furthermore, Han Sen put no genuine focus on his casting. He didn't even expect the hammer to manifest in the lightning, but it had popped up and walloped the pillar all the same. This was far greater than any of Han Sen's Thunder Hyper Geno arts, that was for sure. Wanting to test it out a few more times, Han Sen did. When he got a fairer grasp on it, Han Sen noticed he was able to channel the hammer explicitly when he desired to. The hammer rod of thunder and lightning could just appear whenever he willed it to. Despite being far easier to use than a Hyper Geno art, it was far stronger too. Does that mean I have a Thunder Hyper Geno art of sorts now? I didn't even need to practice it, and yet it is already supremely powerful, Han Sen thought. Practicing Hyper Geno arts took a lot of time, and in recent times he had spent more time researching and practicing Hyper Geno arts than going out to hunt. Now, after obtaining this beast's soul, it felt as if he didn't need anything else. But it was a Thunder Battle Gene beast soul, and Han Sen only wished it had matched the elements he favored. Where might I find more of these Battle Gene beast souls, I wonder? If I get a few hundred more of these things, I'll never have to practice Hyper Geno arts ever again, Han Sen thought to himself. Of course he knew that might be impossible. Prior to this discovery, humanity had no records of such a beast soul existing. So, his finding one was a remarkable thing to begin with. Han Sen was delighted with the thunder hammer he had received. It had quickly become his most powerful attack, but he just found it lame that it was associated with the thunder element. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra had hit its 7th tier, but even if he simulated the Silver Fox's powers, it still wouldn't be as strong as what Little Silver could perform. That put their power gulf in perspective. When my Dongxian Sutra has opened Tenjin locks, I will be able to simulate the Silver Fox's power to their full extent. Then I will become unstoppable and unfathomably mighty. Han Sen was extremely giddy, developing these thoughts and fantasies. Han Sen exited the hall, and as he did so, he saw Ghost Eye and Drybone King approach. Master, we have found a super creature at a nearby lake that is east of here, Drybone King reported. Ghost Eye kept jumping on the spot, performing monkey screams and howls. Han Sen surmised he was trying to tell him that he was the one who had discovered it. Well done, Han Sen said to compliment them. Han Sen had sent them out to find super creatures, despite not expecting there to be any in the surrounding area. Ghost Eye and Drybone King then took Han Sen over to the lake they mentioned. Han Sen wanted to kill the creature in the hopes of obtaining Geno points. By this point, Han Sen was dying to move on to the fourth god's sanctuary. There were many reasons, but above all he sought answers. He knew many of the answers to his burning questions could be found there. Each member of the Han Sen family shared a similar issue. They always kept their problems to themselves. To be blunt, they were each stubborn. Luolan and Han Sen's father were like that. It was something Han Sen recognized, despite it being a trait of his own too. He just didn't realize the same issue applied to him. Chapter 1247. There was a lake before them. One that was illuminated by glowing algae that glinted along the surface. Due to it being dead water, it was too murky to see what lay below. Han Sen activated his Dongxian Sutra and scanned the lake. At the center of the lake, he was able to detect something strong. It was almost frighteningly strong. What was the super creature you two saw? Han Sen asked. Drybone King answered. Let me ask Ghost Eye. The eye of his namesake is better than mine. Han Sen waited for him to ask Ghost Eye. After Ghost Eye performed a pointing gesture, Drybone King turned back to Han Sen and said. He described it as being 7 meters long. It carried a purple shell on its back. He wasn't entirely sure what it was, but he was clear that it had the power of a super creature. Han Sen noticed the lake was 3 miles in length, so drawing something out from the murky pool would be difficult. And if he had to bring the fight to the super creature and battle it in the water, that wouldn't be easy. Han Sen wished he had brought Water Fairy with him, as that would have made things much easier. But then again he reassured himself it was just a super creature. The three of them should be able to sort it out, no problem. Dry bone, use your heart bone. Perhaps your musical talents can scare the fiend into leaving the water, Han San said. With the water being as dirty as it was, he did not fancy dipping his toes in it. Okay. Then Dry Bone King pulled out his heart and began to pound it. Shortly after, ripples began to form at the center of the lake. They waited a bit, but nothing further occurred. So Dry Bone King got back to playing and went along with a disturbing melody. The lake continued to quiver, and eventually waves began to form. Bauer covered her ears to block out the wretched sound. The heartbone did not actually hurt Bauer. She was just a musical aficionado of refined tastes. She thought the music being played was downright diabolical. Hansen frowned. Despite the increased number of waves, the super creature was reluctant to exit the lake. Don't you have any better songs to play than that? Hansen asked. Not really. I use it to disturb the life force of my enemies. I didn't invest time in learning any more melodies. It's not like I want my foes to be dancing the mamba, Dry Bone King said. I could teach you a thing or two about the musical arts, let me tell you. Look at Bauer's face. That is the face of a soured critic. How do you expect to draw a super creature out of the lake with that awful tune? After Han San said this, he played a melody he used to like when he was small. Dry Bone King paid attention and tried to learn the melody Han San played for him. Then he tried to copy it. Dong, dong, dong dong, 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 dong dong. Bauer was slowly able to remove her hands from her ears. And suddenly, the water at the center of the lake began to whirl. A purple shadow rose amidst the turmoil. Han San squinted and saw that it was a 7-meter-long lobster. It waved its pincers towards the lakeshore crowd. Bauer's eyes were wide open, but not in fear or surprise. In fact, she looked hungry. She looked as if she wanted to eat the lobster. Seeing the lobster come towards them, Han San summoned his Disloyal Knight. Han Sen put the Twin Thunder Knight Beast Soul on Disloyal Knight, and fortunately, it did not seem limited to the thunder element. Disloyal Knight's body immediately displayed a number of changes. His copper armor turned blue, as did the light of his halo. It was like a neon fluorescent cyber halo now. Furthermore, the soft image of his halo had changed to look like a circular saw, with jagged edges representing the lightning that now fueled him. Disloyal Knight used his lightning halo on the lobster, and immediately after, the lobster itself started to turn blue. It was slower and weaker now, to the point where it was starting to look paralyzed. But it wasn't enough to disable the lobster entirely, as it was still able to leap into the air and attempt to strike Disloyal Knight. Its pincers were like garden scissors, spreading wide to cut him in two. Disloyal Knight looked like a rocket immediately after launch. He kicked up a sandstorm behind him as he flew upwards. Pang! Disloyal Knight flashed like lightning himself. He soared past the pincers with ease. Disloyal Knight then returned to pummel the lobster's head numerous times. Lightning began to fizz and crackle against its weakened carapace as the lake-emerged super creature's movements became duller and duller, to the point that it appeared to have passed out. Unable to dodge, all the lobster could do was submit to getting pounded. With lightning powering his fists, Disloyal Knight punched the lobster over and over without reprieve. The seafood nemesis had no chance of fighting back. In the end, Disloyal Knight was able to break open the entire shell of its head and mangle the brain inside its fleshy scalp. Han Sun was shocked as he witnessed the scene. He could hardly believe Disloyal Knight was able to do that all by himself. Super creature Lake Lobster killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature can be consumed, and you may also harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sun was delighted to hear this announcement. After combining with Twin Thunder Knight, Disloyal Knight had received a great buff. The effectiveness of his halo in particular had increased immensely. Chapter 1248 Han Sun tried it too. If he stood inside the halo, he would receive buffs. The blue lightning enveloped him, increasing his power and speed. Whenever he struck an enemy, they'd become paralyzed. That's pretty good. Han Sen was delighted with the results. Although it wasn't a berserk beast soul, and it hadn't opened its 10th gene lock, Disloyal Knight was far stronger than it used to be. If it consumed more life drops and became a berserk beast soul, it'd become as strong as Xieqing King, Han Sen wagered. Han Sen summoned Golden Growler and put the lobster on its back. Then, they all returned to the shelter to have themselves a barbecue. Han Sen washed the lobster out and put the meat on the grill, as Bauer drooled uncontrollably. When they both sunk their teeth into the tantalizing-looking lobster meat, their faces turned sour as if they had taken a swig of curdled milk. It tasted awful. But despite the fact that they couldn't enjoy it, all the others considered it a treat. Each and every other super creature had a bite, and they were loving it. Ghost Eye and Snowball made sure to sit down in front of Han Sen and Bauer, stuffing their face with the lobster meat. They made squelching noises and let their lips hang to show how much they were enjoying the food, while those two could not. Han Sen then decided to pick up Bauer and return to the Alliance. "Let's go eat some real food. We'll let them enjoy their dog food," Han Sen sternly said. "We need to eat something much better," Bauer affirmed. "Of course. And for tonight we're going to dine on the best food money can buy. Order whatever you want, Bauer. I'm made of money," Han Sen kindly, albeit boastfully, proclaimed. "Money!" Bauer shouted in response, raising her fists in the air. Han Sen drove an aircraft to Roca Planet and went to the most expensive restaurant there. It was called Doria. "Sir, what would you like to eat this fine evening?" the waitress asked while presenting a menu. Even Bauer was given one. In this era, where proper labor practically did not exist, having real human staff just went to show how high-class the restaurant was. "Give me your finest, madam. The best this place can provide, I'll take it," Han Sen proudly said. Bauer, with a more serious tone of voice this time, just shouted money. The waitress wasn't sure what to respond, as she had never encountered such a peculiar duo before. But then someone from behind mocked them out loud by saying, "Has someone just won the lottery, and wants to flaunt his newfound, but bound to be short-lived wealth? Everyone here became rich before you did. Pah! The gall." Han Sen saw a middle-aged man sitting with a pretty woman. He was well-dressed, but his face left much to be desired. He looked at Han Sen with incredible disdain. Han Sen frowned. He didn't think they were speaking too loud, and the man obviously had a chip on his shoulder to pick on total strangers. But Han Sen was the president's son-in-law, and he didn't want to make this a point and embarrass the president by beating him up. So Han Sen just picked up the menu and ordered a few portions of the most expensive food that was available. The man heard what Han Sen ordered and said, "Stop pretending you are rich, dear boy. If you were that noble, go upstairs and eat amongst the nobles dining on noble food." Han Sen frowned hearing that voice again. He came here to spend a night relaxing in the comfort of fine dining. He hadn't expected that someone so wretchedly annoying would choose to pester him all evening. Bauer didn't want to hold back her hatred of the man, though. The fire of murder blazed in her eyes, and she was now clutching her gourd. It was evident she did not like people bullying or complaining to Han Sen, and so she wanted to absorb the man. Han Sen noticed what she was going to do. With a racing heart, he had made sure to stop her. If something like that occurred, the alliance would be thrown into shock and turmoil, particularly so, given Bauer's origin. When the waitress was about to confirm the order, an old man approached Han Sen. "Manager." The waitress thought she had done something wrong, and that was why he had stepped forward. The wages for Doria employees were incredibly high, and she was given complimentary flesh in the first god's sanctuary. The last thing she wanted was the loss of her job. The old man smiled at the waitress and signaled for her to step back for a bit. Then the manager turned to Han Sen and bowed. He said, "Dear Mr. Han, we have prepared the top-floor garden exclusively for you. Chef Shirley will prepare the food for you and only you. You will be given her undivided attention." A profound silence fell over the restaurant as everyone turned to look at them in shock. No one could buy their way into the garden, but it provided unparalleled views of the city. Not even sacred-blood aristocrats could get a seat there. And the last person who was able to get Chef Shirley to prepare their food was Jiang Baiken. Everyone looked at Han Sen in awe. They were in disbelief, seeing Doria provide such a worthy offering. When a few people recognized Han San for he was, one of them proclaimed, "It's Han San. That's our first super aristocrat." Han San picked up Bauer and followed after the manager. He did not want to revel in the limelight and remain the focus of everyone's attention. The man who had mocked Han San was glum, and a dire look had fallen upon his face. He rushed out of the restaurant without even finishing his meal. Han Sen took Bauer to the top floor, and there he saw a beautiful woman in the kitchen. "It's you." Han Sen was shocked when he saw the woman. Chapter 1249. What would you like to eat? The beautiful chef smiled with a warmth that could melt ice. "We'll eat whatever you recommend." Han Sen proceeded to sit down with Bauer near the kitchen. It was difficult for Han Sen to believe Shuefian was a chef. Han Sen couldn't help but wonder to himself, is the food she makes actually edible? I hope it doesn't arrive cold. Han Sen wouldn't be surprised if she served a heaping bowl of human flesh, quite frankly. But since he was there, and he had been treated so well by the restaurant, he wasn't quite willing to run for the door just yet. He was going to stay and witness whatever she decided to prepare. Shuefian did not talk much. She went straight into preparing food. And as Han Sen watched her operate, he couldn't help but be impressed by her chopping skills. There was an artistic quality to the way she wielded her knives. The grill was hot, and as the food sizzled atop it, a delectable aroma wafted out of the kitchen to tantalize the noses of the eager diners. Han Sen and Bauer actually found themselves rather excited, and they stared at the cooking meat with wide eyes. Professional chefs really were in a league of their own, and Shuefian's skills in the kitchen far exceeded Han Sen's. After the food was served, Bauer ate what was on her plate like a ravenous pig. Her chubby face was smeared with grease. If this was an all-you-could-eat buffet, Han Sen wagered Bauer would end up emptying the pantry. "I did not expect you to be able to cook so well. I appreciate your grace, hospitality, and excellent service," Han Sen praised her as he prepared to pay. Shuefian smiled in return and said, "There is no need for you to pay. But might I confess a problem I have? Perhaps you could help me with it." "What is it?" "If it's a reasonable request, I can certainly be of service," Han Sen said. Shuefian placed her hat down on a table, and then took off her uniform. Then she went to sit down near Han Sen. Shuefian maintained her professional image, for when she removed her uniform, her body was revealed to be fitted with a tight white dress that delicately cradled her every curve. "If you can't do this for me, then I deem the deed impossible," Shuefian said. "Okay, go on." Han Sen was delighted she was willing to request his assistance, and what's more, it seemed as if she was confiding in him something personal. She seemed to have difficulty mustering the courage to tell him what issue plagued her mind. Shuefian said, "I have actually been here for several months. Every night, I wait in the hope that I can see you. 2 of my family members have found themselves trapped in the third god's sanctuary. They are in the Thunder Hell faction. If you can rescue them, we will pay you handsomely." "Where are they exactly?" Han Sen asked. "It is a king-class shelter called Blood River Shelter," Shuefian explained. Han Sen said, "If news of them being trapped has reached you, I doubt they are in any immediate danger. I'll check the place out regardless. Then, after some reconnaissance, I'll tell you what I can do." "Thank you. And believe me, you have our full support. Now and forever," Shuefian said in praise. Before they left the restaurant, Shuefian provided Bauer with a lot of different desserts for the road. Han Sen thought about Blood River Shelter for quite a while. He had always wanted to take down a king-class shelter anyway. Han Sen could not take on Emperor shelters reliably, but he could most certainly assault a king-class shelter. After all, he now had the Silver Fox back. It even had its 10th gene lock open. This could be a great opportunity for him to collect a few more life geno essences. Shuefian provided Han Sen with the location of where he needed to go, and indeed, he fancied heading out there to see what was what. When he arrived home from the restaurant, he teleported back to the sanctuary. There, he took Bauer and went towards the shelter Shuefian had told him about. with the Silver Fox and everyone else back protecting Thunder Hell Shelter. Even if Saint Fan decided to show, he could return quickly. Since Thunder Hell Shelter wasn't a mobile shelter, though it had to remain there and thus remain guarded. Without a shelter, the plants would dry, and Han Sen needed water drops. The more Super Beast souls Han Sen collected, the more water drops he would need to make them berserk after all. Because this place was in the Thunder Hell faction, the super creatures and king spirits had all taken flight. After half a day of travel, Han Sen saw a red river running to the east of him. It was wide like a sea. Han Sen frowned. He had been told Blood River Shelter resided on an island in the middle of that same river. He didn't expect the river to be so wide, though, and even from where he was standing, he could sense a wretched presence residing there across the water. Han Sen didn't take a straight road to where he was supposed to be going. Instead, he decided to go to where the Shui family members had been spotted. He wondered if he'd be able to confirm their current condition from that same place. After a while, Han Sen saw 3 peaks in the distance. Strangely, they looked like steamed buns. He found a green field to rest in for a while. The 2 Shui family members were supposed to be on patrol, and they would pass through there. Chapter 1250. Bauer sat on the grass drinking milk. She was a few years old by now, but her appearance hadn't changed at all. Han Sen did not know whether she was simply slow to develop, or if she'd be like this forever. Regardless of what her circumstances were, he was determined to take care of her. Han Sen was going to wait until dark. If the 2 people he expected to see did not arrive, he'd attempt to sneak into the shelter with the night cloak. Within the hour, though, Han Sen noticed a ship approaching the shore from across the river. He stood up to take a better look. It was white and it moved incredibly quickly. When the ship neared, though, Han Sen's face changed and he looked ill. The ship was made out of bone. It had a bone mast, and the sails had been crafted from animal hides. Of course, such a ghastly ship wouldn't scare Han Sen. He had encountered far more nerve-wracking horrors in his time. What most rattled Han Sen about this scene, however, was the presence of a human at the front of the ship. At the bow of the ship stood a cross, and there was a man crucified upon it. The man seemed to be of old age, although his treatment had undoubtedly made him seem more withered than he might have actually been. He had been stripped naked and pinned to the cross. He was fastened to the cross by thick, crude nails that had also been forged from bone. They had been driven deep into his arms and feet. The old man looked to be great agony, but he knew moving would only incite more pain. Thus he moaned softly, but he remained still. Blood ran down his body and the cross like monstrous veins. Han Sen thought he was having a sneak peek at the gallows in hell. Han Sen knew many humans were suffering in the third god's sanctuary, and their numbers might even outweigh the amount of those who were happy and in good condition. But this was a cold reminder of reality. This savagery had become just a simple fact of existence there, and now it had been reinvigorated and put on display in front of Han Sen. It made him angry, and it was fanned by the flames of frustration, knowing there was nothing he could do right now to help the man. Han Sen gritted his teeth and swallowed the bitter pill of knowing he could not be of aid. He couldn't risk exposing his presence there, and even if he did try to save the old man, any enemies that might have been on board could kill the man and prevent Han Sen from getting what he wanted. Furthermore, if Han Sen was unable to remove the contract that bound the man, even after a successful rescue, he'd be killed before Han Sen could return him to the Alliance. The old man then saw Han Sen, and after, the boat steered in his direction. It was as if the boat was obeying some manner of mind control. The old man looked to be in pain and said, "Young man, do you hail from another shelter?" "Yes," Han Sen said. The old man looked happy, and the faint presence of a smile crept courageously back onto his face. He asked, "Are you free? Can you return to the Alliance?" Han Sen nodded and said, "Yes, I can go back. What is your name?" Seeing that old man, Han Sen was really reminded of how lucky he was to be free in the third god's sanctuary. The old man replied, "My name is Shui Yuqing. Can you take a message to the Shui family for me?" "Okay," Han Sen answered. "Please tell them to hurry here quickly." Shui Yuqing still looked to be in a lot of pain, and his words trembled out of his lips as he spoke. Shui Yuqing went on to say, Xuechan is still trapped in Blood River Shelter. They need to find him because our stuff is in his hands. Han San thought he had been asked to save 2 family members, but with what he had just been told, it seemed as if there was an important item the family wanted to have returned. Okay, and what is all this? Why have you been put on display like this? Han San asked. Shui Yuqing said, this boat can patrol the river. In order to operate, it requires a driver. I am its captain. You drive it like this? Han San frowned. Shui Yuqing sighed and answered, a powerful spirit or people who have been given the authority are the only ones who can drive it. I am a weak human lacking the trust of spirits. This is the only way I am able to drive it. I am doing this in the hopes I can send a message home. Han San felt so angry, learning that the spirits did not trust him. Because of that, the man had to operate the boat in constant agony. Han San knew humans were the weakest in the third god's sanctuary, but he was still mad over their unfair mistreatment at every corner. You have to take this message home. The Shui family will reward you handsomely. Now go. Go before the creatures notice you. Shui Yuqing steered the boat around, ready to leave. Hang on. Can you tell me how many king spirits and super creatures reside in that shelter? Han San asked. Shui Yuqing responded, there are 2 king spirits. One is Blood River King, the other is Wuxia. There are 7 super creatures residing there also. Tell my family to come reclaim the stuff and go. Han San was shocked. The last time he saw Wuxia had been during Xiang Yin's ascension. Nice. That's one loose end that needed tying up a long time ago. I can only hope his spirit stone is here as well, Han San thought to himself. Do you know how powerful they are? Han San asked. Shui Yuqing replied, it does not matter. Fighting them would be a futile endeavor. After that, Shui Yuqing drove the boat away. As he sailed across the red water, Han San heard him whimpering and moaning in pain. Chapter 1251 Han San shouted, don't go yet. I am going to take down Blood River Shelter and save you all. Shui Yuqing heard him say this and said, you have no idea how powerful a king-class shelter is. Simply sending a message will do. After that, he continued driving the boat away. Han San did not blame him for thinking this way. He might not have even heard of Han San, and it was highly unlikely he had learned that Han San had taken down an emperor shelter. Han San remained in that place and waited for nightfall. Then he donned the night cloak to sneak into the shelter. Han San had an advantage for now, but if he called for his companions to come, he'd lose it. Furthermore, he'd be risking the loss of Thunder Hell Shelter. And if Saint Fan had been biding his time, waiting for the moment Han San left the shelter unguarded, he could take over and ruin the teleporter inside. If that occurred, the shelter would indeed be rendered useless. Han San planned to observe the goings-on of Blood River Shelter for a bit and come up with a viable plan of attack. If he could one-hit kill Blood River King, that would be wonderful. Han San snuck to the island as unnoticeably as he could. The river was a few hundred miles wide, and the island itself was rather large. The castle there was not all that different from Devil's Nest. Near the river, Han San saw a giant tentacle making waves. Han San was not sure what it was, but it had to be around 50 meters long. The tentacle came out from the water and kept patting and splashing the surface of the river. Inside the shelter there were many strange fish with legs. Their mouths were filled with crocodile-like teeth, too. Luckily, Han San had the night cloak to shield him from their vision. Then not long after, Han San felt the presence of a familiar life force nearby. Wuxia. Han San saw 2 people walking through the castle's garden. One of them was Wuxia. It had been a while since Han San last saw him, and he clearly hadn't been idle in the time since. He was now much stronger, and he'd be a far more formidable foe this time. Wuxia was one of the 8 generals and had been, once upon a time, at the same level of strength as Xiang Yin and Sky King. It was only a matter of time before he recovered, and if he recovered any further, defeating him would be far more difficult. Besides Wuxia, there was a king spirit. He was clad in red armor. He had a red cloak and 2 swords crossed behind his back. That must be Blood River King. Han Sen thought to himself. I hope you can give me an answer. If you let this opportunity to pass you by, it may be tens of thousands of years before you get another, Wuxia said. Han Sen leaned closer in an attempt to hear what the two were discussing. Blood River King said, Emperor treasures are good, but that vine has no difficulty eating berserk super creatures on a whim. Even with our spirit stones intact, 'tis a dangerous venture to consider. Wuxia said, I am well aware of how powerful the aqua vine is, but we can just go there to steal the kill. What do you mean? Blood River King asked with visible surprise. Do you know the flying dragonfish? Wuxia asked. Blood River King said, You mean the flying dragonfish that has open Tenjin locks in the empty river? Yes, it has Tenjin locks open. And what's more, it can go past the 10 steps of the holy door. Can go there, but it is intent on searching for the aqua vine. If it ate the aqua fruit, it could become a demigod, no problem. You mean? Blood River King began. Wuxia said, We have to wait until they are both injured. We can get the fruit without issue. And if we play our cards right, we might also get the fish. If this is as easy as you say it is, why do you implore my assistance with this? Why do you want me to join you so badly? Blood River King wasn't entirely trusting. Wuxia said, The aqua vine can restrict my powers, and it can self-destruct before anyone gets what it holds. But you are fueled by the element of blood. You might be able to pick them up. Wuxia also went on to say, There are 7 aqua fruits for the taking. If you grab them all, I'll keep 2. If you obtain fewer than 4, I'll have 1. We can give it a try. But when will the dragon fish be back on the move? Blood River King said. Wuxia smiled and said, I know the answer to that. If you are truly interested, come with me. Wuxia did not tell him the exact time, as he was worried Blood River King might abandon him. Han Sen thought to himself, Are they talking about the lantern fish and the purple vine? This is great. The vine on the peak had almost killed the lantern fish. And what's more, the fruit or treasure that might have been up there was of great interest to him. Chapter 1252 Han Sen listened for a while longer, but there was nothing more useful he could learn. As for the shelter, he decided to delay his attack on it for the time being. Han Sen was going to wait for Wuxia and Blood River King to take the vine. At that point he would either attack the shelter or try to claim the fruit. There were 2 choices, and Han Sen still had to weigh the pros and cons of each. Han Sen poked around the shelter for a bit, wanting to get a look at the super creatures that inhabited it. Although it was not an emperor shelter, Han Sen knew he should still maintain caution, and not be so foolish as to underestimate the threat of those that resided inside the shelter. Han Sen walked towards a tree and saw a human pouring the blood-like water of the river on it. Seeing his skin, Han Sen knew he was one of the Shui family members with the incorrect learning of jade skin. That one must be Shui Chun. I wonder what he possesses that is so important. Han Sen wondered to himself what it might be. Han Sen used the night cloak to enter the shelter, and as much as he would have liked to ask him, he knew he couldn't risk doing so. It could jeopardize the lives of the two and blow his cover. So Han Sen found out where he lived and then decided to leave the shelter. Even if Han Sen did go and meet him, he didn't think the man would give him whatever he was holding on to. So Han Sen returned to the riverside and looked for a cave he could camp out in for a few days. When the time was right, he'd go out and take the vine for himself. There were loads of mountains around, and when he found a cave he brought Bauer in with him. Even if there were creatures inside, Han Sen could defeat them with ease and not bring awareness to his presence there. The cave was very dry though, and neither was there any discernible odor. That told them it was creature-free, and as a result hassle-free. The cave was only 60 meters deep, and the only exit was the one they had used to enter. Strangely, however, Han Sen did find something there. Despite there being no telltale signs of a nearby creature, or one that had paid a recent visit, there was a bird's nest that had been crudely built from wood. The egg inside looked rather like a goose's egg. The nest looked old, though, and the egg was caked in a layer of dust that obscured its true color. Bauer, we're in luck. Han-sun grabbed the egg and examined it. Holding it in his hands, he thought it must have weighed around a kilogram. Han-sun gave it a scan, but he could not sense the presence of a life force within. Han-sun wondered to himself, is this a rotten egg? After wiping the dust away, he noticed the egg was red. What's more, it was decorated with a number of symbols. The symbols were similar to waves, and not unlike a representation of the blood river. Meh, I'll cook it first anyway. Han-sun brought his cooking tools and utensils out of the cruel bottle. He decided to boil the egg in hot water. Perhaps it was because it had no life force, but Bauer showed no interest in the egg. Instead, she just grabbed her jerky and snacks to munch on. Han-sun grabbed his flagon and started to drink near Bauer. Since they were in a remote location, and Han-sun had hidden their presence there, he didn't think anyone would come poking about. The best thing about the cruel bottle he had recently discovered was not the fact you could hide creatures and spirits within. No, it was the fact he could store tools and utensils. It sure helped lessen his load. Cheers, Dad. Bauer used her milk to raise a toast. Cheers. Just as Han-sun was about to drink from his flagon, its bottom collapsed. The drink that was within all fell out and soaked his clothing. Han-sun was shocked, and his first reaction was to look around for a potential troublemaker. But he could not detect anyone or anything nearby. Han-sun saw a gaping hole in the bottom of his flagon, and its bottom looked as if it had been cut out perfectly. Tang Junliu gave him this flagon, and he told Han-sun it had been crafted by a master craftsman. It was the work of a legend, and it had been forged from Z steel. It was supposedly one seamless item. He must have gotten tricked. This thing isn't seamless, and now his foolishness has had me waste all my drink. My wife gave me this. Han-sun's mind was in a bit of a state. Han-sun was willing to lick the drink from the floor, but he held off from doing that for now. The thought of an enemy nearby hadn't completely escaped him, so he had to stay on his toes and remain wary. Han-sun put the flagon back and pulled out the whole bottle. Fortunately, the drink was not strong, and it could help keep one's eyes open. Pang! Before the bottle reached his mouth, the bottom of the bottle also broke. But he wasn't going to waste the drink this time, so he quickly pulled the bottle up and positioned his mouth below, so it'd all spray into his mouth. Han-sun quickly looked around to try to confirm if there was trouble afoot. It couldn't be a coincidence that this had occurred twice in a row, so Han-sun decided to check out the surrounding vicinity again. The water was boiling by this point, and the egg was still intact amidst the bubbling water. It still looked as dead as ever, too. Was that just a coincidence? If so, that's a bad sign. Han-sun was not superstitious, but this sure made him think twice. He returned to the fireside and brought out another drink. As he held it in his hands, he stared at the egg. The egg looked fine, but Han-sun knew nothing was ever so straightforward. He had to be sure. As Han-sun continued to stare at the egg, he brought the drink to his mouth. Chapter 1253 Pang. The bottom of the bottle broke again. This time Han-sun had been staring at the red egg that was still inside the pot. He couldn't sense a life force within the egg, but the moment the bottle shattered, Han-sun saw a light swiftly beam out from it. Han-sun was shocked. His Dongxian Sutra was stronger than ever, but it hadn't been able to sense anything. His plain old eyesight, however, could. Must I suffer trouble even if all I want to do is boil an egg? Han-sun mused as he eyed the egg with a soured look. Something is wrong. Han-sun then realized that the drink that had been spilt on the floor was missing. The cave wasn't particularly warm, so it didn't make sense for the ground to have dried up already. As Han-sun frowned, he suddenly smelled the scent of alcohol. Because the bottle broke, Han-sun hadn't taken immediate notice. The fragrance he detected now was coming from the bubbling pot. Is this thing boiling itself with alcohol? Han-sun wasn't quite sure what to think. The egg was strange, that much was certain, but Han-sun was not worried about the mischief it was causing. Even if it turned out to be a hostile super creature, he knew he could take it down. Han-san had disloyal knight and little angel by his side, so slaying a super creature would be a trivial task. The egg showed no more activity in the pot, but that scent of alcohol was unmistakable. Han-san turned to take a look at Bauer on her airbed, but she was still merrily drinking from her bottle of milk. It looks like the egg's not interested in breaking bottles. Maybe it really is just fond of going after alcohol. Han-san grabbed himself another drink. This time Han-sen poured it into the pot. After doing this, the symbols on the egg began to glow brighter. It seemed as if something would soon hatch. But still Han-sen could not detect a life force. And if he didn't know any better, he'd still believe the egg to be dead. Strange. Han-sen had a lot of confidence in his Dongxian Sutra, so this puzzle was perplexing to him. It might make sense if an emperor was masking its presence and avoiding detection of the Dongxian Sutra, but this was just an unborn creature egg. Not even berserk super creatures could avoid his detection. I need to find out what you are, you little blighter. Han-sen grabbed a few more bottles and emptied their contents into the boiling pot. He would be better off if the creature was born, Han-sen believed. If he could then kill it for a life genoessence, he could nab a few more super geno points. So Han-sen wanted to see what was inside it. Han-san summoned disloyal knight and little angel, and then the three of them all stared at the egg intensely. Something strange was going on, that much was for sure. But all of a sudden, the red color of the egg vanished, and only the pure, clean color of white remained. Strangely though, it almost looked like it was bleeding. The color red was returning slowly. The white egg began to run red, but the red only appeared around the strange symbols. Against the plain white, the color red now really stood out. Han-san knelt closer, wanting to get a better look at the egg in the water. Regardless of what was inside, Han-sen was determined to kill and eat the creature. Catcha! A lot of small cracks began to form across the white of the egg, and they were spreading quickly. It wouldn't be long before its entire surface was webbed. But strangely, the area of the symbol with waves was completely free of these cracks. Han-sen pulled out Taya and Phoenix sword. Then he summoned the ancient devil soldier beast soul, which granted him his devilish horns and wings. Little angel clasped her angel sword, while disloyal knight shone with a blue light that illuminated the entire cave. They all stared at the egg intensely, ready to kill it the moment the residing creature was born. The alcohol and water mixture was still bubbling and boiling, and Han-san thought that if a chicken emerged, it'd taste delicious. Catcha! The egg cracked even more now, and its surface was nothing but a webwork of crevices. Even the red portion of the egg was cracking now. The red areas were beginning to peel and fall into the pot like thin strawberry flakes. The red part only covered 30% of the egg, so Han-san still had trouble trying to determine what was within. He tried scanning the egg again, and weirdly, he could still not ascertain what the creature was or what it was going to be. Catcha! The rest of the egg broke. The entire egg began to fall away and collapse like a jigsaw puzzle, leaving something behind. Han-san saw it, and all he could ask himself was, why in the sanctuaries would something like this be inside an egg? Han-san had seen many strange things in his time in the sanctuaries, but this was most certainly winning the award for the strangest thing to emerge from an egg. Chapter 1254. Inside the pot, amidst the broken shell, was a bronze goblet, a Jew. The surface of the Jew was decorated with an array of beautiful engravings and symbols. It was filled to the brim with an alcohol that looked like warm red wine. The Jew was submerged in the water of the pot, but the water did not mix with the red concoction inside the Jew. It remained separate. Han-sen had initially wanted to eat the egg, but he did not expect that this would emerge from it. The Jew did not have a life force, and it was more akin to a physical item than a creature. Han-sen stared at it. All he knew was that it was a goblet or vessel for pouring alcohol, and that some people said it could be used for rituals of sorts. Aside from that, Han-sen didn't know much about what it was exactly. It looked like an ancient Jew from time immemorial, due to it being perched on a small tripod. Han-sen couldn't believe it that the egg had contained a Jew. It didn't move while in the pot. It remained where it was like an inanimate object, as the water around it continued to boil and vaporize. Not long after, the last of the water boiled off. The red liquid remained where it was in the Jew, having not been disturbed by the water one bit. No matter how hot it had gotten, or how wild the water of the pot had bubbled, the substance inside was fine. The pot was now completely dry, and the Jew remained exactly the same as it had been. Han-san gave the alcohol inside the Jew a good sniff, and he was taken aback by how pleasant its fragrance was. He wasn't much of a drinker, but he most certainly wanted to partake in that drink. The Jew creeped him out, though, and he wasn't so silly as to start drinking without knowing any better. Bauer was different, however. She had finally shown some interest in the contents of the egg, and after crawling over to the Jew, she reached in and grabbed it. Careful. Han-san still didn't know what was inside the Jew, and if the beverage inside was poison, it would be a poor decision to drink it. Han-san wanted to take the Jew away from Bauer just in case, but before he could reach for it, she drank it all. Bauer, are you okay? Han-san asked with concern, finally pulling the Jew away from her. Bauer's face looked red and flushed, as if she was drunk. Han-sen examined her a little closer. She was indeed drunk, but that aside, she did not look at all harmed. The contents of the Jew seemed to have caused no damage. Han-san held the Jew in front of him, waiting for it to move or at least do something. Unfortunately, nothing occurred. The pot was burning hot, being atop the fire for so long, but the Jew was surprisingly cool to the touch. It has no life force and it isn't aggressive. It doesn't do anything. Did this thing really come out of that egg? Han-san couldn't imagine a mama or papa Jew producing baby Jew eggs. But still, there was a prevailing absence of danger. Bauer continued to appear unaffected and just went to sleep drunk. She didn't wake up until half a day later. Are you okay? Han-sen asked. I'm fine. Bauer looked to the Jew that was still in Han-sen's hand and said, I want more of that drink. This sort of drink is reserved only for adults. Children can't drink alcohol, Han-sen explained. It seemed as if the alcohol had special properties he himself was keen to explore. He was indeed quite curious regarding its origins. Han-sen remained there for many days, watching the Jew intently. He wasn't missing anything though, as he had repeatedly checked on the whereabouts of Wuxia and Blood River King. They were still inside Blood River Shelter. 3 days later, Han-sen's curiosity got the better of him. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol and poured it into the Jew. The alcohol originally looked white, but it turned the sickly color of blood upon entering. The Jew smelled so very strong, and the scent was heavier than any white wine he had ever known. It prompted Han-sen's saliva to go renegade. Bauer tried her best to grab the Jew that was held out of the reach of her arms, so Han-san pulled her by the clothes and lifted her up. As Bauer was in the air, her arms flailed in the direction of the Jew. She was desperate for more. You're just a kid. Let me drink it first. Han-sen picked up the Jew. Han-sen enjoyed another hearty waft of its fragrance, loving it. Han-sen now knew the red wine was not harmful, so he had no qualms with drinking it. Han-san felt a sensational warmth descend his throat. The pores on his skin felt rejuvenated, as if he had just stepped out of a hot spring. That's a nice drink. Han-san did not know much about alcohol, but he knew this was a belter. Han-san licked his lips, having enjoyed every last drop. As Han-san reflected on the mesmerizing flavor he had just experienced, an announcement suddenly played. The sacrificial wine has been consumed. The sacrificial ritual now begins. What? Han-san noticed his body begin to flare up with a red color. He saw an array of symbols get etched across his body, not too unlike the Jew. Then the entire cave turned red. Han-sen did not know why nothing occurred when Bauer drank it, but something bad seemed to be happening with him. And amidst all this, he looked at Bauer, who was still in his arms, and noticed how she was still perfectly fine. Boom! Most of Han-sen's body was set ablaze as the red symbols branded themselves across his skin. Chapter 1255 Blood River King stood at the tallest rampart of the castle, overlooking the river. The Blood River ran fast, and the banks sometimes burst, But flooding had never been this bad before. Much of the shelter had been submerged. "My king, does the river always behave this way?" Wuxia asked as he approached and also looked out over the river. There had been no rain, so it was a most peculiar phenomenon, witnessing the river flow at an increased pace and volume to such a degree. Blood River King shook his head and confirmed, "I have been here for 50,000 years. Never once have I seen the river behave this way." But what?" Wuxia asked. Blood River King explained, "Before I first arrived here, a berserk super creature roamed beneath the waters of the Blood River. He was the leader of this place, and it was said that whenever he desired to eat, the river would flood and allow it to swim above land to eat its fill. When its hunger was satiated, the waters of the river would quell." "And where is this beast now?" Wuxia asked. "It went to the fourth god's sanctuary. That was a long time ago. Truth be told, I wouldn't be here, had it not been for its ascension. I was fortunate enough to enter these lands after it had moved on," Blood River King admitted. "Weird. If it rises randomly like this, something ill must be afoot. Do you know if the creature had any kids?" Wuxia wondered. "Not to my knowledge, but it is not out of the question. Perhaps we can search for it." Blood River King summoned the tentacle monster, bidding it to go out and look for another possible creature in the waters. After some time had elapsed, there had been no reports of such a creature existing. Nothing had been found, and the mystery of the rising river saw no elucidation. The river now submerged Han Sen's cave entirely, but strangely, no water entered the stone pocket. Han Sen looked all around him before recentering his vision on the Jew. After drinking the wine, Han Sen's body was dotted with peculiar symbols that were on fire. The fires eventually departed his body, floating through the air towards the Jew. Then, Han Sen's body returned to normal. The Jew for the wine was now like a lit oil lantern, but the flames within did not illuminate the cavern, and a greater darkness intruded. Beyond 3 feet in front of him he could not see a thing. Han Sen held Bauer and checked himself for any further changes. Aside from his own life force appearing a little weaker, there did not seem to be any alarming changes. The Jew suddenly moved in another direction. Han Sen swiftly followed after it. Away from the Jew there was only darkness, so he kept close to it. And out in the darkness, Han Sen could not escape the nagging feeling that someone was watching him. Han Sen did not fancy remaining in that darkness, so he made sure to keep close and follow the floating Jew. Bauer's hands clutched Han Sen's neck tightly, for she was deeply afraid of the dark. The Jew continued its airborne flight, and although he felt compelled to follow, Han Sen found it a touch suspicious. He remained alert and ready for anything hostile that came his way. Han Sen recalled the directions he was going should have led him to a dead end by now, for there was nothing special in that cave. But weirdly they were able to keep on walking. And after miles of walking they went on and on. There weren't any walls around them either, or so it felt. The sense that someone was watching him heightened, but he could still tell that it was just him being paranoid. There was nothing actually there. Eventually, after much walking, an exit could be seen far ahead in the dark distance. It was like a soul beacon, a soul puncture of light. As Han Sen got closer, he was indeed able to confirm that it was an exit. The exit was dead ahead, but Han Sen could not make out what lay beyond the blinding light. The moment he stepped out, though, all became clear. Bauer looked around in amazement. They were underwater, and as Han Sen reached his arms out to touch the water, his hands felt soothing coolness. The water had formed a dome, leaving the area inside completely dry. It was like an invisible wall was separating them from the water. In that place there was a circular altar made of stone. There were 3 different statues on the altar too. They represented the same thing, but all had differences to differentiate them from each other. The left statue looked like a mermaid. The statue on the right was a reverse mermaid. The middle statue was the creepiest, depicting a human covered in patches of scales. The Jew went to the left statue and lit it up. Within that flame, the statue opened its eyes with a frighteningly powerful aura. Han Sen frowned. The mermaid statue was alive. It slid down the altar with its scaled lower body. The red-haired mermaid formed her lips into an O, forming a number of bubbles that drifted over to Han San. Han San summoned Disloyal Knight and Little Angel, and then Disloyal Knight covered everything in the vicinity with blue lightning. Boom! Disloyal Knight leapt forward and punched the red bubble that was nearest to Han San. Chapter 1256. The bubble burst and sprayed Disloyal Knight with blood-colored water. His blue armor was dyed red, and as much he wanted to continue breaking the rest of the bubbles that were bearing down on Han San, he could no longer move. He had been glued to the ground, with that blood water acting as some form of super-adhesive gel. Disloyal Knight's feet were locked in place. He struggled to move, but he might as well have been nailed down. He was completely stuck in place. Disloyal Knight tried to jump, and he seemed to get free for a moment, but the substance was like supremely elastic gum. After ascending a height of a few meters, the gel yanked him back. Pang! Disloyal Knight hit the ground with a snap, courtesy of the gum that had bested him. The glue was now all over his body, and he was down on the ground like a slinking gecko. Disloyal Knight continued to struggle, but it was all to no avail. Seeing the bubbles and what they were capable of, Han San commanded Little Angel to fall back. But their numbers were many, and they were quickly filling up their stadium of battle. Han San brought out his phoenix sword and Taya. He struck one bubble, unleashing the flood of red water. Of course he now knew what to expect. So, immediately after it burst, he evaded the sticky spillage. Unfortunately, his phoenix sword had gotten some on it. Han San pulled out a cloth and tried wiping it clean, but that did not help. As soon as he applied the cloth became stuck and was unable to be removed. If I introduce this stuff to the Alliance, all the smithies will be out of jobs. Who needs soldering when you can just use this as a dip? Han San mused. He was not worried though. He shapeshifted into a gold raven. Han San opened his mouth and retaliated with an attack of his own. He spat fire across the arena to counter the bubbles and pop them from a distance. Han San knew water was weak to fire, but he didn't expect this move to be that useful. Han San breathed fire across Disloyal Knight and his phoenix sword, and suddenly, both of them were free, sharp, and battleable once more. The mermaid was still firing bubbles towards Han San. To get her to stop, he flew directly towards her. The bubbles were of no threat to Han San and his Blood Pulse Sutra, which had opened 9 gene locks. When they came into contact with the raging fires that cloaked Han San's burning assault, the bubbles evaporated into nothing but steam. Catcha! The gold raven struck the head of the mermaid, causing the entire statue to shatter. However, it wasn't a super creature as Han San expected it to be, for he received no announcement of its felling. But in the statue there was a red gemstone that looked rather like a life geno essence. Han San took it and noticed the presence of a mermaid swirling inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Now Han San heard an announcement play. As much as he wanted to inspect the item, he didn't quite have the time to do so. The Jew flew over to the right statue, inciting the reverse maid to come to life. More action would inevitably unfold. The legs of this being were encircled with wild waves of blood water, and it threw a kick towards Han San. Han San flapped his wings and soared forward to meet the incoming tide head-on. When the waves tapped Han San's infernal fires, the substance became steam. Catcha! Little Angel flew past the monster and sliced its head clean off. The fish monster shattered like the mermaid had, and it too possessed a gem for the taking. Han San picked it up and saw the image of that very same monster inside it. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Why are these both here? Why are they achievable in the same manner? Are they Blood River Kings? Han San found himself shocked at the implication. The Jew then flew towards the middle statue, prompting the fishman to come to life like the other two had. Strangely, it did not leap into battle. It stood where it was staring at Han San. Han San thought it was going to speak, but it eventually raised its arms and formed an orb of water between its hands. The water continued to gather and build, but reached its maximum size fairly swiftly. The arms remained raised, however, as another facet of it began to increase. The power and life force of the water was still growing. Kill him. Whatever the fishman was doing, it was similar to saving money. Therefore, Han Sen was quick to realize what was happening. If the fishy fiend maximized its power output, Han Sen didn't think he'd have what it took to block the attack. The three of them launched themselves forward, trying to reach the altar so they could kill the enemy. But as they reached their foe, a red shield suddenly appeared to bar their way. The three of them battered the shield as best they could, but they were unable to break it. The fishman was free to build up power without interruption. Chapter 1257 emblazoned across the red shield. Han Sen noticed the faint outline of a fish. It was like a shark, but it was even more fearsome looking than that. Behind the head of this image, there was a tentacle-like limb that reached over. From this tentacle something hung. Han Sen thought it was a human hanging from the tentacle. It was quite the unnerving picture. The aquatic monster's outline was large, and it encompassed the entire altar that was behind it, like some wretched sentinel. Is this an image of the king of the blood river? Han Sen wondered, as the trio were slashing against the barrier that repelled their attempts to attack the third statue. Now they acknowledged their power was not enough. The shield had Tenjin locks powering it, that much was for sure. Ordinary powers weren't going to scratch it, let alone cut through it. Let's see who can hit harder then. Han Sen commanded his followers to stop attacking. Then he activated his Super King Spirit mode. The holy white light began to gleam. Han Sen's body shone like a deity of light, one with a coin between his fingers. The number on the coin began to ascend one by one, a signal of its increasing power. The fishman continued gathering its power too, as Han Sen did the same on the opposite side of the barrier. Both of their powers were like the rumbling and thunder from a couple of volcanoes preparing to erupt. The sheer volume of energy that whirled throughout that chamber was frightening. The fishman started to tremble. The power cradled in the basketball-sized sphere of water was equivalent to the amount needed to sunder entire mountains. Boom! The fishman lobbed the orb of water like a hydrogen bomb, leaving its legs trembling with exertion. Han Sen's body was also trembling with the power he had been summoning into the coin. Its number had now reached an all-time high, hitting 21. The moment the sphere left its bearer's hands, Han Sen let the coin fly. Within the tiniest fraction of a second, the orb and coin collided in mid-air. The power unleashed was crazy, and the shockwave caused by the impact was enough to send Little Angel and Disloyal Knight flying away. Amidst this carnage, Han Sen saw the coin pierce through the orb of water and cause a massive shockwave. The coin did not stop there, however. It carried on through towards the fishman's head, obliterating it. And in the immediate aftermath of that, the suction of the coin began to pull everything towards it like a magnet. The altar was broken, and its remains all flew towards the coin as if it were a black hole. The red shield had been shattered, and the fishman was no longer visible. Boom! Just as it looked like everything was over, everything was cast away in one last bout of chaos. Then, to accompany the ruin, the water that had previously been held back began to pour inside. Han Sen quickly grabbed the final red gem before the entire place flooded. Obtained Blood River King's Battle Geno Essence. Han Sen heard the same announcement play. Then, he grabbed Bauer and started to make his daring escape. The first thing to grace his eyes, following the dash from that bloody arena, was the glory of moonlight. It made for a delightful return to the surface. Han Sen saw a very clear lake before where he stood now, and it did not at all seem associated with the Blood River. Han Sen flew around with Bauer, but there were just mountains skirting the lake. There were no signs of that grand river. Little Angel and Disloyal Knight emerged from the lake, and when he confirmed there to be no immediate danger, he returned them for the time being. Han Sen landed on the plush ground near the lake and noticed the Jew had been following him. It was now near his feet. The fire inside it had depleted, and it went back to looking fairly ordinary again. Now it looked like little more than an antique. When Han Sen picked it up, there was nothing more curious about it. Seemed to be what it looked like. Han Sen decided to pour another drink into the Jew. Then he took a sip. It tasted just as good, But nothing wild or crazy occurred like it had last time. No more spooky symbols flared across his body either. Han Sen wouldn't mind killing a few more statues to obtain battle geno essences, though. While the Jew was still able to formulate the delightful sacrificial wine, it was no longer able to begin the sacrificial ritual. Han Sen summoned Dragon King. He was very knowledgeable when it came to peculiarities of the third god's sanctuary, and Han Sen had frequently used him as an encyclopedia. Perhaps there was a chance he'd know what the Jew was. "What do you want from me?" Dragon King still had no body, and every time he was summoned, it cost him a little bit more of his true self. Needless to say, this upset him. "Do you know what this is?" Han Sen knew he was upset, so he didn't beat around the bush and asked him directly. Dragon King looked at it, and his mood perked right up. He shouted, "Holy crap! Where did you get this from? Is that a good surprise or a bad surprise?" Han Sen wasn't sure whether the item was good or not. Chapter 1258. Dragon King looked at the Jew and said, "That actually depends. Continuing the theme of duality, this thing can be good and bad. If you are a demigod, it is good. If you're not, it can kill you." "So what does that mean? What is it for?" Han Sen wasn't put off by the words he had just heard. Dragon King began to slink and speak mysteriously, saying, "I'm afraid not many people in the third god's sanctuary know what this is. Fortunately for you, I am one of the very few who know. Me and Azura." Dragon King suddenly trailed off into silence. "Is this related to the betrayal of ancient devil emperor?" Han Sen asked. "It's not like that." Dragon King paused for a brief moment, and then went on to say, "This thing has nothing to do with us, but I knew of an artifact that was quite similar." "What would that be?" It was painful for Han Sen, being so patient with Dragon King's slow droning. "It's a secret. I've told you many secrets in the past, but I've never received a single scrap that could benefit me as a reward. I'm at the end of my tether. Why should I continue helping you and not expect anything in return?" Dragon King said. Han Sen eyed Dragon King with a lethal look and asked, "Ah, so you're no longer afraid to die. Is that what you're telling me? In that case, perhaps there is a favor I can perform for you." Dragon King rebutted, "You never planned to fix my body, so death is coming for me, one way or another." When Han Sen looked at him and saw clearly the crux of his issue, he conceded to say, "I have actually been looking out for one for you. Don't give me that crap. I know you already found an egg up on that mountain. Do you think I'm stupid?" Dragon King said. Han Sen smiled and said, "I did find one, yes. But you almost got me killed at the sky tree. If our roles were reversed, would you still give me an egg?" Dragon King had an awkward look descend upon him, and he pleaded once more. "It was a mistake. An honest mistake. Every time you ask me a question, I give you answers to the best of my knowledge. I never try to trick and mislead you." Han Sen said, "Well, an apology isn't good enough. It sure doesn't suffice for you to receive a super creature's egg off me." Dragon King pointed at the Jew and said, "I'll tell you what it is if you give me the egg. I'll consider the proposition, but if we're talking a trade, the bargain needs to be evaluated. It all depends on whether the secret of this Jew is decent. If it's some snob's wine pourer, forget it." Han Sen said, "I'm serious when I tell you that this thing is known only by very few people. I know what this is, and if I don't pass this knowledge on to you, you'll only end up harming yourself," Dragon King said, with a surprisingly alarmed tone. "Fine. Tell me the secret first. If I deem the knowledge worthy for the trade, I'll give you the egg. Deal?" Han Sen made his offer. "No. You say something like this every time, I swear. You have to promise me this time. Pinky promise." Dragon King spoke with distress. Han Sen said, "Oh, come on. You make it sound like you're the only one who knows what this thing does. I am giving you an opportunity here. Are you suggesting you know what it does? So why don't you tell me?" Dragon King said. Han Sen said, "It's an item from the fourth god's sanctuary." Dragon King looked shocked, but he balked. "You are smart. But if that's the extent of your knowledge regarding this thing, what a waste of time to tell me. Knowing that means knowing nothing. You need to know what this thing is truly for." "And me? I know. It's for a sacrificial ritual, Han Sen then said. Dragon King, with a look that had been tarred with great disdain, said, That is not what you call a secret either. Then tell me what it is for. Han Sen said with a raised voice, Give me the egg and I'll tell you, Dragon King insisted. Han Sen looked at the Jew and once again noted nothing special regarding it. If it was an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, it really was not something he wanted to get rid of. But if carrying it around with him brought harm, he didn't fancy that either. Han Sen wanted to know what it was before he started carrying it around with him. But he couldn't keep an eye on it 24/7. I can promise you I'll give you the egg. But only if the information is worth it. I'd sooner destroy the egg than give it to you. If you don't cough up something of value. Remember that. Han Sen issued a threat. You won't regret this. And I really need a body now. In the past, even if you offered me 10 eggs, I wouldn't have cared. Dragon King sounded confident. But the egg is not on me right now, just keep that in mind. When I return you can have it. So tell me, Han Sen said. Dragon King said, It is from the fourth god's sanctuary, yes. Have you heard of demigod genes? Is a Jew a demigod gene? Han Sen asked while observing the Jew. Demigod genes were like super genes, but their proper name was demigod genocore. These were genes that could only be obtained by demigods. They were different than other types, like mutant or sacred blood genes. If a super gene was a computational command, then a demigod genocore was a hub that could execute a number of different commands. The progress of a genocore affected the very powers of a demigod. Han Sen did not know much about this because demigod genocores were a secret to demigods alone. Han Sen had only heard scraps of information about this from the Ji family. Yes, it is a genocore that was created by a demigod creature. I have only seen such a thing once before. Where did you find this thing? Dragon King asked. Chapter 1259 Han Sen explained how he managed to obtain the Jew, and what he had experienced with the altar. Dragon King's expression warped and he said, If I am correct, then this Jew is not a demigod genocore. It is still an item from the fourth god's sanctuary, however. Why isn't this a demigod genocore from Blood River King? Han Sen asked. This Jew had opened a passage to an altar. This was all on the same island as Blood River Shelter. So Han Sen found it quite peculiar, hearing that this did not actually belong to Blood River King. Dragon King said, Blood River King wants demigod genocores, sure. But he can only gain hold of them by doing what we all must do. Ascending the 10 steps of the Holy Door. The only way he might have been able to create the demigod genocore in the third god's sanctuary was while walking the 10 steps and failing. Failure leads to death, mind you. That could be left in his absence. What makes you think Blood River King is not dead, though? Han Sen frowned. If he was dead, you wouldn't be able to summon his altar. The ritual you had was one that summoned a demigod. If you activated it, then that means he is still alive, Dragon King explained. But that can't be right. My Jew summoned the altar, and that must mean the Jew was created by a demigod. Han Sen said. That's why this is bad. Blood River King is still here. And the Jew must not be the true genocore he created. But it was able to summon the altar and almost summon the king himself. If you didn't destroy the altar, he'd be back. All these facts lead me to one startling conclusion. Dragon King's tone and look gained a significant amount of gravitas. What? Han Sen asked. The Jew can summon other demigods. The workings of this thing are wild and unpredictable. It's too dangerous to carry around, Dragon King said. Han Sen didn't think his time at the altar was all that special. He had managed to kill all 3 statues with relative ease, and he had obtained 3 battle geno essences for his trouble. If the demigods return, what can they do? Han Sen asked. They were demigods, so it didn't seem as if there'd be a reason or purpose for them to occupy the third god's sanctuary. That is the secret. Give me the egg and I'll tell you. Dragon King hushed his lips after this. Han Sen clicked his fingers and put Dragon King away for the time being. Han Sen flew around the area he had ended up in. wanting to check it out some more. To the east were an abundance of hills, and to the west were thorny vines and a river. So Han Sen traveled to the west. A strange expression fell across Han Sen's face as he realized the place looked similar to the area he had met the lanternfish. In the river he saw them again. The stream was filled with the lanternfish, and they were all headed upstream. Nice. Wuxia wants to fight the kingfish and the vine, doesn't he? I should get ready to swoop in and aid Lord Fish. Han Sen followed the stream up, hoping to catch up with the king. After flying a few hundred miles, he didn't find the Fish King. What he did find, however, was a shelter. The shelter was nothing fancy. It was just a mere solitary royal shelter. Han Sen planned to take it over. Even if he had no need for it, it would allow future humans who spawned there to be safe. When he entered the shelter, though, there were no foes to rout. It had already been abandoned, and there was nobody there. The entire shelter had one teleporter inside, though, and it was in perfect working condition. Han Sen returned to the Alliance and took a break with Ji Yanran. After that, he returned to the sanctuary. Han Sen packed his stuff alongside Little Angel, when suddenly, something seemed to be coming through the teleporter behind him. A human is spawning here? Neat timing. Han Sen was wondering who it might be. If it wasn't an enemy, Han Sen wouldn't mind lending a hand for a while. He didn't want anything bad to befall humans, as there was a long road to go for them to occupy and govern a greater portion of control over the third god's sanctuary. And every new person needed all the help they could get. Seeing the dimensions distort, someone appeared. It was a woman with a rapturously gorgeous figure, and when Han Sen pried his eyes away from her curves, he was shocked to discover who it was. The woman had a similar response seeing Han Sen, and she too was surprised to see who she had immediately encountered. "It's you," they both said in tandem. Han Sen had just spent time with her on Skynet not so long ago. It was Qin Xian. Well, this seems too far-fetched to be a coincidence. Han Sen thought the chances of her ending up there with him were a little too unlikely. It was an enormous world. Yet she had ended up with Han Sen in her first moment there. "I am so lucky to see you, aren't I? What are the chances? You are going to carry me, aren't you?" Qin Xian laughed. "That's no problem. I'm getting used to carrying people." Han Sen smiled. Just as Qin Xian started to speak again, a number of loud, repetitive noises sounded from someplace not too far away. They were like the repeated drumming of a stampede. Han Sen's face changed, so he flew up and had a look. Many creatures were coming from the river, and they looked terrified as they took refuge in the shelter. Chapter 1260. Above the water of the river, a million flying fish had appeared. They were all following its winding course upstream. "It looks like the Fish King is on its way to tangle with the vine again." Han Sen was surprised, and as he looked over, he saw the big, familiar fish. Its scales gleamed like a trove of gold in the sunlight. Fitting for the king it was. Han Sen wanted to send Qin Xian someplace safer, but there was currently no time. He put her on Golden Growler, and together they chased after the fish. What's going on? She had been in the third god's sanctuary for less than 2 minutes, and she had no clue what was going on. She was unnerved and almost scared about what might soon happen. Many monsters were escaping the river, and its proximity to make way for the abundance of flying fish. It was a spectacle for sure, but the power of everything around dwarfed her own. She was terrified. The Fish King is on its way to fight something particularly powerful. "I'm here to see if I can claim a few goodies." Han Sen explained the long and short of it. "Will my presence prove a burden? Perhaps I should go back for now?" Qin Xian knew Han Sen was the strongest human there, and the last thing she wanted to do was drag him down. She had only just arrived, so there'd be no chance she'd be able to fend for herself after all. "We're only here to watch from afar. For now anyway. It'll be fine if you come along," Han Sen said. Leaving Qin Xian there would be just as good as sending her on a death march. She could return to the Alliance, but Han Sen did not know when he'd be able to fetch her. Han-san was also worried that the creatures would destroy the teleporter in their panic. If that happened, she'd have to end up respawning elsewhere. Han-sen was going to remain in hiding anyway. When Wuxia and Blood River King came, all he'd have to do was make sure she was extra hidden. Bauer wanted to play with the flying fish once more, but he stopped her this time. Han-sen did not know where Wuxia was currently, but it'd be difficult for them to avoid being spotted if they followed the fish too closely. They had to be as sneaky as possible. The Fish King was going at a slow pace, and there must have been quite a distance to go for it to reach the showdown it was headed for. The amount of fish that was following the king was nigh unbelievable to see. Their numbers were countless, and the only word a mind could muster to describe the spectacle was insane. Golden Growler followed the river on the rough ground past its banks. Still, it managed to move so smoothly that there was nary a shake or bump. But then, Han-sen suddenly saw a crocodile-like creature that was around 10 meters long. When it saw the Golden Growler, it tried to eat it, Han-sen and Qin Xian. Han-sen thought it was an ugly beast, as its body had thick, hardy scales and a mouthful of razor-blade-sharp teeth. The monster was a super creature, that much was certain. With its mouth that was comparable to a black hole, it sought to swallow the trio. Golden Growler did not shy away though. It expanded the size of its body, making itself become a giant Goliath-sized beast. The crocodile now looked like a scrawny lizard, and so Golden Growler stepped on it. Golden Growler, by this point, had 7 of its gene locks opened. Han-sen had fed it much super flesh and many water drops to nurture its growth over time. But the speed at which it had developed was surprising, even to Han-sen. And the size it could grow to if it so chose was rather shocking to witness. Golden Growler had as many gene locks open as Han-sen did with his Dongxian Sutra. Its primary talent was its ability to grow bigger, just as it had been back in the first god's sanctuary. But now size wasn't everything. The bigger it grew, the stronger it became. And this scaled with how many gene locks it had open, too. When Golden Growler opened its 7th gene lock, its vitality exceeded Han-sen's. This didn't surprise Han-sen though. Golden Growler was special, as most creatures of the first god's sanctuary did not possess an ability. But Golden Growler could grow bigger or smaller on a whim, so Han-sen had to wonder if it actually was a super creature from the first god's sanctuary. When Little Angel ate the other Golden Growler's flesh, she was able to evolve. It was a plausible theory. Regardless of its origins, however, Han-sen thought it to be a remarkable thing that Golden Growler could evolve and become better. Golden Growler had 7 of its gene locks open, but it was now fighting a super creature with 9 gene locks open. The mouth of the creature Golden Growler had stomped on was frightening, but all the teeth in the world couldn't harm Golden Growler now, due to its size. When it was bitten, it was like a small nip and no pain was felt. But for a creature with 7 gene locks open, engaging with a creature with 9 gene locks open was difficult. Golden Growler could not dish out a grand amount of damage at all, but what it could do was still shocking enough to see anyway. Golden Growler was a Mount Beast soul, so fighting was never expected to be its forte. Yet still, it was able to hold its ground against a super creature. It was shocking. But Qin Xian was more shocked than all right now. The impacts and shockwaves were difficult for her to withstand as they fought. Are creatures in the third god's sanctuary always this strong? Qin Xian was amazed, despite being a little worried. The first creature she had encountered just so happened to be a super creature. Han-sen placed Golden Growler back in his Sea of Soul. It had grown too big, and he didn't want anyone to see it. Not wanting to waste any time though, he summoned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight used a halo to debuff the creature, and buff Little Angel to become stronger. Little Angel swung her sword and left a deep few-meter-wide cleft across the monster. The monster screamed, prompting Disloyal Knight to dash forward and strike the beast's jaw and send it flying. Little Angel flew towards it and chopped it to bits within the blink of an eye. Super creature Abyssal Beast killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han-sen was delighted, not expecting to achieve another super beast soul so soon. Chapter 1261. As Han San relished the joy, Little Angel delivered the life Geno essence to him. He accepted it and then returned Little Angel and Disloyal Knight. Not bad. I got another beast soul. Han San smiled as he told Qin Xian. Qin Xian looked at him with confusion rather than delight. She thought it was a sacred blood creature, but seeing the life Geno essence, it had struck her with a paralyzing shock that he had just killed a super creature with ease. It was unbelievable. Humans could collect super Geno points, but they'd still need to fight hard and struggle in the second god's sanctuary if they sought to obtain them. In the third god's sanctuary, slaying a super creature was unheard of. Han Sen had just mopped the floor with one though. It was then that she realized the mount she rode upon must have been a super creature, too, for it to initiate a battle with one so fearlessly. When Qin Xian finally managed to speak, she said, "Now I know how you were able to take down an Emperor-class shelter. You've blown the socks off people's power expectations. You're far better and stronger than anyone could have imagined." Han San smiled warmly in response and said, "When you obtain more Geno points, Gene locks, and beast souls, the rest comes naturally. We're all capable of such feats, I am sure." Qin Xian shook her head and did not say anything more. She knew he was strong, but she almost felt as if she had been misled about the extent of the strength he had gained. It was bewildering how strong he truly was. When Han Sen first came to the first god's sanctuary, he didn't even know what a creature was. Qin Xian was the person leading him. But now, Qin Xian had been left behind in the dust. He was the person who walked too fast and too far ahead. Reflecting over the past, she couldn't help but blush. Han San said, "There are strong spirits on the heels, or fins rather, of the Fish King. It would be best if we avoid them and not alert them to our presence." "Whatever you say, Qin Xian." Han Sen headed for the peak via a different road. He had done so to ensure Wuxia would not see the two. Along the way, Han Sen mowed down a few sacred blood creatures on her behalf, so she could earn a handful of sacred Geno points and get a head start. The lower-tier Geno points could always be filled up at a later date, and a few slayings later, there was already far more sacred blood creature meat than she could eat in any reasonable amount of time. As she watched Han Sen cut down such creatures in a flash, Qin Xian couldn't help but think, "This man is too powerful. If I ever seek to catch up, I'll have my work cut out for me." Qin Xian had managed to earn a lot of sacred Geno points in a small amount of time. She had received some help in the second god's sanctuary, but nothing compared to this sort of power leveling. Han San also gave her some mutant and sacred blood beast souls, so she could chip in if she wanted to and tackle the weaker sorts by herself. But seeing Han San kill so many high-level creatures with ease, when she triumphed over the lower variety, the feelings of success and accomplishment escaped her. Han Sen refined the Abyssal Beast Life Geno Essence, and with Ice Wolf God's Life Geno Essence, he had managed to reach a total of 81 Super Geno points. Although he wasn't full, his body was practically equal to a super creature in strength and might. It was just a shame his Dongxian Sutra could not keep up with Han Sen's rapidly rising power. It was sluggish by comparison. Han Sen really admired Dongxian. It was difficult to practice the Dongxian Sutra, and for Dongxian to practice it up until he broke through the vacuum, Han Sen figured he must have possessed the power of a monster. Han Sen was proud of his talents, but he still thought he paled in comparison to Dongxian when he held himself up against the man. Those who succeed always have helped to become better, and Han Sen wanted to do the same. There were no more super creatures on the way, so the opportunity for another would have to wait a little while longer. After half a month of travel, they reached the mountain. There they saw the big dragon-like waterfall. Because Han Sen had taken a different path, the Fish King had yet to arrive. Han Sen did not want to get too close, so he took the opportunity to poke around and find a nice cave to hide inside. When night fell, Han Sen donned his night cloak and left the safety of the cave. He didn't know if Wuxia had arrived yet, but after searching all night, he had yet to find hide nor hair of the spirits. But what Han Sen did find was a super creature residing inside the nearby lake. He didn't even need his Dongxian aura to sense it. The Fish King is not here, but does this mean other berserk super creatures want the vine too? Han Sen wondered. Han Sen returned to the cave again, and there, He waited for the Fish King and Wuxia to show up. 2 days later after dark, a strange noise sounded from the lake. It sounded as if someone had opened a can of soda right next to his ear. Han Sen left Little Angel and Bower behind, with instructions to protect Qin Xian. Wearing his night cloak, he snuck down to see what had occurred. Chapter 1262 Han Sen stood on a cliffside overlooking the lake. At the water's center, bubbles began to arise. When they reached the surface of the water, they popped and boiled with an extreme amount of fizz. It was like the opening of a firmly shaken soda can. Is the super creature in the lake about to emerge? Han Sen guessed, as he observed the bubbly activity. But after a while of waiting for something to occur, nothing actually did. The bubbles continued to appear, and soon reached a frothy amount. It was as if the lake was boiling with the ferocity of a volcano. What is this super creature doing? Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen's Dongxian aura picked up the movement of a rock nearby the lake. Han Sen looked over at it with his proper eyesight, and lo and behold he saw it. There was a rock, and as if by magic, it was rolling itself down towards the raging waters of the lake. Han Sen wondered why the rock had started to move by itself. The large rock was not moving too quickly, and its coming was fairly gentle. But when it was a good 2 meters away from the lake's shore, it stopped. Han Sen examined the way it had come, and the rock had left no trace or imprint in the earth it had rolled over. The rock was like a boulder. It was 10 meters high and had a diameter of 6 meters. It was a lumpy thing, and observing it from a distance initially gave the illusion of a miniature hill picking up stakes and moving location. Amidst Han Sen's confusion around this strange happening, he then noticed a hole inside the boulder. Its diameter was a solid 1 meter at every angle. Han Sen hadn't noticed it at first, and he believed it had only just appeared. It was like a hatch or something cut out from its original structure. Soon after, something crawled out of the hole. It was a big red toad scaled from head to toe. On its head, it wore a red pot as if it were a crown. It was a strange accessory to see adorning a toad. Is it looking for water? As Han Sen asked himself this, his eyes flickered back to the hole the toad had emerged from. Weirdly, it was gone. Something most peculiar is cooking, that's for sure. Han Sen made himself comfy in a position that was a little more hidden and watched intently. The toad was a super creature, that much was certain. While it was next to the waters of the lake, the red pot on its head opened. Han Sen peered into it, and that was when he saw a number of eyes staring back at him. Han Sen was currently garbed with the night cloak though, so there was no chance he could have actually been spotted. From out of the pot, the triangle-shaped head of a snake emerged. While the pot might have looked separate, and more like an accessory to the toad, it was actually a part of the creature. It was rather confusing for Han Sen to see. But the snake head he was seeing now was just as strange. It was composed of bones, and it did not even have a tongue to rattle and shake with a seething viciousness. It still had its fangs, though, and the eyes were red gems of a sinister light. When the snake came out and revealed more of itself, the rest of its body was seen to be the same. It was practically a skeleton snake. The snake head had looked as big as the pot, but the entire body must have been 6 meters long, not to mention its wide girth. How it had all fit inside the pot on the toad's head was quite the conundrum. The snake slithered around the toad, and then the toad seemed to issue it a command to enter the lake. Without hesitation, it followed the order and set off swimming to the center of the lake. The bubbles in the lake did not appear to be harmful, and the snake had no trouble as it swam. The toad issued another command to the snake, and after this it started to dive. So Mr. Bone Snake must be a scout. But who is the real puppet here? Is the toad here by its own volition, or is it also a goon for someone else? Han Sen pondered. Suddenly there was an explosion of bubbles. The water in the lake was thrown into turmoil. Soon after, things returned to semi-normal. The bubbles continued at their original pace and the waters were soothed. Blurg! The toad spat out some blood and in shock, it began to fall back away from the water. The toad wished to reach the rock it had first emerged from, but something came out of the lake and grabbed the toad. The thing tried dragging the toad back in with it. The toad struggled and its claws dug into the earth. The nails broke under the pull of that supremely powerful shadow. With long skin-crawling marks in the earth for a wake, the toad was pulled into the black depths of the lake. The toad's struggle beneath the water was plain to see, and the lake was upset in response. It was pulled in deep. When things suddenly turned quiet, an unnerving mist dyed the surface of the lake red. Han's son was shocked at what he had just witnessed. The toad was a super creature, but it had been killed effortlessly. Whatever monster resided in the lake must have been extremely powerful to do such a thing. Chapter 1263. After the toad was dragged down into the murky depths of the lake, the boulder moved again. This time it rolled away from the water. It had barely reached a distance of 1 meter before the shadow reappeared. It grabbed the rock and tried to pull it back. The rock was too heavy for it to move in a hurry though. And as it struggled, Han Sen was finally able to get a good look at the enigma that had been residing inside the lake all that time. It was like an arm, but one that was plated all in copper. It was not too different from a snake minus a head. When it came out to reach the boulder, it revealed itself to be at least 100 meters long. The rock tried its best to pull away from it, but it gave ground bit by bit. It would soon be dragged in. When the rock was 2 meters away from the water's edge, a rocky explosion sounded as the boulder rose up off the ground. The boulder turned into a golem, and there were people behind it. Is that Wuxia and Blood River King down there? Were they hiding inside the rock this entire time? Han's son saw Wuxia and Blood River King down below, the latter in his signature red armor. There was a 6-armed monster with them, and it and the 2 spirits ran off while the golem stayed behind to hold back the snake as they made their escape. The black shape from the lake attacked the golem with a greater rage. But then another black shadow emerged. It went for the 3 that were daring an escape. Wuxia used his wings to avoid the initial strike. Blood River King and the 6-armed ape managed to evade the attack as well. But in the next second, many more of those black snake-like figures shot out of the lake. Wuxia brought out his black feather dagger, while Blood River King drew his sword to attack whatever was chasing them. A metallic noise sounded whenever they drew a cut across the black snakes. What's more, their weapons weren't formidable enough to slice through them. 2 king spirits and 2 super creatures were now trapped, as more and more monsters arose to eliminate their ability to flee. The golem did not relent in fighting back that horrible foe, and it was able to stand strong and not get dragged into the lake. But it wasn't long before even more of the black shadows emerged. A larger host of the black menace grabbed a hold of it, threw it down on the ground, and dragged it across the shore. The golem was pulled into the lake, and seeing it get pulled in like that, Han Sen couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. It was a shocking scene to behold. What in the sanctuaries is this thing? Both Wuxia and Blood River King are unable to fight it? I'm lucky I didn't try to get any closer, Han's son thought to himself. Tsitsi. While Wuxia and Blood River King fought side by side, the 6-armed ape was the next to get grabbed. It was unable to resist the strength of the pull, and it was immediately dragged away and down into the lake. Blood River King was furious when he saw that the 3 super creatures he had brought with him had been killed. They had all been dragged into the lake by one fearsome monster. He hyped himself to fight in honor of his fallen creatures, but at that second, Wuxia managed to muster the strength to cut through the monster and clear a way forward to escape. Run! Wuxia shouted. The monster was quick to recover, and it grabbed his arm. Then a lot more did. They dragged him into the lake. Blood River King was touched by his seemingly heroic sacrifice, and so he took him up on the command and escaped. Wuxia was dragged into the lake, and once he was, Solace returned to the land. Han Sen frowned, believing that something wasn't quite right. Wuxia was not the sort of person who was willing to sacrifice himself, especially if it was to merely save another. He was one of the 8 generals too, so there was no way he could have been dragged in that easily. As Han Sen mulled that puzzling happening, something floated up to the surface of the lake. Han Sen squinted to get a good look, and he noticed it was a copper statue. It looked like a copper screen. But when it bobbed for a bit and Han Sen was able to get a better view, he realized it was actually a copper throne. The entire throne was adorned with a number of patterns. The seat had been composed by a number of copper, snake-like figures. Han Sen did not know how many snakes had been intertwined to build it, but it clearly represented the snakes that had arisen to attack the party earlier. They seemed to have been built from copper, were thus inanimate, but they soon started to move. And they seemed to be pushing the throne to the surface of the water. A female spirit was sitting atop it, one that wore a black dress. Her legs were long and succulent, a highlight of the sight of her sitting on the throne. She had long black hair, painting her as something of a femme fatale. She looked cold and unremorseful. I brought you 3 super creatures, see? I should help you take the aqua vine. Wuxia emerged from the water, speaking to the woman in a polite and sickly tone. Chapter 1264. Han Sen now understood Wuxia had been playing Blood River King like a fiddle. His cooperation had been a complete lie all along. He had only wanted Blood River King's super creatures, and he had gotten them successfully. Poor Blood River King. To think he actually believes he owes Wuxia his life. Han Sen now knew not to underestimate Wuxia's cunning. The cold female spirit responded to Wuxia now, saying, I acknowledge and appreciate the help you have given, but 3 super creatures are not enough to satiate the hunger of the serpent throne. Blood River King was very hesitant, and despite pressing him all that time, I could only manage to convince him to bring 3, Wuxia said in his defense. The female spirit responded saying, understood. Still you have brought me many over time. And when the flying fish comes, once I have killed it, I should meet the requirements for challenging the aqua vine. If I am successful, you will receive your reward then. Thank you, my most gracious lady. Wuxia kneeled, as if in her service. Scour the stream for the fish's location. Until it arrives, I must return to rest, the female spirit said. Yes, milady. Wuxia bowed and then went off downstream. Han Sen was shocked over what he had just witnessed. If what she said was true, it seemed Wuxia had managed to obtain for her more than just those 3 super creatures. But who is this female spirit? She must be an empress, if Wuxia so willingly obeys her. Han Sen had no clue who he was now looking likely to deal with. Han Sen reflected over his dealings with Wuxia, and he thought the spirit was a remarkable nemesis. Wuxia was clever and deceptive, as much as he was strong and mighty. He had even managed to trick Xiang Yin. If his past behavior was anything to go by, Han Sen thought it was unlikely Wuxia had the lake's female spirit's interests at heart. It was likely he was just using her too, and his kneeling and kind words were just for show. I don't like the fact that they're going to kill the Flying Fish King. Han Sen frowned. Han Sen had planned to wait until they started fighting the aqua vine before intervening. But now, if he wanted to save the Flying Fish King, he'd have to expose himself earlier than he wanted to. After all, there was no chance Han Sen could make battle with the pest Wuxia, an empress, and whatever Goliath the aqua vine was, all by himself. Fighting alongside the Fish King was his only chance. If he wanted the fruit or whatever other treasure might have been waiting, he'd need the fish to be his ally in the endeavor. Han Sen then racked his mind, going over the many ways he might be able to save the Fish King from the trap that was waiting for it. But as he thought, he noticed one of the serpents moving the throne to the shore. It did so in a short amount of time. The Empress went to sit on the throne, and her expression and posture suggested her mind was elsewhere, and she was deep in thought. The serpents moved around a lot, but the throne was stable as she sat. They were wriggling around like lecherous tentacles. The throne was being brought further past the shore, up the cliffside of a mountain. The Fish King is on its way. Where is she going? Han Sen, still in the night cloak, ventured forward to see what she was up to. The Empress was going up the mountain the Fish King would inevitably head for. Is she tricking the trickster? Has she tricked Wuxia, getting him out of the way so she can nab the fruit all for herself? As Han Sen followed, the more he saw and the more he reviewed this curious happening, He realized he was incorrect. The throne stopped before the mountain. Then she stood up and said aloud, "Are you really going to remain guised in shadow? You should come out and greet me like a man." This came as a sudden shock to Han San, and he thought to himself, "She knows I'm following her? I thought nothing could notice me while I wore the night cloak." Fear became the prevailing emotion Han San felt right now. But just as it settled in, a stone door revealed itself on the cliffside. Beyond it seemed to be a fairly deep cave. Han San felt major relief wash over him like a tide, and he comfortingly said to himself, "Phew, she wasn't talking to me. This night cloak helped me assassinate an emperor before, so I suppose it makes sense even she would not notice me." Han Sen looked into the cave and noticed it was pitch black inside. The throne was still in front of the cave, and on it the Empress said, "Have you come to a decision regarding the offer I presented you?" A weird noise came out of the cave like metal been scraped against rock. Han Sen envisioned a being chained up in the darkness. And whatever it was rattling the chains and beating them against the stone. The Empress did not say anything more. She waited outside the cave in silence. The sound of chains grew louder, suggesting it was coming closer. Han Sen leaned forward, eager to get a look at what was coming out of the cave. He really wanted to see. The noise of chains was now near the entrance, and something was ready to step out and make an appearance. When the moonlight revealed what had been kept from sight, Han Sen was given a shock. It was a man. His clothes were in tatters, and his hair was long and filthy. It masked much of his face, denying a view of his true identity. There were cuffs attached to each of his limbs, and the chains made a sordid sound when he moved. The chains drifted behind the man, reaching back into the dark recesses of the cave. They had been created with the same material that composed the Empress throne. But the most shocking thing about this entire affair was that the man was a human. Why has a human been chained up here? What could she possibly want with him? Han San frowned, looking at the disheveled man. "What is your decision? Will you help me?" The Empress seemed to be giving the prisoner an ultimatum. Chapter 1265. Han San was surprised. Emperors in the third god's sanctuary were of a tier far above the rest that occupied the realm, and they knew it. Yet strangely, this empress had come to ask the man, a human, for assistance politely. Is he really a human? Han San thought it was a bit far-fetched for an emperor-class spirit to behave in such a way before a human. The man raised his head to the night sky and said, "It has been a long time since my eyes were last able to lay sight on the moon." The empress frowned, clearly more concerned with receiving the answer to her question. After a while, the man turned his gaze to the empress. He asked, "Where is that which I want?" The empress responded saying, "The aqua fruit is on the precipice of maturing. Do you know what that means?" "Where is it?" the man asked again. The empress said, "This is your last chance, so answer me." The man laughed and balked. "You're wrong. This is your last chance. You do not fear death, do you? I find that an amusing surprise, given your kind can only live once." The empress frowned. Han Sen's face changed, now confirming that the man truly was a human. There was no more doubt about that. The man replied saying, "Oh, I fear death. But I also know you won't let me die." The empress's ire was incited by what the man had just said, and anger flushed to her face in immediacy. The serpents beneath the seat were poised, ready to strike the madman. He did not care though. He stood where he was, looking right at the empress, as if inviting their strikes. The serpents glided forward, hissing. But then, the empress raised her hand and gestured for them to leave him be. "Fine. You can have it. But it will be in exchange for the aqua fruit," the empress said. "Okay." The man did not seem surprised. The empress waved her hand, and then a copper key manifested in the air and flew towards each lock on the man's shackles. One by one, they fell down and released him from their cold, cruel clasp. The man did not seem excited about his freeing from incarceration. He merely walked calmly towards the lake. "I can lock you up once more, as easily as I have just freed you. You know what it is you must do, the Empress said. The man kept walking, telling her, do not worry, I'm from the Blue Blood Special Forces. The aqua fruit will be yours, have no fear. The serpents beneath the throne began to move, as she followed him towards the lake. Han San was in shock after what he had just heard, and he thought to himself, he's from the Blue Blood Special Forces? If he was trapped in there for 100 years, perhaps there is a chance he knew about Han Jinji. The Blue Blood Special Forces was a military unit of the Alliance. If he was who he claimed to be, though, it didn't make sense why the Empress had behaved that way before him. The Empress was asking the man to take the fruit for her, as if he was tremendously capable and accomplished for such a task. This was crazy. As the man walked, he removed the scraps of aged garments that still hopelessly clung to his body. Han San was surprised that the man didn't look quite as disheveled when he was unclothed. The man was ripped, with hulking muscles that Han San couldn't help but admire. The man looked strong enough to kill anything. But what was quite strange was that the blood vessels between his muscles were blue rather than green. The man walked into the lake and washed himself. With his hands and fingernails he gave himself a haircut, too. Now Han San could see what his face looked like. The man's face was strong and proud. His features had been chiseled in a way that exuded manliness. If he was seen strolling the streets, Han San believed women would get wet just seeing him. The Empress was sitting on her throne as he walked out of the lake, naked and on full display. Han San watched his manhood swing wildly from left to right with each footstep. The Empress frowned and threw down Geno armor in front of him. The man put it on and then sat down. He looked out over the lake and said, the only way this could get any better is if there was a drink we could both share. The Empress groaned. They merely sat, watching the view from the lakeside together. A period of time elapsed with neither of them doing anything. They must have been waiting for the fish to arrive. With the odds stacked against him, and the Empress now having this other, mystic human on her side, Han San wasn't fancying his chances of emerging victorious. Han San wanted to go downstream and see if he could stop the Fish King from coming. Even if the Fish King did not come, though, it wouldn't mean much. The Empress would still most likely nab the fruit she had come for. Trying to save the Fish King's life and fighting alongside it seemed the best chance of prevailing Han San had. As Han San reviewed his options, he began to hear movement stem from downstream. He saw a golden light and ahead of it Wuxia. He was running back, and a peculiar look crossed his face when he noticed the human sitting beside the Empress. Wuxia bowed and said, the Flying Fish King is here. Chapter 1266. Han San now knew it was too late to stop what had been put into motion, so he quickly tried to think how he might best help the Fish King. The light of its presence was rapidly approaching, and the water was in turmoil as it came. Do you need to step away? Wuxia asked the Empress. The Empress said, I will watch. Are we killing it? Wuxia thought they would go and kill the flying fish once it arrived. Not yet. We will let the fish and vine do battle first. When things look dire for either of them, we will swoop in and clean up the mess. The Empress relayed to them the plan of action. Wuxia did not say anything, but he clearly seemed to be agitated by the presence of the human sitting comfortably beside the throne. The Empress had wanted to hunt down the flying fish originally, so he thought the human must have done or said something to change her mind. Wuxia did not know who the man was, and although sirens blared in his head urging him to do something, he didn't do anything. He did not want to upset or invoke the ire of the Empress at a time as crucial as this. The fish arrived at the lake and looked at the Empress. The Fish King eyed the audience warily, and he seemed upset with their presence there. It began to circle the lake, and not much more. The night was starting to fade by this point, and the sun was soon to raise its head above the horizon. When it did, the night cloak would be rendered useless. Han San hid in the forest and tried to mask his sense instead. When his 7 gene locks of the Dongxian Sutra were open, Han San could simulate the energy of small plants. Han San had initially thought it to be a pointless boon, But in a time like this, he realized how handy it could be. Unless someone could see him with their naked eyes, Han Sen was just another shrub in the dense undergrowth of the forest floor. Han Sen was afraid that when the fighting began, the cave he had previously taken refuge in might collapse. Thus he wasn't willing to hide there. Hiding in the forest was a far better option, and even if trees were toppled on top of him, they wouldn't hurt. The rising orb from the east began to bathe the land in the orange light of a new day. The waterfall was like a silver dragon, but then curiously it ran dry. And as the sun rose, the clouds in the sky began to disperse and fade away. Strange. Last time I was here, even during the daylight, the clouds could still be seen. And why has the waterfall now stopped? Han Sen frowned, concerned with the curious turn of events. On the peak of the mountain, Han Sen saw a purple dragon-like vine wriggle. The vine was massive, and it was surrounded by the bones of creatures it had drained the life out of through its leeching. Han Sen noticed there were 7 vines in total, each bearing an aqua fruit. The fruits looked like bells, and when the wind blew, the chiming of these bells could be heard. Each one was big as well, not too unlike a grinding wheel. When Han Sen paid attention to each sounding bell, he noticed they each played a different note. Han Sen suddenly saw fairies begin to fly around the fruits. The fruits looked incredibly holy with the fairies that surrounded them like little angels. The flying fish could not resist the temptation, so it leapt into the sky, up towards the purple vine. The purple vine then swiftly moved. Like a lashing whip, it cast itself towards the flying fish king. The flying fish king seemed to have improved since it last tried to do battle with the vine. Its body shone brightly with the color of gold, and its head was crowned with a glorious horn. In a flash, it leapt to the side and avoided the incoming attack. The flying fish managed to evade each lashing vine that tried to get it as it made its daring ascent. The Empress and the human watched the fish king intently. Han Sen watched the fish king evade the vines with ease, and noticed it was now only 10 meters away from grabbing one of its fruit. Suddenly, though, the fairies began to fly towards the fish like a swarm of angry bees. Han Sen was shocked. He initially believed the presence of the fairies to be some sort of an illusion. The fairies were real, and they were now all around the fish king. The fairies carried a ribbon, and they seemed intent on wrapping the ribbon around the fish to capture it. More and more ribbons appeared in the hands of the fairies to tie the fish king up. But the scales on the fish king became spiky next, proving just enough to tear through the ribbons and escape. The fairies were not dismayed by this, though, and they looked happy to take things up a notch. Their gracious appearance was cast aside, as each of them turned into a mini skeleton. Then they all leaped towards the fish king. Chapter 1267. The Fish King's gold body was unable to prevent the advance of the skeletons. The now bony fiends were transparent, and the fish was unable to strike or even touch them. But when they tried biting into the Fish King, they were able to sink their teeth into its flesh and rip out small chunks. They were like a swarm of little maggots, all converging on the Fish King to nibble it to death. As they all bit into it, they dyed the surroundings red with blood. The Fish King wanted to rid itself of the skeletons that sought to eat it alive, but there was nothing it could do. Its scales could do nothing against the skeletal fairies, as they straddled a line between the physical and supernatural. They could not be touched by others, but they could touch anything they desired. The fish is almost done for. Is now the time we should strike? Wuxia asked aloud. The Empress seemed unconcerned and replied, "Do not underestimate a creature with 10 gene locks open. They are stronger than you might imagine." Wuxia knew the Fish King could not be killed so easily, and he was actually trying to usher the Empress into attacking. If he did that, he could find his best chance to Judas her. With the Empress not yet willing to budge, Wuxia could do nothing. He returned to silence and waited. The Fish King then suddenly roared. Its body began to shine like a beacon of gold light as it grew in size. Large talons decked the feet that then sprouted out of the fish, as its entire body took the form of a dragon. It is no wonder Wuxia called it a flying dragon fish. Han-san was shocked, witnessing the fish's transformation. The dragon's head turned, shooting hot air at the skeletons that swarmed its new form. The skeletons were turned to dust by the power of that gust. Then the Fish King turned around, ready to swallow the fruit it had long lusted for. The fairies all around the fruit were dead, and now there was nothing prohibiting the Dragon Fish King from consuming that which it had come for. The bell-looking fruit then shone green. The Dragon Fish King suddenly roared and fell backwards, all the way down into the lake below. As it fell, its body returned to that of a fish. Pang! The Fish King's impact with the water created manic waves, as its blood turned the lashing waters of the lake red. "What are you waiting for?" The speech of the Empress was directed towards the man. The man then stood up and approached the dried-up waterfall. The man was going to climb the whole way up. Han-san was shocked, and he thought to himself, "He doesn't know how to fly? How is that possible?" The man climbed the treacherous cliffside slowly. "Who is that guy?" Wuxia asked. "He is the one who will collect the fruit. You should go and help him," the Empress directed. She remained seated on the throne as it began to move towards the lake. She was going for the Fish King. Wuxia was delighted, thinking he now had a chance of grabbing the fruit. He had been worried earlier. If he had to steal the fruit alongside the Empress, he'd have difficulty nabbing one. If the only thing that stood in his way was a human, one who couldn't fly at that, there was nothing really stopping him. Wuxia was fairly confident he could collect the fruit the Fish King had just approached. The Fish King had triggered the aqua gas, so it was no longer a threat. Seeing the Empress head for the lake, Wuxia summoned his wings and followed after the man. Wuxia flew around the man saying, "The Empress instructed me to help you. How do you plan on reaching the fruit?" Wuxia was not keen on the man, but there had to be a reason for him being there. The man must have had something the Empress wanted, so Wuxia wanted to find out exactly what that was. The man continued to climb, simply stating, "I will climb up here, and then I will climb up there. I will reach for the fruit with my hands, and with my hands I will pick up the fruit. I will then climb down from there and climb down from here." Wuxia thought he was talking crap, but he just smiled and said, "The fruit is a dangerous item. How exactly do you plan on grabbing it?" "She told me I can pick it just as easily as I would an apple," the man said. Wuxia was getting annoyed with the man, but he didn't let it show. He went ahead to say, "Well, you have to hurry. If the fruit manages to build up another cloud of gas to emit, nabbing it won't be so easy. Don't you see that I am climbing as fast as I can?" The man gave a smile. "Don't you know how to fly?" Wuxia was getting annoyed at the snail-like pace of the man. "No," the man said. "Really?" Wuxia was legitimately surprised. "Do you see any wings on my back?" "I don't," the man said. "Well, you take your time climbing this rock face like a sloth. I am going to go on ahead and grab the fruit for our Empress." Wuxia then departed, going upwards. This was his best chance. It was a now-or-never moment. Once he had one of the fruits in his hand, he could pocket it and run. Wuxia did not think the Empress could catch up with him, with the head start he'd get. When the Fish King fell, Han-san had snuck into the water to get a peek at its injuries. Han-san dived in deep, and when he approached the fish and got a good look, he was quite surprised at what he saw. Chapter 1268. There was a green pine cone in the Fish King's head. It was half embedded, and it shone an ominous green like a third eye. The light pulsated, and when the pine cone lit up, it caused the Fish King's body to twitch. The fish did not look like it had been dealt a grievous blow, but it seemed to be incapacitated. The fish was submitting to the water, and it was sinking fast. "Is that what the fruit spat out?" It knocked him unconscious, Han-san thought, as he swam towards the fish, clutching Taya. The Fish King was unable to move, so Han-san sought to remove the pine cone with his sword. Dong! Taya hit the pine cone but was unsuccessful in damaging it. Han-san stabbed it a few more times, but it proved to be far sturdier than he imagined. "I'll dig it out then." Han-sen opened the 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and it made Taya glow a spooky red. Then Han-san skirted the placement of the pinecone with Taya. He had to plunge the sword fairly deep, and he could hear the cracking of the Fish King's bones as he went. The Fish King looked to be in pain following Han-sen's treatment, but it did not do anything to stop him. It was, of course, much better for Han-san if the Fish King did not struggle. Han-san pulled Taya back and saw the precise area of the head that had connected with the pinecone. In that spot, there were several white lines drawn across the green item in the creature. They looked like veins. Han-san started cutting the lines, and he was able to slice them with ease. Apparently, they were far weaker than the pinecone itself. When they broke, the pinecone and the Fish King shook. The glow of the pinecone became dimmer, too, and it looked to have been weakened. Han-san continued to cut every vein he could find in a bid to free the pinecone from the Fish King's forehead. But the Fish King's skull was no laughing matter. It was rock hard, and doing so was rather difficult for Han-san. When he was about halfway done, his peaceful work seemed likely to get disrupted. The serpent creatures had reared their ugly heads and were on their way. That quick. Han-san knew the Empress would soon arrive. Then Han-san hid behind the large body of the Fish King, and watched as the woman glided through the water on her throne. He noticed it was just her there, and that she had come alone. Han-san thought he might stand a chance if he battled her and her alone. Han-san looked at the Empress and then looked at the embedded pinecone and how far he had to go. He chose not to hesitate and activated his Super King Spirit mode. Then he stabbed the Fish King's forehead. Taya plunged a deep, searing pain into the Fish King's head. The Empress was coming from a different direction, so she couldn't see Han-san do this. Then, she commanded the serpents to begin consuming the Fish King. Han-san hurried with the deed, noticing their hungry maws open and come for the fish. Dong! Han-san managed to dig the pinecone out from its head, but a lot of blood came out as well. The Fish King woke up and immediately swung its body around in a spin, blasting both Han-san and the serpents away. The Empress was shocked by its sudden revitalization, as she knew full well the fruit had sprayed it. Han-san had made sure to simulate the Fish King's energy, so the Empress could not suspect there had been someone else there, and that they had freed the fish from its incapacitated state. The Fish King, when it was awake, saw the serpents and the Empress that wished it devoured. It doused them in a bright golden light. The golden light was like a laser, and Han-san watched as it went towards the Empress. The Empress did not even blink as one of the snakes pushed the throne away, out of the line of fire. Pang! The serpent's tail was then hit by the gold light, and it caused the entire lake to blow up in utter chaos. Han-san had already exited Super King Spirit mode by this stage, and he was out of the lake, safe and sound up in the air. He landed in the forest and made his life force replicate that of another plant. Horrible noises continued to emerge from the tumultuous lake, and the waters thrashed so wildly, it might as well have been raining for all those in its proximity. Han-san hid inside the forest, allowing himself to get wet. By now the human had climbed up halfway. Wuxia, however, was at the peak after a brief flight up. Wuxia's body was exuding a black gas, and his wings weren't that far off a devil's. The fruit noticed Wuxia reaching for it, and it managed to pump out another cloud of gas. It hit Wuxia directly in his forehead. Wuxia was shocked, as he had not expected it to be able to spray twice. Fortunately, he had come prepared. As soon as his eyes caught sight of an aqua light, he dashed away from the fruit. But the light wasn't keen to let Wuxia slip away, and it bent its course midair, turning around to strike Wuxia in the back of his head. Then the conniving spirit began to plummet all the way down the cliff. Chapter 1269, It is no wonder why the Empress wasn't willing to take them herself. Both the Fish King and Wuxia were destroyed in their attempts to obtain it. Han-san was relieved he had not tried to take the fruit before the others did. But if the Empress and Berserk super creatures could not take the fruit, why would she believe a human was capable? Han-san hid himself in the woods and started to watch the man intently. He was climbing at a very slow pace, and Han Sen wasn't sure if the man was simply a poor climber, or if he was deliberately going slow in fear of what awaited him up top. The Empress was still fighting the Fish King. Now she could be seen rising up into the air, still seated firmly upon her throne. Despite fighting in the water for all that time, her clothes did not appear wet, and she was so still it was as if she was inanimate. The Fish King leapt out of the lake in pursuit of her. Its mouth spat out torrents of water in her direction. The entire throne was bathed in a strange light, as the serpents bobbed and weaved to block and deflect every rocket of water that targeted their mistress. Han Sen was in awe of how the Empress fought, and he was severely impressed by how adequate and capable the throne was in combat. Han Sen had yet to see what the Empress herself was capable of, though, as the throne wasn't actually a part of her. They were two halves, clearly, but they were also separate entities. Does this mean the Empress and the throne are two Emperor-class beings? Han Sen wondered to himself. For now, though, the victor of that fight had a long way to go before being determined. No one had the upper hand, and despite the crazy Fish King that was after her, the Empress seemed far more concerned with the man who was climbing. More often than not, her attention and eyes were locked on him. Han Sen, when not observing the events of that battle, watched the man go too. He was very slow. The man was clearly not in a rush, and if he continued at that agonizing pace, it'd take another half an hour for him to reach the top. Tidal waves were starting to drown the encompassing lands of the lake now, too. Han Sen found himself hugging a tree to remain upright, as the water was up to his waist. There wouldn't be a forest for much longer, that was for sure. Something then began to float up from beneath the chaotic waves of the water. It was the pine cone Han Sen had removed from the Fish King's head. It was bobbing along with the tumultuous waves, but strangely it was coming for Han Sen. He thought it might have been looking for another forehead to call home. Han Sen was shocked when he thought about this. He knew he'd have to be careful, as there'd be no one around to help remove it from his forehead if it truly did plant itself there. Han Sen swam away from it, but the pinecone was in hot pursuit. It seemed eager for his head. Something is wrong with it. Han Sen clutched Taya tightly. If the pinecone got any closer, he'd activate Super King Spirit mode and give it a firm strike. The pinecone did not relent in drifting towards Han Sen though. So Han Sen did what he proposed to. He gave it a hit and watched it skip across the surface of the water a few meters. Han Sen did not want to alert the Empress, however, so he made sure to do it gently. The pinecone came back though, and whenever it came in range of Han Sen, he'd make sure to whack it away. This happened a few times, as if he was playing tennis against an invisible opponent. Has it been losing its powers ever since I dug it out? Han Sen hypothesized. Nothing much actually happened when he touched the pinecone with Taya. It was a very dull object, despite its desire to come after Han Sen. Eventually, Han Sen tried to touch it with his hand. The pinecone now proved to be little more than a lambent emerald jewel of sorts. The white stuff that had wreathed the pinecone was gone now, and its parasitic look had vanished too. It really did look like a gem now. So Han Sen used his Dongxian aura to give it a scan. He was able to detect the presence of a life force within it. Han Sen then thought, is this a seed belonging to the vine? If it is, does that mean I can grow my own aqua vine? The fruit it bears must be quite the treat, considering the effort that the Empress and Wuxia put into trying to get some. Han Sen then recalled Yuxia's sudden descent. A pinecone had planted itself in him too, so he thought he might as well go and grab that one. Wuxia was like a dead man now, one that had been flushed down the drain and left to float and bob on the water that had flooded the forest. Han Sen saw the pinecone had embedded itself in the back of Yuxia's head. But a new conundrum was now posed to Han Sen. Wuxia was being controlled by the pinecone, and thus, he could not return to his spirit stone. If Han Sen removed the pinecone, that meant he would be saving Wuxia. Saving Wuxia was the last thing Han Sen wanted, so he came up with an idea. Wuxia was unconscious, so Han Sen was able to put him inside the cruel bottle without issue. All Han Sen would have to do was take the pinecone and keep Wuxia trapped inside the cruel bottle. If he did that, Wuxia would still be robbed of his ability to return to his spirit stone, and thus, He would be trapped and unable to roam the third god's sanctuary, causing everyone grief. Han Sen would like to find out what might happen if he died inside the bottle as well. Thinking of that, Han Sen immediately put him inside the bottle. Where did you get the aqua fruit from? Moment Queen squealed when she saw Wuxia. Wait, this is the aqua fruit? Han Sen was surprised by the sudden twist. Han Sen thought the bell-shaped fruit was the aqua fruit, but now that she had said this, he realized it was the pine cone itself that was the treasure he had come for. Still, this was Moment Queen, and he could never be sure if she was telling him the truth. It is the aqua fruit, but it isn't at the same time, Moment Queen said. That made no sense to Han Sen. Chapter 1270. Han Sen saw the man was nearing the top of the mountain. He was very close to the vine now, and Han Sen was eager to see just how the man expected to retrieve the fruit. The rock climber was within arm's reach of the vine, and he reached his hand out to grab it. The purple vine was like a berserk super creature, and for the man to try and grab it with his hands, Han Sen thought he was either incredibly daring or incredibly stupid. It was a crazy stunt either way. When the man grabbed hold of the vine had no reaction though. In fact, it was as docile as any garden variety plant. How is that possible? Han Sen wondered as he rubbed his eyes. The man, clutching the vine, now began to climb with a greater acceleration. None of the vines moved, and it was as if they were all asleep. It's no wonder the Empress wanted him to take the fruit. How does he do that? Is the vine not hostile to humans? Can I do that too? The Empress could have found any human easily, if the vine did not care for the intrusion of humans. But then again, she had come to this person specifically, and the manner of her retrieval of him was rather curious, and indicative of them sharing a history together, in one way or another. So how does this man make the vine docile? Han Sen could not wrap his mind around it. The Empress continued to watch the man, despite the bluster of the rampaging fish, and a smile now crept across her face. She actually looked happy. The man had been climbing so slowly on purpose, and now, after reaching the vine, he went at a remarkable pace, given the tricky act of rock climbing. He went straight up towards the aqua fruit the Fish King had aimed for. Han Sen and the Empress now watched with bated breath, keenly wondering if the man could take the fruit. The man was not in a rush to take it, that much was clear. But he plodded up at a steady pace and put his arms out. With one of his grisly fingernails, he ran a finger across the upturned palm of his other hand and cut across it. Han Sen was shocked when he saw the blood. The man's veins were blue, and so the blood should have been red. But this man's blood was blue, and it came as quite a shock to Han Sen. Blue blood? Is he Han Jinji? Han Sen was extremely surprised, seeing the blue blood run from the self-inflicted wound. Then, the man ran his cut palm across the fruit and painted it with the blood. When the fruit came into contact with the blood, it began to tremble and shake as it absorbed the liquid. Then its glow began to shine brighter. When the blood was all gone, the man moved to grab the fruit. Suddenly, the fruit flashed a blinding light. It surprised Han Sen and brought visible shock to the Empress. The man grabbed hold of the light as if it were an object, and then with his other free hand, he pulled the fruit. The fruit had no hostile reaction. The Empress, seeing his success, called out to the man and said, "Bring it down." The man did not hesitate to follow her command, and he began his descent. The Empress was still ignoring the Fish King, and now, she brought the entire throne over to the man. By this point, the Fish King knew it was not able to beat the Empress. It gave one last look at the aqua vine before turning tail and swimming downstream in retreat. Han Sen was shocked. It was a strange turn of events, and it seemed as if they had all only come for this one fruit. No one dared touch the other 6. "Give me the fruit," the Empress said as she approached the man. The man ignored her and kept climbing back down the mountain. The Empress looked mad, and her impatience was clearly getting to her. Still, she held her tongue and did not say anything more until he had finished his descent. "Can I have it now?" the Empress was finally able to ask. "Where is what you owe me?" The man reached his free arm out to the Empress. The empress brought something out and held it in front of the man. The man grabbed what he was owed and gave her the fruit as promised. Then upon her throne she left. Han Sen was surprised. The empress had an incredible amount of power, and she didn't have to give him anything. She could have robbed him and gone on with her day. She respected the terms of their agreement, and this made Han Sen believe the blue-blooded man possessed an untold power. The empress had given him a wooden bottle. He opened it and drank the contents. Han Sen wished to know what was inside. Suddenly, the man began walking in his direction. It made Han Sen wonder whether or not he knew about his presence there. The man walked into the forest and frowned, noticing Han Sen hiding. "Drop the fruit and you may leave with your life," the man said. "You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."